Nathan Gilchrist in once more from the city end. He's up on his toes, and that's 4 runs to David Lloyd, up and running. Out towards the point boundary, short, I'm afraid, but can't be helped. That one's down the leg side. That's going to go all the way for 4 byes. First byes of the match. Wicketkeeper Harry Finch couldn't get across to his left in time. This time he goes back and cracks it away to backward point for 4 runs. The Australian. As ball begins a new over from the racecourse end and just drops it halfway down the pitch, and David Lloyd dispatches it to the cover boundary for 4.
To over pitch slightly, and that's flicked away beautifully from David Lloyd. Lovely timing, all timing. He goes on to 16. It's Gilchrist 2. That's nicely tucked away, that by Lloyd up through mid-wicket. Again, little back lift, but just, again, slightly over-pitching by Gilchrist. It's Stewart, I beg your pardon, over the wicket. And so no ball, it's going to go away for 4 as well, guided from all just outside the off-stump as well. Didn't get much right there, unfortunately, Grant. Stewart.
There's Gilchrist, I don't know where it is. Gilchrist bowls, that's whipped away by David Lloyd for 4 runs. Out towards the, it's gone for 6, blimey.
As you say, it's a lovely drive, that one. Full pitch delivery from Stewart, and it's been driven. I'm not sure he quite got all of it.
This ball begins a new spell, and that one is full and driven away. Backward of square for 4 runs. 2 full and wide of the off stump, and Juel's all over it. As this next delivery from ball is again overpitched and again driven by Juel, this time pretty much square of the wicket, and 4 more. Racecourse end, and Lloyd drives for 4 runs. Glorious.
Lovely shot.
When he's this one is driven gloriously by David Lloyd out towards the cover boundary for 4 runs, and he moves on to 49. 94 without loss, Derbyshire. David Lloyd on 49, pushes this out into the offside. He's going to get it to his half-century and gets the applause of the supporters inside the county ground. Gilchrist again. Balls to Lloyd. Oh, strikes the pad. Now then, he's asking, and he's been given. So Gilchrist strikes. He always looked the most likely to do so, and it's not going to be a century stand for the Derbyshire openers as Stewart is in, and that one is chopped away by Caleb Juel down towards the backward point boundary in front of the East Midlands demolition stand for 4 runs.
Parkinson once more. It's the quicker delivery from him. He likes to give the ball lots of air normally. I look at the clock. I think we started before 11 o'clock, so that might well be the end of the session.
Pass umpire Shamanagaman, it bowls him way down the leg side. Good take by Finch, tumbling away to his right. We are underway.
Yeah, first session, but...
And 4 runs to begin the afternoon bowling, because that one is not quite as far down the leg side as the first one that Stewart bowled, but it was far enough. Ooh, he's edged this one in between the slip and the wicket keeper, and he's going to get a couple of runs for it, but he's got away with one. In fact, he's going to get 4 runs for it because
this one's cut away. Oh, that's a lovely shot off the back foot from Harry Kane. It's not a great ball to start with. It's short, and I think it's fair to say Caleb Juel, eyes lit up, but he's starting on the offside. As Kane goes through the leg side, that one takes Parkinson on 1 bounce before it goes over the rope, and was 1 bounce. That's into the car park. Fair play. Ball 2. That's a lovely shot. Angled off the back foot by Caleb Juel. That's an absolute beauty. That's raced away off the first ball of the other following over from Jake Ball. His ball then to Kane. It's an attractive shot as well. Straight back down the ground, over pitching Jake Ball, and that will be 4 runs. And those are the 2 behind the... Oh, and that goes short, and that has been carted away for 6. Behind square was gone for 4. It's ball driven to the offside this time, opening the face slightly. Caleb Juel, and it's racing away for 4.
Dutchy's got a few more wickets. Ian Holland as this next one is pulled into the leg side for 4 by Harry Kane. That was a fairly emphatic pull into the leg side, a long way in front of square as well, and Harry Kane moves on to 48. As it's all about me. That one is swept very fine by Harry Kane. I think he's going to get 4 runs for it and get to a half-century. Now the ball's pulling up, so he's not going to get the full value, but he is going to get 3. And that's his 4th half-century of the season, Harry Kane. Batting at 3. Parkinson is in, and he goes for the sweep, and there it is. The single taken down to Grant Stewart. It's a century for Caleb Juel, his first for Derbyshire, the 8th of his career in first-class cricket. And he removes his helmet, mops his brow. It's hot work out there. Gets the congratulations of Harry Kame and a big hug.
Yeah, it's going really well for them. So it's pulled away, has a lovely shot. Drag from outside off stump, low. He looked a little bit frustrated with himself.
Steps where the players come down and onto the field of players. Juel sweeps for 4. Blimey, hit that hard. He's moved on to 106. Is Jake Ball into bowl to Madson, who edges this one over the top of the slip cordon and down for 4 runs, and Jake Ball has a word with him. And I'm not surprised. That was an involuntary shot.
Making money.
Due to technical issues today, the old scoreboards not working.
Hello. I think we're on. Good morning and welcome to day 2 of Derbyshire's County Championship match against Kent here at the County Ground in Derby. Derbyshire had a very good first day. Kent listeners, look away now. They made 352 for 2, having won the toss and decided to bat first. And Caleb Juel batted all day yesterday for 152, and he's still there. And he's going to be at the non-strikers. And now the other scoreboard's gone off. That. Oh no, there we are. We've just had a notification that the big scoreboard, the old scoreboard, isn't working. I think that might have been the rain overnight. Dave Fletcher from BBC Radio Derby, Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent. Matt, how are you?
Morning. Fine. Better than the cricketers, I think, overnight and this morning. But yeah, it's been a real chastening, sobering first day here at Derbyshire. But yeah, trying to get back into it today, and at least overhead conditions a bit better for the bowlers, I suppose, for them. But yeah, very well. It's a lovely day yesterday, and we did see some fantastic cricket. Most of it batting, though, has to be said.
Yes, it did feel like that. It did feel like that. Jake Ball, who had a difficult day yesterday, has just beaten Wayne Madson with the first delivery of the morning, gone past the edge of the bat. Nicely bowled. He really struggled yesterday, Jake Ball, on occasion. 18 overs for 96, and there just seemed to be a 4-ball at the very near to the start of just about every over that he bowled, unfortunately. So, difficult day for him. He'll be hoping for far, far better today, of course. He's bowling from the City end, and he bowls to Madson, who gets bat on ball this time, which is good news for the Derbyshire skipper. He's on 30, with Juel on 152.
I'd see these umpires keeping up the standard they set on the first day by actually starting early.
Yes, they have. Yes.
What's that maxim? If you're not quarter of an hour early, you're late. There we go. Umpires Pratt and Shanmugam obviously believe that very much themselves.
I don't really know why we start at 11 o'clock rather than we should start at 10:30, but we do in September. I don't know why we can't for the rest of the season, but there we go. Why would they do that? We might get away at a normal time as Ball bowls. That was clipped for the first run of the day out towards the mid-wicket boundary where Matt Parkinson possibly. No, he's down to my right, so it's not
Compton, I think. But yeah, they've all got the jumpers on today.
Everybody's got a sweater on. I'm in all sorts of trouble here.
I'm getting your excuses in early. Well, not excuses, really. You mean you can't recognise Ben Compton 150 yards across a pitch?
I do think it's the first time I've ever seen him in the flesh. As it is with an awful lot of these Kent players, to be honest.
Yeah. That's entirely fair. 2 slips in, Miye and Jack Leaning, by the way.
That won't help. I'll have forgotten by the time this next delivery is bowled, which it is now, and Caleb Juel gets off the mark for the day with a boundary, a glorious drive up to the extra cover rope, 156 he moves on to. Both have updates over the course of the day. We'll try to keep the disruption to a minimum, but sometimes it just can't be helped, I'm afraid. So, as I say, we'll keep it to a minimum. Matt currently updating listeners down in the far southeast as ball is in, and that's defended by Juel. Back towards ball, and there is no run. Here we go. And they've already scored 5 runs this morning, Vicky, on an overcast day here at the county ground, and unlike yesterday when it was gloriously sunny. Caleb Juel, the hero of yesterday, has already got his first boundary. He's moved on to 156. Wayne Madson is with him. He's on 31. The partnership worth 62. And Derbyshire, after the first over of the day, have moved on to 357 for 2. All passed without major incident, which is good news. And the first over comes to an end on day 2 of this match. Harry Kame, the last man out, rather unfortunate. Spoke to Harry last night. He made 89 before Caleb Juel smashed a drive back towards the stumps at the non-strikers end, or towards Jake Ball, to be more precise. Ball got his right hand on the ball, deflected it onto the stumps, and Harry Kame was on his way. And I said it was a little bit unfortunate, Harry. And he said, well, yes, because Caleb Juel doesn't usually drive it that straight, he said. But he did mention, we will speak to Caleb Juel, I'm sure, at some point over the course of these 4 days, how relieved the Australian was, having made those half centuries earlier on in the campaign, to have got to 3 figures, and now he's got to 3 figures. He's piling on the runs, 156 of them from 266 deliveries. And he's at the non-strikers end as possibly the pick of the bowlers. I think definitely the pick of the bowlers from yesterday. Nathan Gilchrist, who bowled 19 overs and took the only wicket to fall to a bowler, 1 for 50, is going to open up from the racecourse end this morning. Bowling initially to the Derbyshire skipper Wayne Madson with a couple of slips in place. And the first ball is left alone by Madson to go past the off stump and through to wicketkeeper Harry Finch. So ball in that last over. He won't thank me for saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Reached his century. 19 overs for 101. He's actually bowled a maiden in there as well, which doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. But the good news is that despite that rain around last night, they're underway everywhere in the County Championship, as Gilchrist is in again, and Wayne Madson gets one on his toes and clips it away out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Good piece of fielding. He's got to be careful out there, and he is careful, the fielder out there, not to put his foot on the rope. That has been Joe Denley. Now, there's calls for 4. I thought Joe Denley kept that in. I'm assuming it's Denley because he fielded there for most of yesterday. Seems to be no reason why he shouldn't be there, but that looked like a good piece of fielding to me. We're just watching it on the stream now, and he let go of the ball and made sure that his toes and his feet and his heels were not on the rope when he picked it up. So well played him, saving a couple of runs because he kept them down to 2. Is it Danley out there? It doesn't really look like him to
I
me.
think that's Benjamin.
Yeah, see.
But I have to say, I'm struggling at this point as well.
I knew it wouldn't be him. As Gilchrist is in again, where Madson cuts it into the ground, and it's fielded at backward point. It's just that he was there for most of yesterday, but it's not really his shape.
Is that him down at fine leg?
Oh, it could be. And he's not wearing the sun hat today on account of the fact that there's no sun.
He's got a faded cap on, or is that his hair? There you go. Sorry.
We're quite close to the action, but they're a long way away.
Started well.
Here's Gilchrist in and bowls to Madson, who drives him straight down the ground. Now then, the outfield will have slowed up a touch, but my word, he hit that well. He timed it perfectly. And Grant Stewart can do no more than fetch the ball back from the hover cover down below us, which had 1 or 2 issues this morning.
Yeah.
There was a bit of smoke, which isn't ideal. And it took
Does it not normally do that?
No, I don't remember seeing that much smoke coming from it. And they've now got, they have the blow-up roller things that they push out and cover the entire square. They've only just got those. So 1 or 2 teething problems there as well. It was vaguely comical this morning as Gilchrist is in bowling wide of the off stump. Part of the issue being that there are only 5 members of the ground staff, and it's probably an 8-man job. Travel around the country where they have got hover covers, there's usually more than 5. So they've
got a lot to cope with then.
Yeah, they have. And they're also essentially the same people who do everything around the ground, so the maintenance and cutting the grass behind us on the bank, and so they have plenty to do, the ground staff. And I hope if Neil is listening, and I know he occasionally does, he doesn't take it as a criticism. It was thoroughly entertaining, Neil, and I apologise for applauding out of the window. Here's Gilchrist in again, off the edge of Wayne Madson's bat. Now it's a leading edge out towards point, so that one surprised him a little bit. It might just have, I was going to say the rain might just have freshened up the pitch, but it almost certainly won't have done, because it rained while the pitch was completely covered, run-ups and everything covered overnight, as you would expect. So the pitch perfectly protected, and I wondered if it was an optical illusion, but people assured me that it isn't, that the outfield looks greener today just for the overnight rain, because there hasn't been any rain really of any kind for weeks and weeks and weeks.
Yeah, do you think it's grown 3 or 4 inches, perhaps?
might just slow it down a touch.
I left the house to come to Derbyshire, and I'll hold that thought. It's ball 2. Juel checks it back at the bowler, half stops it with his left boot, does Jake Ball. But another half said, look, if it does rain over the weekend, you realise when you come back, the garden will be unrecognisable. You won't be able to get in the house, basically.
Yeah.
We've got something called triffids in the back garden, I think.
I took the precaution of buying a house, my latest house, without a garden.
There you go. Very wise. Ball to Juel. That's a nice shot. Just not very much back left. Has timed that through mid-wicket. And here's Joe Denley throwing back in to wicket-keeper Harry Finch. Good throw again, to say. He's a great outfielder.
Terrific arm, isn't he?
We talked about this before with identification of field. It's strange that you get used to not just to body shapes, but the way players move as well. This always comes before a fall, I have to say, as I then immediately misname.
I'm looking forward to this now.
Yeah.
No, but you're right.
And Jad Khan coming in from the far end. But
similar in football, though, isn't it? You've got a split second to see something happen, and you think, right, well, that's probably him.
Jake Ball bowls too. Juel squares him up just a little bit, but adjusts well. Juel, the offside, just look like the ball's doing a little bit for the bowlers early on. And I said to Adam Hollyoak last night when I was interviewing him, sounds like a name drop, but it's my job. But I said the ball, obviously relatively new. He said, well, it's very new. It's only 6 overs old. It's a very good point. Or 16 overs old, he should have said. But yeah, should be a bit of movement for these bowlers. And with the overcast conditions, ball bowls to Juel, well judged, straight through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. But there we go. So a little bit of movement perhaps early on day 2. But just I was talking about Joe Denley, whether it might be him at fine leg. He crossed his arms. And I thought, well, that looks like Joe Denley crossing his arms. The most ridiculous thing to say.
No, you're right.
Just get used to people.
It does. You get used to their gait and everything.
Yeah. I have no idea who this is bowling. You're absolutely right. I think it's Jake Ball coming in from the city end, driven. Be looking cover drive. Maybe not quite middle. It ends up with Daniel Bell Drummond at cover anyway. So it's 2 slips in. That's Mieh at 1, leaning at 2. Then Ben Compton at point. Daniel Bell Drummond at cover. And then mid off looks like Nathan Gilchrist there. Joe Denley's been brought into mid on. Matt Parkinson at deep backward square. Chris Benjamin deep square leg. Juel goes for that leg side there and split the field and has carted away a short ball from Jake Ball. We'd have to say the short deliveries or back of length deliveries from Jake Ball really haven't worked for him, and that was going a bit leggy as well. Eyes lit up. Caleb Juel absolutely in control though, between closer to Matt Parkinson at the backward square leg. It bounces, well, more or less 1 bounce off for 4 runs. And lovely shot, 162 not out. Brief conversation between Messrs Parkinson and Benjamin. What did Chris Benjamin say they could have dived? No.
Could have leapt. You'd have only missed it by 10 yards.
You need a motorbike and a ladder. 369 for 2, Derbyshire at the end of the over. No breakthroughs for Kent early on day 2. Not quite business as usual, perhaps with a bit of movement from these bowlers. Big pile of sawdust by Nathan Gilchrist as he comes in.
From the racecourse, set bowling to Wayne Madson, who goes back and cuts, and that might well be 4 runs. It is indeed 4 runs. Jake Ball is never going to get round from in front of the members' pavilion to the T20 dugouts in time to cut that one off. So Madson moves to 41. We've stopped giving Madson half centuries information out now because the numbers are just far too big. He's on to 40 centuries, I think, now. 39 of which are for Derbyshire. It might be 41 and 40. But he's just a run machine, an absolute run machine. 30,000 first-class runs, almost 31,000 first-class runs, 91 half-centuries, 40 centuries. He's also not too far away from the 300 catches as this next delivery from Gilchrist is pushed out into the offside by the Derbyshire skipper, Bill Drummond Fields. And there is no run. There's eyes on different kinds of numbers today. David Griffin, to whom I am always indebted, as everybody knows, sent me a list today of the highest individual scores for Derbyshire versus Kent. Caleb Juel has just overtaken Donald Carr and Kim Barnett as in comes this next delivery, and Madson cuts into the ground and it's fielded at point. So at the moment there are just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people above him who've scored more than 162. The next target is the man at the other end to Caleb Juel. Wayne Madson, who got 163 at Canterbury in 2016, a game I would have seen but clearly don't remember. All of them have pretty much come since 1986, apart from one. As in goes Gilchrist again, and Madson cuts. He hasn't quite got this one as square as previously, and it's a good stop by Jake Ball down there in the far distance. He had to dive to his right, got one hand to it, stopped it, and then let go just in case he slipped over the rope. Got back to his feet and kept them down to a couple. So Madson moves to 43, 375 for 2. Garnet Lee in 1926 is the real outlier here at Derby. He made 191, as did John Morris in 1986. Chris Adams tops the list at 216 down at Maidstone, 1995. Peter Bowler at Chesterfield made 210 in 1990. As this next delivery is wide of the off stump from Gilchrist and through to the keeper. And then Garnet Lee at Derby made 191. So only 3 doubles for Derbyshire against Kent. And my thanks to the ever-vigilant and stat-filled mind of David Griffin for supplying those. It was useful not to have to suddenly hurry up to try to find the scores. 275 is the big number. That as it's a long way off. Madson clips this next delivery from Gilchrist into the leg side for a single. Moves to 44, 376 for 2. George Davidson against Lancashire in 1896. Derbyshire's highest score in first-class cricket. Chesney Hughes went close, of course, in 2013 up at Headingley when he was 270 not out. He must have been spitting. Poor old Chesney. Fine cricketer. The most recently close one was 2022 when Shan Masood made 239 here against Sussex in that dreadful game in which we saw 3 double centuries in the same match. Something that's only happened a dozen times or so in first-class cricket anywhere in the world.
376 for 2 currently, Derbyshire. Madson guides this one down to deep backward point. It's fielded by Matt Parkinson, single taken. I'd say not quite business as usual for Derbyshire, but they've started pretty well here, haven't they? Not been many alarms. Juel on at 162 from 272 balls so far. Madson's going at a more sprightly 45 from 61. The polling figures don't make good reading, particularly not for Jake Ball, who's already brought his century up. 108. Without taking a wicket so far. Bowls to Juel now, tucks this into the onside. Big gap as Chris Benjamin has to come in from deep square leg, and the field changes over again. I spot a hint of weariness, of almost resignation from Kent as they do swap over. I'm probably projecting, they are Professional athletes, after all.
They know the score, don't they? They know the score,
Yeah.
but they know the score.
Yeah.
They know what's happening here. Not a lot happening for the bowlers. Possibly not enough bowlers.
Ball now pounding down from the city end, driven by Madson up to mid-on, fielded by Gilchrist. And there's no run.
I think the only ball that's gone past the edge of the bat so far today was the first delivery of the day. And other than that, nothing really has happened.
Kent head coach saying the selection decisions based on they thinking this pitch will deteriorate after the first day. So ball bowls to Madson, gets up a little bit towards the Derbyshire captain and just wringing his right hand. It gloves, it goes into the onside.
Makes the toss quite important, though.
Well, he
doesn't
did
it?
say that yeah. There was,
Huge toss.
He said it
I mean,
was
they clearly would have batted as well, presumably.
Yeah.
Kent.
he said it was a bad toss to lose. But certainly admitted that they didn't bowl very well with the new ball. He said the first 30 overs of the new ball, very important. Didn't do well enough with that. This ball bowls full of delivery. It's good length, actually, and left by Madson outside the off stump. But looked very comfortable, the body language. Through to the wicket-keeper, Harry Finch. There is no run. So, yeah, toss was huge from his point of view. But not making excuses, as I said, for his bowlers, that you need to... You can't just sit and sulk if you've lost the toss. You've got to make the best of what you're given, and definitely didn't think they did that. And we saw the proof in what Derbyshire did, but outside the off stump, left by Madson. That's not to say there wasn't a great deal of skill and application in what happened yesterday. And poor old Harry Kane, you'd think that there'd probably be skill and application still going on now if he hadn't been run out in that most depressing of ways for the non-striker. The ball hit straight back at Jake Ball in the 81st over yesterday and touched onto the stumps, leaving him backing up and out for 89.
I said, could you have done anything different? He said, I could have been quicker. He was reasonably cheery.
He did look, yeah.
He was reasonably cheery, Harry, last night, which is good to see, because he can in no way blame himself for the way they got out. It was very unfortunate, but it does happen from time to time, and bowlers do practice that. Let's not take anything away from Jake Ball when you watch the replay. Nathan Gilchrist from the racecourse sent bowling to Caleb Juel, who defends the first ball that he faces in this over. Straight back to the bowler. But yeah, we'll see more heavy roller, of course, or will we? Because if they think it's going to break up, they might be advised not to use the heavy roller, which quite often hastens a pitch breaking up. I don't remember many pitches here breaking up necessarily.
Well, Kent certainly be hoping at this stage that it stays as flat as a pancake, but...
We don't want to hasten it, though, do you, I suppose? Juel defends this one as well. Gilchrist bang on the money, as he was for a lot of yesterday. 21 overs now. 1 for 63. Looked the most threatening of the three seamers used yesterday by Kent, for my money. And, of course, Matt Parkinson got through 29 overs yesterday. What he dreamt about bowling last night when he went to bed. He's at mid-off as Gilchrist is in, and Juel dabs this backward a square on the offside. They decide against a single, which I think is probably a good thing. Umpires Neil Pratt and Surrey Shanmugam. One moment yesterday where Caleb Juel might have been out in the 70s, and no matter how many times you look at the replay, you can't escape the fact that he looked out. Given not out by Neil Pratt, who then had a word with his fellow umpire. Gilchrist is beating Caleb Juel. Good delivery in there. That's further evidence that he is clearly the best of the three on this particular day, or yesterday and today. That was a really nice delivery from Gilchrist. And Matt Parkinson, unfortunately, was very frustrated, and I think understandably so. I mean, if he wants to take as evidence the video footage, I think that might help him out. As Gilchrist is in, and once again, it's defended by Caleb Juel up towards Stewart, who's filling at mid-on. And hopefully they will be lenient on him. He didn't jump up and down and stamp his feet. I think he just forcefully suggested to the umpire that it might actually have made the wrong decision. And I can't say I blame him as somebody who isn't averse to taking people on, whether he feels whether he's right or not. But as long as I feel I'm right, I'm happy to take anybody on. As Gilchrist bowls to Juel, which is not necessarily a good thing. Pushed out to the offside, fielded by Bell Drummond, and the over comes to an end. Maiden over, I believe. Indeed it was. 378 for 2. Juel remains on 163. Madson 45. The partnership worth 83. And the major disappointment from a statistical point of view, while Juel continues to pile on the runs, is that the first wicket was 99. Because this could well have been the third century stand if they go on to make three figures. But unfortunately, at the moment, there's only been one. It was a fairly big one, but there has only been one. 196 for the second wicket between Harry Kane and Caleb Juel.
A ball from the city end behind to Madson. Just leans back and crashes that through the offside. That'll be 4 runs.
First ball of the over. It hasn't been the first ball of every over, but it just feels like the first ball of a lot of overs that Jake Ball has bowled has gone to the boundary.
Yeah,
and of course,
then
the batters just settle down. You know, if we pick up 2 more, we've gone at 6 and over, and it's more than job done.
Yeah, it's wide and
a bit frustrating.
Unhittable. Yeah, frustrating for him, but obviously for the captain and coach as well. Just trying to keep any pressure on.
There'll be a few. I was going to say men of Kent, but of course there are men of Kent and there are
Kentish men.
Yeah, absolutely. But there'll be some of both up here today.
Yeah, absolutely. Seen a few. I was going to say usual suspects. That sounds terrible, doesn't it? That's outside the off stump and a little bit of movement off the pitch. Jake Ball is signalling, but too wide, and Madson leaves it.
You often do see the usual suspects at away games, though, don't you? It's almost comforting.
It is. It's great to see them too.
Say hello to a few different people. Yeah. Go into a pub and there's a couple of familiar faces in a strange town or city.
It's like a band of brothers and sisters. There we go. Here's ball to Madson. Defends it. Back to ball. Keepy uppy there. Left foot just flicks it up towards his right hand.
So it's different sides of a river, isn't it? Is that right?
It is the Medway, yes. Yeah.
Medway, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely right.
So which one's which?
So
without putting you on the spot, just so you grimace. Sorry.
So Kentish men is south and west of the Medway, I believe.
Okay.
Someone's going to correct me. And men of Kent, or indeed maids of Kent, east and north. So.
Such a small island, it is bizarre that we have all these things. It's like Shrewsbury and Shrewsbury, north and south of the river.
So I've asked people from Shrewsbury which way round it is, and they say it depends which part.
I think it's north and south of the river.
Yeah, quite. So a ball to Madson, tucks it away behind square. That'll be a single. Some applause because it's Madson's 50, and loath though Dave Fletcher is to even mention how many that is. It's a lot. And there we go. I've put a number on it. From 70 balls was that. And with 8 fours, that's for sure. All adding grist to the mill. Yeah, 70 balls. 50 with 8 fours. 383 for 2. Caleb Juel. That's another good ball to him from Ball this time. Very close to the off stump. Ends the over with a good one. As Dave Fletcher was saying, it would be lovely for Kent if he started with one of those and put pressure on the batters. But that is the end of the over. There was a little bit of a hold from the Kent fielders there. They weren't quite sure. They hadn't counted to 6. weren't quite sure they were quite there. Danny Bell Drummond, meanwhile, was in a long conversation with Ben Compton. Quite sure what that would be about. But I've seen something out there from their fielding positions. Perhaps he hasn't been passed on to the bowlers. Nathan Gilchrist, though, to continue, has been the pick. 1 for 63 from 22 so far.
When Madson's 132nd time to 50 in first-class cricket. He's gone on to make 40 centuries. There is another one here for him if he wants one, as Gilchrist bowls to him. That one's left alone outside the off stump by Madson. Already got one this season. Got one in the first game of the season just to maintain a remarkable run of something like 14 successive seasons getting a century from first-class cricket. Made 118 in the only time he batted in the first innings against Gloucestershire in the win on the opening day of the season. 2 other half centuries against Middlesex and against. No, I'm looking at Harry Kane. Ignore that. That was Harry Kane. That's a drive by way of Madson for 4 runs. Just to the onside of the stumps at the bowler's end. Beautiful shot. Moves to 54. 387 for 2. I'll start reading away Madson's numbers rather than Harry Kane's now. He got 96 in the second innings against Leicestershire. He got 89 in the first innings against Northamptonshire and 62 not out in the second. Missed out on a half century against Middlesex, hereby being dismissed on 49. And this is his first half century since then. Didn't reach that milestone against Glamorgan or Lancashire. As Gilchrist is into it, and he tries to cut this one and chops it off the bottom edge into the ground. The ball goes through to the keeper, but that last 4 was sumptuous from Wayne Madson, as they so often are. He has taken, it seems to me, to cutting the ball a bit more than he used to. He was caught in the first innings at Old Trafford for just 14, cutting the ball, caught behind. Neat catch by the keeper. As Gilchrist past the umpire once again, and Madson leaves this one alone outside the off stump to go through to Finch.
I've been doing my research, as
Have
they
you?
say on the internet. There we go.
On the internet.
It's an ominous phrase now, isn't it? About Kentish men and men of Kent. But yeah, as I understood it, my first understanding, I first was told that it was west and east. But there are other theories as well. But west and east of the Medway is the basis of it. But there are, depends who you talk to again.
Yes.
There are other theories in that. But yeah,
And they'll be fiercely proud of it as well, I'm sure. As Gilchrist bowls to Madson, who gets one just about middle and leg and turns it up towards Parkinson at mid-on.
you have to be born there as well. Obviously, it's a bit like
Bow
Big
bells.
yeah. Otherwise, you're just like me, a newcomer, an interloper.
You'll never be accepted.
No. It was all of 5 as well, so, could never be accepted after that.
This takes deliveries turn into the leg side again by Madson. This time it's a little bit further away from Parkinson, so they can get through for a comfortable single to move to 388 for 2. We're currently in the 104th over, so I think Derbyshire have given up on 450, which will get the maximum batting points. I'm fairly sure they'll, assuming there isn't something alarming about to happen, they will get to 400 in the next 7 overs. They might have to go mad to get to 450. Parkinson just looks like, as he runs back to the boundary, just kicking his legs up a little bit, almost as if he was thinking, oh no, I'm back on again in a minute.
I think Nathan Gilchrist is, looking a dejected figure. There was an arm around him, literal arm around him, from Daniel Bell Drummond walking back to the far end, and maybe he's just trying to keep his confidence up at this point. But Jake Ball to Madson, straight back at the bowl, and there's no run, which always, it's one of those easy things for, a lot of us to say as, supporters, pundits, they're not trying out there. But if you look at Nathan Gilchrist right now, I would very much question your sanity if you suggested he wasn't bothered going out there today.
I think they always give it everything. It's
Yeah.
just sometimes they don't quite get the skills right, which is what Mickey Arthur described Derbyshire's performance at Lancashire as.
That's ball wells now to Madson through the wicket-keeper. And Ball's really a case in point, isn't he? He's a very fine bowler,
Yeah.
but he's not getting it right in this game so far, hasn't done. And which, as I said, frustrating for the fans, but for coach and bowler, obviously, trying to get into some sort of form here. I was just mentioning, actually, something else Adam Hollyoake said, and we were talking about that controversial incident yesterday, and I asked him, I said, it may be clutching at straws given the score, but what did you make of it? Straight back at the bowler, just brushed it off, said, umpires get one look at it, you just have to get on with it, basically.
It's fair, that, isn't it? It's fair. If you analysed it, I wonder, somebody must have done it, but it's like leg befores, and there was an incident at Old Trafford where people didn't think that Ben Aitchison was out, but the first impression, once you've seen 4 replays,
Yeah.
you sort of get a much better idea, don't you? But we were reasonably straight behind, and he moved right across his stumps. Now, it might have been going down the leg side. I don't think Jake Ball's well here, by the way.
Ooh, is he just holding
Stomach?
holding his side or his stomach there?
That's not good.
It is not, and Kent already have restricted.
It's not good at all for a side with just 2 or 3 frontline seamers. They
Joe
lost
Denley's
one.
gone over. Captain Danny Beltrum's going over there.
Now, isn't he? Don't make it worse. That would be the first advice. Somebody else can bowl these 3 deliveries. You go off and get it checked, and then we'll see what happens after that. Essentially, is the advice I would give Jake Ball at this point. There is no point in making it worse, and yep, he's going off.
Well, yeah, he's been completely out of sorts, and this might speak to that, but just holding his stomach, as you say, his abdomen, and just twisting, just trying to replicate the bowling movement, but it's a sad sight and a really difficult one for Kent as well, already staring down the barrel of a huge Derbyshire total, 388 for 2.
I don't know what you'd call that particular. It's like lower stomach. It's just a bit higher than the groin, isn't it? And it's not far enough round to be his side. But it's not great news for Kent at all. He just bent down with his hands on his knees after the previous delivery, then bowled again, and he's not right. And off he goes. That's a real shame for Jake Ball, and a real shame for Kent, and possibly a real shame for this game as a contest. It's going to put an awful lot of emphasis on Gilchrist and Stewart.
Yeah.
In the medium pace quick department.
It's going to be Joe Denley to bowl the rest of this over. Alfie Ogborn comes on. If you're alone for a couple of games, he would have been very hopeful that he got to bowl himself, but not used in this game. See, hindsight's a wonderful thing, isn't it? But
oh no, they brought the wrong helmet out there. That's not good.
I think Harry Finch not. Well,
I'm not wearing that.
He's not impressed, I have to say.
I'm not wearing that one. That's not mine.
He's already probably not in the best of moods already, Harry Finch.
Oh dear.
One of the bowls, frontline bowls, has just gone off, and the wrong helmet's come out to him. So, but to help with the identification, he has taken his jumper off now, Dave. So number 72 is Harry Finch.
Yeah, no, thank you.
I don't know if you would
Yeah.
find that.
The gloves and the pads were an enormous help to me before, but now I can see his number. I'm laughing. He was the only one I was sure of, really.
Yeah, I'm really not taking the mick because...
oh, you can.
Because when Derbyshire come to field, even with the numbers, who knows?
No, you'll be all right. The numbers on the sweaters as well as their shirts.
Can I put them on the front and on the trousers as well would be helpful. Longish stoppage here. You were just mentioning earlier, actually, about the ground staff doing a manful job trying to get the hover cover sorted, and that they do all the maintenance around the ground as well. It just made me think of not only the people that do that for the county grounds, but for club grounds as well. A lot of people will be perhaps leaving to watch their local teams. Perhaps they are one of those people. Who knows, but
I bumped into Dave Jepson last night. I don't know if you've ever worked with Jeppo. He's one of my predecessors a long time ago. He'd just come from his cricket club, where he'd been doing bits and pieces around the ground, made sure that the covers were on the pitch ready for today's game, because they knew there was rain on the way. But of course it was junior night as well, so he was behind the bar. I think he's the chairman as well. People like that are absolutely invaluable. My club Blackrod will be in action this afternoon somewhere. I really ought to know, shouldn't I? As I watch them as often as I possibly can. They get home to Atherton today, Blackrod, up in the North West Cricket League.
as Joe Denley is going to complete this over for Jake Ball. It's cut away for a single by Madson. Thinks about a second turns as if, but Parkinson Fields. But by way of a clumsy segue, if you are one of those people, or you know one of those people, tell us which club it is, who they are.
Yeah, who are you playing today?
FletchCricket@gmail.com, BBC Kent Cricket @gmail.com. I was actually introduced at 11 o'clock on the radio. This one's a little nudge into the onside by Juel. It's fielded by Benjamin, and there's no run. Actually, with I hope the weather's better there than it is here. So not sure quite what's happened in Kent overnight, but strange reports of water falling from the sky. If it's a biblical plague outside the off stump and left by Madson, end of the over, 390 for 2. And Juel 164. Madson has 56. Kent are a bowler down. And once again, the away side are looking at trying to save a game here. Derbyshire looking to pile on the pain. No insult to injury meant for Jake Ball, but to build a massive score. Bat big, bat once. And bowl Kent out a couple of times for a victory, which will very much keep them in the hunt in the top 2 of the County Championship.
Sentences not often uttered on the radio. Number 73. Yeah, thank you to Balderdash for atting me in his post. There is no way in the world I'm going to read that out. But very entertaining. I have replied.
Sorry,
but it is very.
I haven't seen it.
He's terrific. Is Balderdash, one of my favourites on Twitter, X. But I can't. Yeah, I agree. But I can't do that. But good to hear from you, nonetheless. He is terrific fun. Here is Stewart, change of bowling from the racecourse. Oh, and he struck Caleb Juel mid-chips. He wants a leg before wicket. I can only imagine that it pitches outside leg, right armour to left-hander, because it didn't look an issue for height. We're not directly behind, as we have said a couple of times, but we are going to watch a replay of it now. I don't know, it's a pretty good shout. It might have pitched outside leg stump. It might. Umpire Shamnagam says no, and Grant Stewart is standing and now walking very slowly with his hands on his hips, now puts his hands through the air. That's not a bad shout at all, that, by the way. It looked a good shout. So Caleb Juel's had his good fortune. It just brightens up a touch here at the county. I'm not saying it's getting any warmer, but it's brightened up a bit as Stewart is in again, and once again it's defended this time properly by Caleb Juel back to the captain of Italy. Have you looked at
Balderdash?
I can't possibly read it out, but it's very entertaining. He is great. He's from these parts. Keeps me entertained on the dark winter's nights. Some of his observations. Stewart, with 2 slips in place, is into Juel, who cuts this one away down towards wide third man. They go through for a single. Juel moves to 165, 391 for 2. So Derbyshire have now put on, what, 29? No, I'm not very good at maths. No, 39. 39 runs in 40 minutes. Oof. Without really looking like they're scoring at a run a minute. That's why I struggled to, well, that's not why I struggled to do the maths at all.
But you wouldn't think it was that much.
You wouldn't think it was necessarily a run a minute this morning, and it has been. So interesting, up to a point. Depends which side you're looking at it from. The sun is desperately trying to break through here as Stewart is in, and Madson just turns that into the leg side. Parkinson fields, but not before they go through for another single. Partnership up to 97 now. We've had a 99, a 196, and now a 97 run partnership in this game. 392 for 2, so that 400 is almost assured, you would think, but then they would only have 4 overs to get another 50. Now that would be very entertaining, but might be slightly counterproductive in terms of wickets lost, so it'd be interesting to see how they go about it. Stewart's in again, and that one's turned nicely into the leg side by Juel. Again, just for a single, down towards long leg, deep backward square leg. The throw actually overshoots the keeper, but no damage done. There was vigilance out there as they backed up nicely. And we've now, of course, got the scoreboard, which has got 2 bowlers having bowled half an over, and that is horribly confusing.
It's very messy.
Yeah, that's the 3rd time this season I think we've had that. We've had it here at Derby when Lewis Rees went off, and then down at Sophia Gardens when he went off again. Stewart in and bowls to Madson, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Finch tumbling take to his right for the final ball of the 106th over. 393 for 2. Derbyshire, Madson 57. Juel 166. Partnership 98. It's a lot of big numbers there. All in Derbyshire's favour at the moment. And of course, 4 more overs before Kent won't get a bowling bonus point, which doesn't happen very often in first-class cricket. We're going to see a change of bowling as well.
Oh, indeed.
Well, we sort of had to, I suppose.
Yeah, Matt Parkinson will come on from the far end and start his 30th over in this game already. Just a mention for the, well, for both teams. Kent's women, the Horses, playing the Blaze today at Canterbury in the quarter-final, the T20 County Cup. Blaze 89 for 3 in the 12th of 20 overs there. Sarah Bryce has got 50 in that one. Kent very much the underdogs, and they're a Tier 2 side. Blaze, of course, Tier 1, but without their England stars. And
Come on, the Kent.
I was going to say we're not playing favourites there, but
No.
a bit late for that now.
No.
Is Parkinson to Juel, driven into the offside. Gilchrist tumbling stop there. Keeps down to 1, showing good application, but certainly no worries for Juel driving that into the offside. But I would say if you like an underdog, certainly that would be
That's the only reason.
that would be the story. The Blaze should win that. If Kent did, it would be a fantastic. Or as Megan Belt, their Kent captain, said, I should paraphrase fairly heavily. It would indicate perhaps the ECB they might have got their decision wrong about which tier Kent are in, but driven up to a long off, and it's fielded by Jack leaning there, a single taken. There we go. That's what they want to prove. But 91 for 3 is a good start from the Blaze anyway after 12 overs.
It's always good to have something to prove, isn't it?
Round the wicket comes leg spinner Parkinson, and Juel is pushing that into the offside. Mieye feels just one slip in now. That's Captain Daniel Bell Drummond, who must feel like he's walked under too many ladders at this point in the season. Oh, that one's skewed a little bit off the bat. Not quite full face from Caleb Juel, but along the ground. Compton Fields at a point. I'm not going to go through the entire list of injuries Kent have had to, particularly to bowlers so far this season, but it's not been plain sailing for the captain, put it that way. Over the wicket comes Parkinson to Madson, pushing the onside, no run. Sets off as if he's going to run, but never a single to Mieye. He's quick across the ground. But as I said, teams have injuries. It's how you cope with them. The batting's not been great either from them. They put themselves under pressure or been under pressure from sides during the season. So far, as Parkinson, lots of air on that one and teed off by Wayne Madson. Has that gone for 6? No, sorry, I thought for a second it just crept off the rope. I say teed off, it's almost like he's hitting a 9-iron or something like that into the green, maybe even a pitching wedge, just perhaps over pitching slightly. Matt Parker's giving a lot of air. He liked that one, Madson. 4 runs to him. And that is 400 exactly for 2. We might get more applause for that. But 62 for him, 168 for Juel. Of course, the score wasn't working. That is silly of me. So, yeah, they may not know at this point.
They can see this board. Those are the people who can see this board to our right, but the old scoreboard is having problems, I'm afraid. So that's a 4th bonus point for Derbyshire in the bag. 3 overs to go. They're not going to get to 450. I think in those 3 overs that would be asking a lot. I would suggest. Thank you to Tim Chambers for supporting me in not reading out Balderdash's message on X as Stewart begins a new over from the racecourse end to Caleb Juel, who defends it straight back to him. And apologies to Gary Charlesworth, who wasn't here yesterday, but I have seen him today. He is here today. As he's sitting over on the grandstand with Shell. He said, I can't believe you can't recognise all the players, but recognise Ethan coming in, which I did do yesterday. I spotted Ethan on his way in yesterday, the young man who is Derbyshire mad. I've seen Ethan a number of times. It's the first time I've seen a lot of these Kent players. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. The Stewart. Ethan didn't have a number on his back. Turned into the leg side by Juel and fielded by Bell Drummond. All the usual ways to get in touch with us. It's always good to hear from you to make sure that we're still on air.
Yeah. There's someone out there.
We haven't fallen asleep. Can't hear Fletch. He hasn't said anything for 10 minutes. He's probably having a snooze. Juel 168 not out. He's overtaken Wayne Madson now in that list of high scores against Kent. 178 not out. Gary Park in 2009 here at Derby is the next one on the list. And then two more on 191 before just the three at the top on double centuries. Rogers, Bowler and Adams. Not a bad trio to have in any team.
Crikey, these overs. And Grant Stewart are taking a long time, aren't
+3. Doesn't matter. They can do what they want.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be on the board. I say this every game, and people are fed up hearing it, I know, but it should not be on the board. But it is, and therefore things can grind to a halt, which can disrupt the batter's concentration a little bit. So you've got to use every weapon at your disposal, but the players are just moving from side to side at the moment a lot. Now Grant Stewart's just suggesting that the man down at third man goes a little wider. Perhaps wants somebody up. Just move 5 yards to your right, two to your left, and there you go. You stand there, and then I'll change you for the next delivery. Stewart's happy. Juel waits. He's past the umpire now, and Juel clips it into the leg side where there isn't a fielder. Picks up a single. Ooze again, but I just feel bowling to the left arm. He's not going to get too many decisions unless he really straightens it. Juel looked like he just had a word there with Stewart. It's all very friendly. Juel's moved to 169, 401, 4-2.
Bigger issue than that, of course, is why is that sawdust green?
It's always green. Yeah, the green sawdust. Yeah, they paint each individual. No, they don't. Yeah, green sawdust.
No wonder they're so busy, these ground staff.
Yeah, green sawdust. So it blends in.
Yeah.
Sawdust at both ends today. I think that's why they have it. Yeah.
Cutting down Christmas trees or something.
Stewart is in wide of the off stump. Madson leaves alone. People are always impressed by the green sawdust.
It's not just me then.
No.
And I am easily impressed, to be fair.
No, but I think the green sawdust is... there was a game, we were talking about it this morning, actually. There was a game against Nottinghamshire in the 50-over competition a while ago now, after some heavy rain. And unfortunately, as Stewart goes into bowl again to Wayne Madson, pushes it out into the offside, fielded by Bell Drummond. And it was during COVID or just after COVID, because Nottinghamshire were getting changed in the indoor school away to the left downstairs. They had to move all their gear because the square had got wet. And they brought the mats that they use in the indoor school out, and they put those out, and no, that's not working. And then they basically covered the square in green sawdust in a bid to get this game played. And then Tom Wood scored a magnificent century against Nottinghamshire in that game. This next delivery from Stewart is driven by Madson, fielded by Parkinson, tumbling to his left, and the over comes to an end. 108 overs gone now, 401 for 262 to Madson, 169 to Caleb Juel. But yes, despite the fact that this sawdust is green, it didn't look pretty. But they got the game on mid-afternoon. I think we started in that game, and Tom Wood, who sadly is no longer on the staff, but didn't do the T20s with us last season, scored a superb century. Big lad. Hits the ball a long way.
He's out of county cricket now?
Yeah. Captaining. See, I should know this, but I don't. He plays Derbyshire Premier League cricket.
Gotcha. Here's Parkinson, wide of the crease there, round the wicket to Juel, makes himself room. Driven out towards point for a single. And Dave was saying earlier, they've made decent progress, Derbyshire, without... You don't get any sense that they are throwing the bat. They don't have to. They're farming singles, taking a boundary every other over. As Ogborn now comes in, these are all crucial movements of the field. As Dave said, it might just be to try and interrupt the concentration of Caleb Juel.
Fair enough.
And bring Ogborn slightly closer in at backward point, driven up to long off. Sorry, that's Madson, of course. Driven up to long off where Jack leaning fields. Be getting used to that for next Friday at Bristol. He's a gun fielder, is Jack leaning in the Spitfires side. We can often find himself at long on, long off. This one's waited for this, does Juel, and crashes it through the onside. Just feet splayed wide, and as I'm sure you call that, like he pulled it away, but driven certainly with 4 through mid-wicket. And 4 for him, he's on to 174. And no sign that he's in the mood for stopping just yet.
It was a manufactured shot, really, wasn't
Yeah.
it? That he
Talking
knew where
T20.
knew where the space was,
Yeah.
knew where the gaps were, and pulled it into a gap.
I'm fair to call it a mow, but it certainly, as you say, it was
Close.
mighty effective, I think we'll go with. And waits this one, that's a deft little dab down to backward point. There's a big old shout of no from Wayne Madson, which they probably heard in neighbouring counties as Grant Stewart was looming over the ball. Parkinson round the wicket again. Again going quite wide of the crease. This one's just helped down to backward square by Caleb Juel for another single.
Madson hasn't swept much in this innings at all, which is very un-Madson-like. He's a almost compulsive sweeper, conventional and reverse.
He faces now, well, almost. He stayed on his feet for that one, didn't he? But again, it's more or less a help down to fine leg. And it's Grant Stewart that fields there. They get themselves a single. 409 for 2. And in a recent run of poor results, I don't think Kent have been staring down anything like this on 109 overs from Derbyshire. 409 for 2. Madson 64, Juel 175 is brushing records aside as he goes, or contenders for the highest score against Kent for Derbyshire. And maybe more, who knows, later in the piece.
It's 183 or 184. I should remember we were talking about that this morning as well. The highest score that nobody's ever got for Derbyshire.
Really?
These are the kind of niche things. These are the kind of niche things we talk about before the day's play. Griff often brings these things up. As Stewart is into bowl to Madson, who defends. And there is no. I missed the Century Partnership hours ago. 114 they're on now, these two. Leicestershire have got themselves on, manoeuvring themselves into a very handy position against Lancashire. Haven't lost a wicket this morning, 106 for 2, exactly 100 behind Lancashire at Grace Road. Lancashire, who are without James Anderson in this match, unlike last week, when they were definitely with him. As Stewart bowls to Madson, who leaves alone outside the off stump. And the other two matches in Division 2, the teams batting yesterday are continuing to bat today, much like here. Glamorgan, who were put into bat by Middlesex, are 368 for 8 at Sophia Gardens, and at Northamptonshire at Wantage Road are 369 for 7. They did choose to bat yesterday. They're playing Gloucestershire, not too far down the M1 from here. The good news is that there's play everywhere. Stewart is in, and Madson turns this one into the onside, and there's no run. Somerset, what a strange team they are. 121 for 8, trailing Durham by 156 at Chester Street. Sussex 163 for 5. That's a lead of just 9 in El Costico, I think they were calling it, against Hampshire. There's got to be something. Surrey, there's wickets falling in a lot of places, actually. Surrey are 132 for 2, trailing Essex by 85 as Madson leaves this one alone. Late decision. to leave that one alone. That game being played at the Oval, was renowned for being a high-scoring ground. And at New Road, there are 2 more games to talk about actually. New Road, Worcestershire are 86 for 2, trailing Warwickshire by 141. That's the Bears against the Pears, of course. For those who follow that kind of thing. Yorkshire 62 for 4, trail Nottinghamshire by 166 at Headingley. As in goes, oof, that one pops from Stewart. That was a delivery that just surprised Madson a little bit. He dealt quite well with it. Or dealt with it quite well. But it did pop on him a touch. And again, I don't think Pat Brown will be too displeased with that. Or Zach Chappell seeing the odd one pop. And of course the spinners won't be too... Lewis Rees will probably open the bowling, but Anish Dowell as well with his medium pace. Martin Anderson as Stewart bowls. That's down the leg side. And I think helped away off the bat. Yeah, off the bat of Wayne Madson, and he picks up 4 more to move to 68, 413 for 2, and that, ladies and gentlemen, completes the bonus points for the first innings of the match. Derbyshire have 4, and Kent don't.
Yeah, as you say, a real rarity that, isn't it, in 110 overs, not to take 3 wickets. Conference between Matt Parkinson and Harry Finch now at the far end as to how they might just get 1 or 2 before lunch, but more or less first hour now.
Can I bring up the nightmare scenario then? That they don't get any batting bonus points and lose the game, and you would actually leave a game with no points.
Yeah.
And that happens so rarely. So rarely. You usually pick up 2 or 3.
Yeah, I mean,
it is a prospect.
It certainly is. What's that they've looked?
Yeah.
This one's been swept away from Parkinson. That'll be 4 runs from Caleb Juel. Summarily swept, almost contemptuously for 4 runs.
Didn't look right out of his hand, that one, at all. It sort of looped, and he has been giving the ball some air, but it looped way outside the leg stump. So,
oh yeah, fair enough.
It wasn't a great. It just didn't look right.
And actually, the spin's going to take it further.
Yes.
Leg, isn't it? So yeah.
Yeah, he could pretty much do what he wanted with that delivery, and did so.
Freebie then for Juel. First up, Parkinson once again around the wicket. Much better delivery. Treated with respect by Juel, who defends that, but as you were saying, Dave, when the first one goes for 4, it almost, I wouldn't say shut up shop, but
Pressure's off, isn't it?
Yeah.
Pressure's off.
if there is any pressure on Caleb Juel right now, that's not a 179, but yeah, that's in a few runs' time. As he levers that one into the offside and fielded by Stewart at point. And there is no run. Updates for both of us coming up, aren't they? So I'll see if I can see us through this over, Dave.
Yes.
We'll see what we can do.
We've only just got to midday.
So Parkinson over the wicket to Madson now. Ooh, and gets some turn. And we saw exactly one of those yesterday. Turn and bounce, and that is dangerous from the leg spinner. And Madson's played and missed at that one through to the wicket keeper.
2 in 110 overs isn't probably enough, though.
I don't think that tells you
For
that this is
anybody.
not quite. Not deteriorating much, but yeah, proper turn. And this one, reverse sweep. Has he got bat on it? Daniel Bell-Drummond thinks he has. And Kent askance at Neil Pratt at the far end. And yeah, he's gone for the reverse. Has it just looped up off the pad there? Parkinson and Daniel Bell-Drummond are going to talk to the umpire.
We'll wait for the replay on that one. I thought it was potentially... Here we go. I'll slow it down.
As they will. Whirl of bat.
Arm.
As it comes to the
Forearm.
arm, yeah. May well have done, yeah. I think perhaps more in hope than expectation. As Madson drives into the offside this time. Harry Finch was actually pointing at the stumps. Did he think perhaps there was a chance of an LBW? But as soon as it was the umpire, a little shake of his head, Harry Finch's head just went down. And that was the end of the appealing from him. But
Well, Matt Parkinson's just asked Neil Pratt if he can leave the field. I think that's probably the best place for him at the moment, in case he says something he'll regret later,
Yeah.
bless him, because he hasn't had much go for him.
no, talk about a head of steam. more coming out of the ears at the moment. 418 for 2, 111 overs gone, 180 for Juel, 68 for Madson. All the records and all the landmarks are for Derbyshire right now.
Yeah, 180 not out. Caleb Juel. His high score in first class cricket's 227, which I will look up at some point in the near future against whom he scored that. Not just yet, though. As Matt goes to update Radio Kent listeners, as Stuart is in and bowls. That's turned into the leg side for a single. Yeah, good first hour for Derbyshire this morning, Vicky. 419 for 2 now. They've picked up 4 batting bonus points. They're finished for the first innings. Wayne Madson's on 68, but the star of the show is Caleb Juel. He's moved on from his overnight score of 152 to 181, not out from 299 deliveries. Derbyshire dominant. 419 for 2. As Stuart is in again, bowls to Madson, who just pushes this one out into the offside. And there's no run. Bell Drummond does the fielding. And it always is the case, isn't it? When things aren't going for you, when you're not getting that little rub of the green, you feel like the decisions are going against you. I think that last one was probably correct. Looking at the replay that we saw, came off Wayne Madson's forearm and looped in the air. He's on strike now on 68. Juel on 181. Next delivery is defended by Madson. To the offside up towards mid-off, where the latest of the substitute fielders is on, and you must forgive me, I have no idea who he is. I'll ask Matt when he returns in a few moments' time. From updating listeners to BBC Radio Kent and all the stations down in the southeast and the south coast, as that one is it's left alone. That's what he's done. He's left it alone. As Wayne Madson, Caleb Juel's highest score, 227 against Western Australia. He's also got centuries against South Australia, Queensland, New South Wales, and of course Kent. And he batted once against Middlesex. He's got no average at all against them because he was out for naught. Madson is beaten by that one from Stuart. That's a good delivery. Perhaps just held its own or left him a touch. And he played tentatively at it outside the off stump. So if you put it in the right... It's a horrible phrase, I know. But if you do put it in the right area, perhaps... That was a good delivery, as the replay shows next to me. 2 slips in place as Grant Stewart's on his way in once again. Bowls to Madson, who defends this delivery. But yeah, there's swing and movement for Grant Stewart, which again, the man on the top of the stairs there, Zach Chappell, will be delighted with. I think possibly more delighted will be Lewis Rees, who very much gets the ball to swing. He'll be looking to take advantage of that. The 12th man, who I didn't recognise at all, has now left the field, which is not very helpful, because Parkinson just left for the 1 over, and he's going to continue bowling from the city end. The sub puts his tracksuit top back on, sitting at the bottom of the steps. I only say that just in case Matt can recognise him from this distance. A bespectacled cricketer, which is always good. I do like a bespectacled cricketer. But he had a sweater on, so of course he had no number. It is Saturday. They might have let 1 or 2 go and play some club cricket.
Yeah, it's quite possible.
Yeah,
I'm not sure
bringing one of the
who that is from this distance.
Younger players.
I shall inquire.
Parkinson bowls to Juel, who sweeps bottom edge on that one. It was a long way outside the leg stump, it seemed, from here, and he goes through for another single to move to 182, 419 for 2. No, nobody's letting us know where they're playing today. Madson's just hammered this
Crikey.
out towards the car
Oh, it's
park,
gone.
and it's gone one bounce for 4,
Oh, it's 4.
I think. No, the signal is 6 from the
That's Robbie Joseph there.
the bowling coach, isn't it? Yeah, signal 6, so another 6 for Wayne Madson. That went a fair old distance out towards the mid-wicket boundary, and fair play for the signal, because umpire Pratt wasn't 100% sure whether it was 4 or 6. 6 signalled, 4:26 for 2. Madson moves to 74. Parkinson bowls to him. He goes for the sweep. I think he's got bat on that before it's crashed into his pad, despite the appeal. From Parkinson. Yes, thank you, Pete Oliver. This is a message that he sent me, but he knows it's going to aggravate me. He's just sent me a photograph of Scarborough Cricket Club. As in comes the next delivery from Parkinson, pushed gently by Madson up to mid-off, and goes through for another single, moves to 75, 427 for 2. And again, Parkinson bowls to Juel, who pushes this out into the offside very gently, and there is no run on this occasion.
Do you have issues with Scarborough? Oh, I feel like I've led you down a garden path there. Do you want to move on?
It's not my favourite ground.
Literally land on my father's. There we go, as I like to say.
We'll leave it there. That one is driven down the ground by Caleb Juel for a single. He moves to 183, 428 for 2. Crowds, terrific. Facilities, slightly more basic, which is fine because it's an outground, but they do play a lot of games there. And my issue, Derbyshire, we didn't do anything. Derbyshire played there in September. Weather was glorious. Everything was shut because it was post-season,
Right.
if you like,
Yeah.
the holiday season.
Of course, yeah.
So you couldn't get anything to eat at night. It was not too long after COVID, and the pubs weren't. That wasn't a great experience, if I'm honest. It's one of the first grounds I actually commentated from with Dave Callahan back in the day when I was working up at Leeds. And I'd been there in the 1970s, the mid-70s, and saw a touring West Indian team take on T.N. Pearce's 11 in the festival at the end of the season. That was terrific. I was young though.
Stewart then to bowl to Juel back at the bowler, just a little bit uppish. It's a great stop from Stewart there, who, I think there's no denigration of him, got there as soon as he could and stopped the ball, but it has just fallen short of him. But great hustle from Grant Stewart, you'd have to say.
Just got it, well, the ball just seemed to stop as well on Juel, which is, again, the bowlers in the changing rooms were looking at that and thinking,
They won't be unhappy. No.
I can tell you that there is no declaration imminent. I'll tell you why in a moment.
Stewart to Juel, just defends anti onside, no run.
2 of their quick bowlers, Zach Chappell and Pat Brown, are currently in shorts and tracksuit tops and doing a lap of the ground. Zach's just stopped to talk to a couple of very young supporters. They might be Wayne Madson's children, I'm not sure. I really shouldn't say things like that without knowing for certain.
Low fives and fist bumping going on. They both look very happy with that. This is a similar shot from Juel, actually, but just to the left of Tuandamayaya. He ends up hopping. You understand from a Ken point of view here, I think every slight twist and turn or hop from a fielder is going to be another substitution, but he's fine. He'll be weary, though, I'd imagine, at this point. And as you say, the batting may not come immediately from a Derbyshire point of view. If they think it's going to break up a bit, they will want to make this first innings count as much as possible, won't they? They won't be looking forward to or interested in batting again. 2 slips in behind by Madson as he engineers them out to point. And is that Alfie Osborne with the jumper on now? Yeah, there we are. The exuberance of youth. absolutely scampered over that one and then ran a full circle to throw it enthusiastically back to Daniel Bell Drummond, who in turn relays it on to Grant Stewart, polishing the ball earnestly. There's a red stripe down the back of the right thigh. Now bowls to Madson. Pushes that from outside off stump. Yeah, it is. We're looking at the scene which looks grey and blustery, and actually the actual temperature though is
well, looking at the forecast, it's supposed to get up to 21 degrees by 4 o'clock, which is perfectly pleasant. A little bit of a breeze.
Yeah. So the trees are far into the ground, agitated. It's driven. That's a lovely shot from Wayne Madson. That'll be 4 runs through extra cover, and guilty of over pitching slightly. I'm not sure. Grant Stewart looks sick with that. Hands on knees, walks away. Grabs his cap, looking very sulky indeed. As well he might, and as well Kent might at the moment, because they're on the end of an absolute hiding here from Derbyshire, who are in, as Dave was saying, obviously no mood to stop at this point. 4-3-3 for 2 they are at the end of the 114th over. Caleb Juel has 184.79 for Wayne Madson, the skipper, and this partnership now is at 138 of exactly 200 balls between the two.
They go on. I'd be surprised if they declared, certainly before mid-afternoon. Derby certainly won't declare on Caleb Juel on 184 not out now as he pushes this ball into the offside. Madson sets off for what would have been a very risky single as the ball is fielded in the covers. There they go. You see Zach Chappell and Pat Brown, inseparable. The two of them. Easy to spot apart, though, of course, due to their differing hairstyles. As this is tossed right up by Parkinson and driven out into the offside by Caleb Juel for another single. He moves to 185, 434 for 2. I favour Zach's hairstyle over Pat's, but slightly jealous of Pat. So,
neat and tidy, certainly. Yeah.
Low maintenance.
Yeah.
I can tell you that. I know that for a fact. Parkinson bowls. Reverse sweep comes out from Wayne Madson. He's going to get 4 runs for it. Once it had beaten the man at backward point, it was always going to race away to the boundary, and it does, and he moves into the 80s. 83. Not out now, Wayne Madson. 438 for 2. Possibly the first reverse that he's pulled out of the bag, Wayne Madson, but it made me laugh in the first season of the 100 when he was playing up at Manchester, and the commentator was astonished by the number of sweeps and reverse sweeps that Wayne Madson, and I'm thinking, well, I've just been watching him for 6 years, and that's pretty much what he does. Former South Africa hockey international. So he's very useful at the old sweeps. Ed Dawes has arrived for his big show from 2 o'clock over on BBC Radio Derby. All frequencies essentially will be popping up from time to time on there. There's a little lull in the play at the moment because there's a conversation going on, and the over 8 is +3.
Did I read that Wayne Madson does some hockey coaching as well?
Yeah,
is that right?
He has done hockey coaching in local schools and stuff. Yeah. He wears 7 because his hockey number internationally was 7, but it was already taken when he arrived at Derbyshire back in 1827. As Parkinson bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside. Despite being 42 or whatever he is, as I said yesterday, I'm still old enough to be his dad.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
I was hoping for a Jeremy Kyle kind of revelation yesterday, but I gather it's not forthcoming. Is Ed here to deliver the envelope?
I'm happy to take a lie detector test on that one.
We are somewhat becalmed here at the moment, and Kent trying everything they can do to slow down the leak of runs here.
Parkinson bowls, Madson with a little scoop round down towards a very fine leg. Stewart runs around and picks the ball up a couple of yards inside the boundary rope. Madson picks up 2 more to move to 85. He does already have, Wayne Madson, 3 centuries against Kent to go along with 6 half centuries, and averages 47 against today's opposition. So he's already surpassed that. Will he get a 4th century against Kent? He's got a couple of counties who he particularly likes, who they play a lot, of course, as Parkinson is in. Madson goes back and cuts the ball out towards the cover boundary as they go through for another single. He moves on to 86, 441 for 2. He has 6 centuries against Gloucestershire, 6 against Leicestershire, and 4 each against Surrey and Sussex, and against Worcestershire, and this will be 4 against Kent as well. It's a remarkable record, but then again, he has been playing for quite some time.
Yeah. It's 40, 41 now, is that
I think so.
Yeah, but yeah.
Yes, I don't think he likes to. It's just a number.
No.
Apparently. I can tell
Similar
you.
to the great Darren Stevens, it didn't really matter,
Yes,
did it?
no,
At some
no,
point, it just got...
He is fit as a fiddle. It's remarkable. Barely misses a game.
So Stewart to continue. Number 9 is back on, who's a centre forward in a footballing life, but seen off the off stump. Kids today, they won't know what you mean. Number 9, centre forward. Why? Sure, it's 23, 17, I don't know, 14.
He's got the kind of physique that you could imagine him giving a centre back a hard time. couldn't
Yes, yeah,
he? He's a strong boy.
certainly is.
Stuart.
News from the T20 County Cup for Kent and Blaze fans listening. Here's Stewart. That's a good shot by Madson. Farms 2 runs for a drive through mid-wicket. 3 it'll be. Quite comfortable as well. Chris Benjamin throws in, the cap coming off as he's working relay with Matt Parkinson down there, just down to our right. So the Blaze actually scored well in the last few overs. 177 for 4 off their 20. Sarah Bryce with 94.
That's disappointing.
Yeah, but it's for Kent, certainly.
Oh, for,
You're just joining us.
For a number of people, I would have thought. I'd be surprised if there were many Blaze supporters listening.
But 178 now need to win. Crikey, if the horses do that, they certainly would have earned a place at final stage.
Come on,
say.
Kent, come on.
So
You can do
we'll
it.
see. That's Stewart bowling to Juel. He sets off for a run. Wayne Madson was not for turning, was not for moving at all at the far end. He's apologised to Juel there, who's asked for a run to Twanda Miyeye at mid-wicket. And again, a bit like Joe Denley, he's very fast across the ground, so you take your life in your hands. But Wayne Madson, perhaps just saying, if that was your run call, I should have taken it, but he wasn't for moving it far.
I'm not sure there was a run there. It had been a direct hit, and whoever's running to that end is in all sorts.
Yeah. Probably best at this point, just to keep your powder dry. Rocks back there, does Juel. Does it hit the pad or bat and pad into the onside again, fielded by Miyeye. It's a bat, and they will take a single. 4-4-5 for 2. Juel's under 186. Oh, we've missed under 84, have we? Yeah, so it's gone past the score that shall not be landed on.
Yes, I think he has.
89 for Madson.
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep a handle on all the records that are going here. So what? Excuse me, obviously I was listening, but just for the listeners,
Yeah.
highest score
It's
for a
the
Derbyshire
highest-
batter against
highest-
Kent?
No, 216
Right, so I'm going to keep that in there.
in 1995.
So 217 to beat that?
Yes.
Gotcha, thank you very much. Just so I tuck that behind my ear for later.
Yeah, if he gets that, it won't be far from his own personal high score. I think it's 227.
Stewart then bowling to Madson. 2 slips in, leaves that through to wicketkeeper Harry Finch, who takes it, looks at it like he's handling a delicate egg. Just offers it to Jack Leaney at second slip. Delicate egg? Eggs are always delicate, aren't they? Is that a tautology? Could be. 4-4-5 for 2. Got a lot of tough eggs. Except the hotel I'm staying in. Here's Grant Stewart outside the off stump. Little jump as Madson leaves that, but close to the off stump, but not endangering the timbers. That's the end of the over. 4-4-5 for 2. Yeah, it's a bit of commotion last night. I was actually,
Was there?
yeah, I was soundly asleep, and yeah, some people arriving late, I think, from whatever, and just slamming of doors and knocking on doors and etc., and then you know how it is. You're half awake and you're just about half a mind to go out and say something, pointless as it would be, obviously. But woke up this morning and came remember saw the people coming out of the room nearby and thought, I'm very glad I didn't get up and even mention me. So they looked hungover, but also not to be trifled with. So there we go.
There's a break while there's some running repairs done to a shoe, I think. I'm not entirely sure whose shoe it is. It might be Matt Parkinson's. As Yusuf bin Naeem and Harry Moore, 2 first-year pros, have a wander around the boundary down below us. Good to see Yusuf around. Apparently did get hit in practice earlier this week, but he's okay again now. And Harry Moore, who is approaching fitness again, just having a lap over the boundary. Good to see them both here at the ground today. Although it might have been better if they'd been playing some cricket somewhere. Who knows? Perhaps not quite fit enough to do that. Here's Parkinson then bowling to Caleb Juel on 186 not out. He uses his feet to advance towards Parkinson and then defends it straight back to him as Parkinson sees him coming and drops it in just a little bit shorter than Juel was either expecting or hoping. Juel waits as Parkinson's next delivery is swept very, very square and for 4 runs, and Harry Moore and Yusuf bin Naeem just watch it go past them and underneath the tractor. That's a nice shot from Juel. It moves to 190. He's currently 6th on the list of players of high scores. It's all going off here.
Seconds out.
6th on the list of leading scores for Derbyshire against Kent. 1 behind John Morris from 1986. Then it's Garnet Lee. Well, Garnet Lee and John Morris both with 191. And then after that, it's the 3 double centurions, Rogers, Bowler and Adams above him. He is homing in. Flexes his knees as Parkinson is in, goes back, turns the ball into the leg side, but straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. And there is no run. Partnership up to 154 now. 449 for 2 as Parkinson bowls. Again, he uses his feet and clips the ball into the leg side. Sorry. Shanmugam just leaps out of the way of the ball, the umpire at square leg. They go through for another single. Juel to 191 of the 450. It's up to a ripple of applause from the spectators inside the ground. You wouldn't say that was over ecstatic.
No.
Yeah, we're 450. It's what we're used to. Yeah, 450. This one is driven by Madson into the offside. A nice tumbling stop prevents him from getting a run this time. I've given up trying to identify anymore.
That was Benjamin, I beg your pardon.
Excellent. No, I've given up. Not for the first time in my life. I've just given up. So that one is slapped into the offside by Madson. Out to Denley, who fields on the cover boundary with his faded cap. You get clues. Of course, in football, they wear different coloured boots, which helps as well, and things like that. You know, socks slightly halfway up the shins, all the way up. Short sleeves, long sleeves. You don't really have that luxury here, with everybody muffled up against what they think is cold. But, of course, here in the north, it's positively balmy, which is why both Pat Brown and Zach Chappell are in their shorts, sitting on the substitutes on the benches for the T20. Dugouts, that's the word I'm desperately... he wants a lighter, does he? Is that what he was doing? I've no idea. Ed's doing charades next door for some reason.
I think it's a film.
Oh, right.
It's 3 words. Stewart turns that into the onside by Madson out towards Benjamin on the leg side boundary, and they'll take a single. And if you need to, how did he hold his phone up there?
Yes, yeah.
You've got mail.
Well, I thought it was a song, and it was Eternal Flame, because it was like a.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, did you like that one? Because it looked like it was flickering a lighter.
Big fans of the Bangles here in the commentary box, of course. Here's Stewart to Juel, off stump, and he's not looked weary or disorganised at any point as Caleb Juel. I mean, I know he's had a night's sleep, but 191. Just keeping concentrated, not a particularly demonstrative cricketer, as Dave was saying previously as well, but he's letting his cricket do the talking. There we go. There's a cliche for you. Stewart bowls to him now, just one slip in now, and that is Jack leading. That's a good ball from Grant Stewart, and as if to emphasise that, for once Caleb Juel just turns his back after the ball's gone past him and just goes off for a very gentle walk towards square leg, and that's as close as I can get to commentator cursing him out, ladies and gentlemen, so Derbyshire fans, be assured he's going to be there for the duration. 191. Just talking about how well organised he was, no rash shots, and then a great ball from Stewart. That's down the leg side. That's really is a accurate take of it over here. It's a good delivery from Stewart, actually. I've just seen the replay of that one. Juel just played inside the line and missed it the previous ball. That one's down the leg side and gives a little bit of a relief of pressure, if there is any such. 2 balls to come, just one off the over so far from Grant Stewart. One Italian international will run past one of his charges,
yes,
actually. It's the 2 Italians at the non-strikers end. Grant Stewart bowls to Caleb Juel, the Australian, who is into the offside and running past his...
They'll have played together in that tournament in Edinburgh. Was that last season? I think it was a World Cup qualifier. Fairly sure.
Oh, was the basically eliminator for the
Yeah,
T20? Yeah.
fairly sure they'd have played together in that. Well, certainly Wayne was up there.
Stewart bowls to Juel. He's set off his midriff. Rising delivery off a good length, but just propels it down into the ground. Fielded by Ogborn, and that is the end of the over. It is 4-5-2 4-2 Derbyshire. This massive score goes on and on. Juel 191, Madson 91. I was just checking on, because I know Caleb Juel played for Tasmania, but he does come from the island, doesn't he?
Yes.
Yeah,
He's a Hobart boy.
28-year-old.
Hobart Hurricanes, and he played at Doncaster last year in one of the Yorkshire Premier Leagues. Didn't have a particularly fun time looking at the numbers, but he's certainly made up for that now. I spoke to him not long after I've spoken to him a couple of times now, but I spoke to him not long after he arrived for this stint. He came quite early. As Parkinson begins a new over to Madson, who just pushes the ball out into the offside, and there's no run. And he was looking forward to a stint in county cricket, his first. He's certainly making the most of it, I think it's fair to say. As Madson gets a full delivery that he just paddles around the corner, down to fine leg, 4 runs. I think Stewart is chasing, but he won't get there. And it is 4 more to Wayne Madson, who moves to 95 now. This is looking very ominous, if it wasn't already, for Kent. What did I say about Wayne Madson? I shouldn't have turned that page over. What's that? 132 times he's got to 50. 40 first-class centuries to his name. And almost 31,000 first-class runs. Parkinson bowls to him and goes back and forces the ball up to long on for a single to move to 96. 457 for 2. All these batters getting close to 3 figures. It's becoming slightly irritating. for the home commentator here. Juel is only 9 away from a double century, and they're slightly rarer.
Yeah, I'll see you after lunch.
Yes, yes, and enjoy tea as well. As this next delivery sees Juel dancing towards Parkinson and then driving out into the offside for a single to move to 192, 458 for 2. Their respective averages for the season are benefiting greatly from these knocks. Madson up to 65, Juel 0.2 behind him. As Parkinson bowls, Madson sweeps, but straight to Stewart out on the backward square leg boundary. So he just picks up a single and moves on to 97. That was a couple of runs ago, but Juel is now up to 653 runs for the season. Madson has 590. Parkinson bowls to Juel, uses his feet and drives the ball down the ground. That's going to go all the way for 6 into the permanent temporary stand. No question about that. As they say, it was a no-doubter from the moment it left his bat. He moves up to 198. Madson has 97. The partnership's worth 170 and Derbyshire 465 for 2. And that one went a long, long way. It didn't go that far, actually. It's inside the advertising board. Perhaps it wasn't as big a no-doubter as I imagined it was, but it felt a no-doubter when it left the bat.
Emphatic, certainly. No hint of the nervous 190s.
No, indeed.
It's I wheel out my favourite Kevin Peterson quote. It said, the toughest runs in cricket are between 150 and 200. Which,
I can imagine. Well, I can't.
Poor old KP.
Yeah.
He suffered for his art. No, exactly. The audience that he's talking to are people that can empathise with that. It's very
in the season, I assume he means.
He may well be right. Yeah, quite.
Over the course.
Well, some of us can dream of that.
I don't think I scored 150 runs in any season that I played.
It's a high bar.
A high score in the 30s somewhere. I have a vague recollection. I could never really bat.
Poor chap. You see, you're comfortable after you got your 100. You're feeling good about yourself, but it's a bit of a grind. From 150 to 200. Anyway.
You're thinking about your average.
And
Nathan Gilchrist is back. 24th over of the innings. Bowls to Madson, who plays and misses at that one. Not what you want to do when you're on 97. I mean, it's a question that rarely gets asked of players who reach these milestones. I mean, he's on for his 41st first-class century. You're on 97. Are you nervous? It was strange because I asked about Aitchison last week. It was his first game since July 2023 because of the horrible catalogue of injuries. As Gilchrist is in a bowls to Madson, that one comes off the edge of his bat down to wide third man for a single. He moves to 98, 466 for 2. Was he nervous before he bowled his first delivery at Old Trafford? And he said, I was, but I always get nervous. And that's interesting, isn't it? Professional sportsman, sportswoman, and they say nerves are good for you. I'm not sure about that, really. When I get nervous, I don't like it.
I suppose excitement, apprehension, it's all in the same ballpark, isn't it? But
just a little feeling, is it going to come out right? Am I going to be able to get bat on ball early? Juel then, Caleb Juel, 198 not out. Gilchrist bowls to him and he goes back and turns this one into the leg side for a single. So we'll all calm down again. He moves to 199 not out. 467 for 2 now. Field changes over for the right-hander, Wayne Madson. In his innings, that was his first 6, which is a little surprising. As Gilchrist runs away from us, bowls to Madson, short delivery, ducks underneath it, allows it to go through to Finch. And there's no run, still 24 minutes until the lunch interval. And Derbyshire have already added 115 runs this morning without looking like they've added 115 runs. It is bizarre. listeners new to me will spot the amazement in my voice. You just look at the last 2 seasons. Gilchrist bowls another short delivery. He's determined not to allow Madson to get the century off his bowling, I think. And he's just that was the first one for the over. I don't know what the previous one was because it looked the same. But there's one for the over, and he's only got 1 delivery to go. So I suggest this one might be another short delivery. And I wouldn't, if he guesses right and it is a short delivery, I wouldn't put it past Madson to uppercut this. Let's wait and find out. Gilchrist bowls. That's a fuller delivery, and Madson, does he pull the bat inside the line before it went past the edge? Probably not. And it goes through to the keeper. That's a good delivery from Gilchrist. And the over comes to an end, but sadly not Dave Fletcher's voice. 467 for 2. Juel 199. He'll be on strike. Madson 98. Will be at the non-striker's end.
Well, the way things have been going, you'd probably get quite long odds on neither Madson or Juel making the.
Let's have a go then.
Making their.
Could make up an extra day's pay here.
Yeah.
If only I knew how.
There
is a member of my family who would know exactly how to find those particular odds. But
I was talking to you yesterday about going down the bookies.
Yeah.
When
I don't think we've got time
I
to
used
get
to be
there.
parted for my money very easily. The fool I am. But yeah, that was a long time ago.
I did hear a report yesterday on Today when I was driving down saying that the high street is full of vape shops, charity shops and bookmakers. I thought,
Yeah.
I'm not sure the bookmakers are still there, are they? 1 or 2 are, but you're certainly never far from a vape shop. It's Parkinson, his 37th over. He comes in and bowls to Juel, who turns this one into the leg side, and there's no run. Try not to get too overexcited by a series of dot balls here.
He's only a run away from 200, though, to be entirely fair.
Yeah. Here he comes again, Parkinson bowls. It's a full delivery. It's driven by Caleb Juel, but straight to Mieye.
The nervous 199s.
He's fielding without a cap. Oh, he's going to bowl.
Yeah.
Is he? If it is Mieye at cover.
I don't think that is 200, no.
All right, this one is driven up towards mid-off, and there it is. A very low-key way to get to 200, but it's been a magnificent innings from Caleb Juel, who removes his helmet and will accept the applause of a decent crowd inside the county ground today. Acknowledges applause behind him as well in the permanent temporary stand. 200 not out Caleb Juel, the Australian. It's his first century for Derbyshire, and he's turned it into a double. 324 deliveries with 24s and 1 6. And he's taken Derbyshire to 468 for 2. Here's Parkinson bowling to Madson, who, oh dear, plays a strange-looking shot to move to 99. Parkinson dived to his right, couldn't get a hand on the ball, and they go through for a single. Madson does move to 99, 469 for 2. I almost forgot he was on 199. It's pathetic. Come on, concentrate. Juel back on strike on 200. Parkinson bowls to him, back he goes and cuts it out towards the point boundary. The fielder out there is fooled by the spin of the ball and just about manages to readjust. No, it's not me, is it?
I think it might be Kashif, actually, though.
Kashif Ali. Does he wear specs?
Is he not to bowl in, but...
He's certainly wearing a pair now, which is excellent. I do like to see a bespectacled cricketer. No, Mieye is it slip. My apologies for the error. And he would be bowling, of course, but he can't. Product of Sakura, isn't he, Kashif Ali?
Not this one.
Oh, okay.
No, so he's a 1 cap for Pakistan. It's from Rawalpindi.
Again, apologies, I've got
Not
absolutely no
at all,
idea what I'm talking about. Parkinson bowls to Madson, who plays that out into the offside and punches the air because that's his 100. His 41st in first-class cricket. Remarkable. Wayne Madson. And he acknowledges to all parts as well, just as Caleb Juel did a couple of moments ago for his double century. A pair of them have put 176 on so far for the third wicket. And there you go. 14 fours and 1 6 for Wayne Madson's century from 133 balls. It's been a remarkable effort from the Derbyshire batters in this match, and they continue to make hay. 471 for 2 now. Look at that scoreboard. Madson 100, Juel 201, the partnership 176.
And Jack Leaning will replace Grant Stewart at this end, the racecourse end. But yeah, fabulous batting. The scorecard will look glorious for Derbyshire fans. Look away now, Kent fans, I would suggest. As Lean takes the ball. And obligingly, the camera crew there have a picture of the scoreboard. 100 for Madson of 133 balls. 201 from 325 for Caleb Juel. The partnership standing at 176.
Yeah, he's taking his time, Caleb, isn't he?
So, yeah.
His strike rate 61. Wayne Madson's strike rate 75, which is very decent in first-class cricket.
Yeah, this Juel is not what you built him up to be.
No, I don't know what he's doing.
Day one, to be honest.
I'm very pleased
Dawdling around.
to now have turned down the opportunity to speak to Caleb yesterday,
yeah.
now that he's gone on to make 200.
Because you probably will want to speak to him, is it fair to say, after this?
Yes, I think that might be the case. Unless a bowler goes through Kent twice in very quick succession, I might want to speak to everybody. Only 3 players now, Rogers, Bowler and Adams, scored more runs in a single innings for Derbyshire against Kent. He's overtaken Garnet Lee and John Morris some time ago. Garnet Lee, 1926. John Morris, 1986. Considerably closer. Modern day.
Daniel Bell Drummond beneath us there. He's been. He might be underneath this catch as well, and he is indeed. And finally, Kent have a third wicket. Said you heard Daniel Bell Drummond's voice, and obligingly, almost off the first ball of Jack Leaning's new spell, Captain Wayne Madson for Derbyshire has lifted the ball to long on and caught comfortably by Daniel Bell Drummond. Madson goes off punching the bat in frustration, but he's done a pretty good job. He has completed 3 figures against Kent, and 471 then for 3 Derbyshire, and a blessed relief for Kent just to get a wicket there. But rightful applause from the Derbyshire faithful for a man who's shared in a partnership of 176 with Caleb Juel, who's on 201.
Yeah, didn't have a look. Went for the big shot down the ground and perished as a result. And Aaron Donald comes out to give a change of gloves to Caleb Juel, and the first thing he does is shake his hand for his double century. Little chest pump. Almost, bless him, left Brooke Guest in his wake, who comes out and punches gloves with Caleb Juel, who's just having a drink as well, a well-deserved drink. Brooke Guest, whose recent form has been good. A little bit of a slow start to the season by his standards, but in recent times he's got 45, 48, 77. That 77 at Old Trafford, crucial in the draw with Lancashire in the first innings, helping them get close to the follow-on target before they eventually went past it, with a drive from Blair Tickner off James Anderson, which was glorious. The boundary before was an edge over the slips heads, but we'll gloss over that. It was a terrific effort.
So Jack Leaning comes in and makes I'm not sure we go with a breakthrough at this point. I mean, it's a punctuation, you might say. 471 for 3. Derbyshire here. And Guest comes out to the middle. So right-hander and left-hander partnership endures, and that one's not going to please the fielder. Is that Ogborn, who's just slightly dived over that at backward square. There's a glance from Guest gets him 2. No, I beg your pardon, I think that's Nathan Gilchrist actually going down there. Yeah, it is indeed. Just picking himself up.
Could be anybody. Could be anybody. Don't worry about it.
Making sure all his limbs are in good order. This one's driven out towards the offside. Ben Compton Fields, he's prowling, if that's the right word, the offside boundary. They'll take themselves a single and Guest immediately onto 3. Jack Leaning calling the odds now to change the field over for Caleb Juel. And yeah, so 10 innings so far, high of 91, 350 so far. Brooke Guest averaging 46 coming into this game. There's Leaning bowls, and it's a huge swing by Caleb Juel there. And it's gone to the gloves of Harry Finch. Not great excitement from the wicketkeeper, but it was a yahoo from a ball that was, to be fair, turning away from him anyway and away from the stumps. Goes wide there of the stumpsters. Leaning round the wicket to the left-hander who cuts it away for a single to Joe Denley on the point boundary. And wanted to bring you some good news from Canterbury, but Kent women are 24 for 3,
No, they'll be all right.
chasing 178. So
Come on, Ken.
it's all in the middle order, though. There we go. As, this one is just checked into the onside by Juel off the bowling of Leaning, who takes his cap and has 1 for 33 off his 9 completed overs. And the 2 batters coming together in the middle. Guest, who was just arrived in the middle. Caleb Juel, who I'm sure to Kent feels like he's been there for 2 or 3 months at this point.
Yes, well, he's, along with the Kent fielders, has been out there for the entirety of the game, hasn't he? Which is something else to take into account. Once they start fielding, he'll be the only person who's been out there, apart from the 2 opening bats, who've been out there for the entirety of the game. Josh Tonga's got a wicket in the Test match. Zimbabwe are 129 for 3, still trailing by 171 following on. Finishes tomorrow, of course, so got a loose end on Bank Holiday Monday. You know where to come. We'll still be here, possibly, as Juel cuts that one away for a single, moves up to 203, 476 for 3.
Just checking the weather forecast again.
No, you're all right. It's going to rain tonight and then not again, I think.
Never again, probably
Never again, yeah. That's why I've got my badge on. 10-year-old Red of the Guardian would be very pleased with me. The next test, it's a green cricket ball with the world superimposed on it. As it's a full delivery to Guest by Parkinson. These 2 may well have come across each other at Lancashire. But I'd be surprised if they hadn't. They'll know each other, no question. Parkinson in again. That one is pushed out to the offside. And there's no run. Middlesex are now batting because Glamorgan have been bowled out for 383 at Sapphire Gardens. Middlesex 14 without loss. Northamptonshire 418 for 8 against Gloucestershire at Wantage Road. And Leicestershire, what on earth's going on with them? Here comes Parkinson again. Bowls. That one is defended again by Brooke Guest. Back towards the leggy. Leicestershire 174 for 2, trailing by 32. Yes, thank you, Tim. I did know that, but thank you for reminding me. There's the next delivery from Parkinson is defended again. Tim Chambers reminds me that Jack Leaning has a link to Derbyshire sport, of course, because his dad, Andy, was a Chesterfield goalkeeper from 96 to 2000. Played for York as well, I think, didn't he, Andy Leaning? This one is defended by Brooke Guest into the onside, and there is no run. End of the over, 476 for 3. Juel has 203. Guest is a mere 200 behind him. And we have 9 minutes until lunch, so I imagine we'll have spin all the way now until lunch. And it should not be forgotten that Jake Ball hasn't been on the field for more than an hour now after leaving with what looked like some kind of lower stomach issue halfway through and over.
Yeah, indeed so. It's poor news for Kent. This one's cut away of sorts by Juel. And again, it's beaten Nathan Gilchrist, who's stayed on his knees there. He didn't really, oh, crikey, that's throw coming in from Tawanda, I think, there, who's made good, yeah, it is indeed, has made good progress towards the ball. And then coming back towards the striker's end, Caleb Juel has broken the stumps as Harry Finch. Close call, but just efficient fielding, I suppose, in the end. But it was a dive, wasn't it, from Juel at the end?
3 or 4 times in his innings he's had to get the dive out.
Make sure he's in. And to He puts his cap back on. But yeah, it was a misfield. That's leaning. It was a slap into the offside. It's a good take by Ogborn. I imagine the palms will be fizzing at this point after fielding that one. But, well, I said showed us no sign of her, but now just cradling one on hand. On another way, it's thrashed past him this time. It's the dive. It's gone past Benjamin as well. And that'll be 4 runs through the covers for Caleb Juel, who goes on to 205. And, yeah, 209, beg your pardon. He was on 205 as he hit that. And so he is moving toward his high score. I suppose you always are as a batter if you're in, aren't you?
I suppose. Technically, yeah. Technically.
It's a redundant phrase, but he's getting closer. Ooh, the sound of one man shouting, not one hand clapping, but Jack Leading was asking the question whether that swing and a miss from Caleb Juel outside the off stump was any contact on it at all. Assuredly not. As this is outside the off stump again, a jab by Juel. Nice fielding from Ogborn there, almost on the turn as he picked up the ball, has released it to the gloves of Harry Finch. Juel wasn't going anywhere, but nice work nonetheless. Very tidy. And this one, he's again gone to thrash it through the offside off a foolish delivery and stopped by Ogborn. As I said, his palms will be probably a bright shade of pink after that over, whereas Field, yeah, there he is, inspecting the right hand. Just having a quick count. You got to 5 there, Alfie. That's the magic number, I think. He's just fingering his thumb a little bit, but there we are, end of the over. Taking some punishment from the off the bat of Juel.
Sort of fleshy part, isn't it? That's horrible when you get a bruise there. Yeah. It's amazing how many times you move your hands in a minute. When you don't realise that
it is strange that you realise how useful hands are.
Yeah,
That's true, though, isn't it?
No, they can be very useful.
482 for 3.
Parkinson, 39th over of the innings, bowls to Guest, who just guides this up to mid-off, and there's no run. Juel is now the 3rd highest individual scorer, or has the 3rd highest individual score by a Derbyshire batter against Kent. He's overtaken his compatriot Chris Rogers. Bowler and Adams to go, but it's Guest on strike who guides this out into the offside. Leaning does the fielding rather helpfully. I know roughly what he looks like, and he no longer has his sweater on because he's bowling. Here comes Parkinson again. That one is guided backward a square on the offside this time, and there is no run. Bourne's still looking at his hands. Still giving them a rub now, blowing into them. No hand warmers in evidence, which is good. As this one's full and attempted sweep by Brooke Guest, who actually bowled around his legs. I can't remember at Old Trafford. He certainly he got bowled around his legs, I think, at Old Trafford in one of the innings with that precise shot. Survives on this occasion, 482 for 3. Parkinson is in. That one is driven up to mid-off. And there's no run. Good over so far from Matt Parkinson. Not the first good over he's bowled, although his figures of 0 for 145 would suggest otherwise. Don't be fooled by the bare stats. Parkinson is in again. Out and goes. Bowled him. Goes past the edge of Brooke Guest's bat and bowls him. And Guest is dismissed for 3. The second wicket in pretty quick succession for Kent. Derbyshire 482 for 4 now. And Brooke Guest, well, in this innings, certainly a rare failure for a Derbyshire batter. But success for Parkinson, who probably deserves that wicket, I would suggest. He's bowled pretty well, and he's bowled a very, very large number of overs. That was the end of his 39th over, 1 for 145 now. As I say, he's bowled better than that, and he's got his reward. Well done to him. Good old Boltonian. I was good to see a Boltonian getting a wicket, I always think. I think I'll be looking for lots of Boltonians to get wickets at Blackrod this afternoon, of course, against Atherton. But
I mean, that's what we're all dying to hear about. That's the.
Oh, don't worry, I'll tell people.
Yeah,
no, I will be. Trying to keep across that as best I can. Here's Lewis Rees. A welcome return to action for Lou after missing the game against Lancashire. There was a week when Derbyshire didn't play as well, which has helped him enormously. He pulled his hamstring down at Sophia Gardens and batted twice with a runner, which is both exciting and terrifying at the same time to commentate on. And including when there were 9 down and battling for the draw, which was very confusing. But good to see him back. He'll be very useful with the ball. He's the joint leading wicket taker with 19. And a more than useful middle order bat who, let's face it, is an opening bat by trade, really. And I just think to take the workload off him, he no longer opens the batting and the bowling, which I think is asking a lot of a professional cricketer these days. It used to be okay.
It'll be the non-strikers then to start as Jack Leaning comes around the wicket to Caleb Juel to start his over. That's an inside edge, and it's scooted out towards the square leg. But, the very few ugly-looking shots that Caleb Juel has played. I think he's allowed that in 335 deliveries, isn't he? Probably just the one.
Probably
Is Leaning to Juel. I mean, I could chunter on about the catch that wasn't yesterday, but that all seems a long way.
No, well, I think it is relevant. It is clearly relevant. He's scored another 140 runs since then.
Yeah. This one is assuredly driven up to long on off the off spinner for a single. This will be Lewis Rees. The face then. A couple of 50s this season already. So is he topping the bowling and batting averages? Actual averages. I know they don't mean very much.
Rees.
Yeah.
No, he's not.
Wickets taken.
He's not at the top of the batting averages. He's not far off.
Yeah.
He pushes that ball into the offside, but
indeed. Sorry. Yeah.
No, you're all right.
I think he might be actually.
Oh, to start the game, yes.
Yeah,
to start the game. He
Sorry,
was, Madson,
sorry.
Yeah. No, well,
you just there we go.
I've just got the live averages here.
Oh, it's just the live averages. That's fine. Yeah, of course. Beg your pardon. No longer a day in a session is a long time in cricket, and I feel like a long time for Kent at the moment. Into the offside, it's fielded by Compton, and there is no run. It should be the last over before. Yeah, it's come to 1 o'clock, isn't it? We started just before. So Kent will be glad to get off the field, despite the fact that they've just taken 2 wickets. This one's driven into the onside to Alfie Ogborn, end of the over, and that's the end of the session. It's 483 for 4. So we mentioned those 2 quick wickets taken at the end, where Madson getting caught by Daniel Bell-Drummond off the bowling of Jack Leaning, and then Brooke Guest bowled by Matt Parkinson. But goodness me, they have racked up the runs. 352 for 2 overnight. So it's another 131 in the session, if my maths is correct. And Caleb Juel is still down 210, closing in on his career high. And Derbyshire, question of, just when they'll decide they want to stop batting rather than Kent bowling them out, I think, at this point.
Yeah, no sign of it just yet, obviously, but it will come at some point in the afternoon session, I'm sure. They're not far from 500. They'll look for perhaps 550 before they go and have an hour at Kent this afternoon. We will be back. Of course, we'll be back in about 40 minutes with the afternoon session from the county ground. Why don't you join us then?
Madson. Dispatched. Oh my goodness me!
Welcome back to the County Ground in Derby. It's the afternoon session of day 2 of Derbyshire's County Championship match against Kent. Derbyshire in a pretty good position. 483 for 4 with Caleb Juel, 210 not out. He's out in the middle with Lewis Rees, who was yet to score, only faced 3 deliveries before lunch. Myself, Dave Fletcher, and Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent.
Indeed.
Alongside. And Matt Parkinson is going to continue. This will be his 40th over. I think it's just gone off the scoreboard temporarily. It will indeed. His 40th over. He bowls to Caleb Juel, who tries to cut that one and is beaten. The first ball of the day beat Wayne Madson.
Yeah.
And now the first ball of the afternoon session has beaten Caleb Juel. Madson out for 100. Brooke Guest out for 3. Rather disappointingly in the everybody getting to double figures stakes. As Juel goes back, and this time it does force the ball into the offside. For a single, moves on to 211, which makes him the second highest scorer for Derbyshire against Kent.
5 away, is that right? I've got it
Indeed,
down.
5 away from Chris Adams. It's the highest score at Derby by a Derbyshire batter. Chris Rogers was 208. Peter Bowler, who is now below him, was at Chesterfield in 1990. Had the very good fortune to speak to Peter Bowler a few years ago. As Parkinson is in, Rees goes back, and that one just keeps a bit low, and he clips it into the leg side. These two will probably know each other as well. Rees coming from Lancashire to Derbyshire. It was a long time ago. I think this next year will be his 10th season here. 485 for 4. Really nice bloke. Talked about the, I think it was the Nat West, part of the Nat West winning team. Parkinson bowls, full toss. Juel almost heaves himself off his feet, pushing the ball into the leg side, out towards Denley, whose throw is as good as it ever has been. And they get through for 2. It looks in a bit of pain there. Caleb Juel could have pulled anything there. He just about ended up pulling the ball, but any part of his body could have snapped at any moment. 131 runs in the session without really looking this morning, without really looking like they were scoring 131 runs, as Juel uses his feet and pushes the ball up to long off. He moves to 214, 488 for 4. Lots of discussion around the, not so much around the dinner table with the students on the cameras. I think it's probably beyond them as Rees comes down the track and smashes it. 1 bounce 4 back over Parkinson's head. He moves to 5, and it's 492 for 4, and that's not fair. Some of them actually know about cricket.
And a variety of other subjects as well. Lunch. It was lively.
They're good fun, aren't they?
Yeah,
They're
it's
really
great
good
fun.
fun. I think it keeps me young. That and the tablets. Well, 492 for 4 at the end of the over.
I think we'll let them be the judge of that, perhaps.
Yes,
but yeah,
quite.
We've got a number of views on different subjects, including the merits or otherwise of driving in Leicester, which
Yes.
I
Specialist topic.
I'll offer an opinion on almost anything, but I was out of that one. That's for sure. To the specialist topic. Yeah, if you'd like to, sorry, there we go. It's a local radio time to ask the audience.
Proper local
Let us
radio
know.
topic, though, isn't it?
Yeah, if
Where's your favourite place to drive?
Much like you, I think I took the opinion that I think any sizable town or city is not going to be that much fun. I think,
not a big fan of driving, really, but it's a
more
sort of,
confusing road layout in Leicester. If you live near there, drop us a line.
I go back to the hotel all right every night.
Yeah, that's
Can't be that tricky.
leaning round the wicket then to Juel, beg your pardon, who's thumped that back straight back at the bowler, and there's no run. Alfie Ogborn, he's on as a subfielder. There we are. Low 5 with Ben Compton. Now I'm getting to my feet because if Ogborn is going off, no, he's fielding on the boundary. There you go.
Jake Ball's still off.
But yeah, that's what I was going to say. Was Jake Ball on? This is one that's been lifted into the offside, onside rather, swept and bounced to Ogborn.
He did well there.
He did because it spun itself, didn't it? As it hit the
He
ground.
got down on one knee and then it almost smashed him in the face.
Yeah, he got I mean, you're taught to get a barrier behind it, but not necessarily your teeth, I think, from Alfie Ogborn. He's done, has done well there. Daniel Bell Drummond, who's been in action today, catching Wayne Madson. Exactly 100 off the bowling of Jack Leaning. Now looking at Lewis Rees, who opens the face, runs that through third man. There's a spirited chase by trying to see who that is. So I've taken a couple there.
Going to borrow that, lend you those?
Thank you very much.
It might help, it might not. I see.
Oh, not between balls. There we go.
Oh, no.
That's straight back at the bowler, and there is no run. Wait a minute. Has Ogborn run all the way round to no? Crikey. He's moving quickly, I tell you that. No, it's Chris Benjamin. Beg your pardon.
Excellent.
There we go. We're doing well.
There he is. There he is.
And once again, I'm glad to have identified him now. I thought, my first thought is it might be Benjamin, because I know him least, I suppose, of the fielders on the field, apart from Ogborn, who's now, there we go. He's been brought in to close the wicket, and then he has to sprint every other ball to the leg side boundary. I think he's a fit young man, but round the wicket comes leading quicker delivery from the off spinner. It's a driven off the back foot into the offside, and Joe Denley Fields again. It's just liquid. His throwing motion, isn't it? And over the top of the stumps every time.
Every single time.
Just there we go. There's something to admire from a Kent point of view. 496 for 4. There were no bowling bonus points for Kent, which, as Dave was saying, is a real rarity. And 215 for Caleb Juel. Is that equal Chris Adams' mark?
No,
is that right?
one
Sorry,
shy.
okay, one shy.
One
Got you.
shy.
And then Rees has 8. And Derbyshire 4 away from that next landmark of 500 runs up. Just seen Dawes lurking at pitch side there.
Was he a pitch side?
Yeah, smiling
He's
up
got
at
a
me.
producer with him.
Yeah.
Jess is here to produce him. Parkinson begins a new over. It's clipped off an inside edge, really, down towards fine leg, and Rees is going to come back for a second to move into double figures. In double quick time, really. It's 10 at a run a ball for Lewis Rees. Didn't score in the off the 3 balls he faced this morning. 498 for 4. I was going to say, before I started slagging off the students, which I do in jest. I genuinely do in jest. They're all brilliant. And I mean that. That one is turned into the leg side by Rees for a single. I don't think I was slagging him off, really. But anyway, stop talking about that.
All in jest.
Stop talking about that. What Derbyshire might want in terms of runs before they declare. And there was quite a range of opinions. 500 was proffered by one. I don't think we'll see that, because they've now got 500 runs, and Caleb Juel moves to 216 with the ball cut out to the offside. 500 comes up for Derbyshire. I don't think I've said that many times. In the 129th over, Juel is now the equal record run scorer for Derbyshire against Kent, with Chris Adams, as that one is turned into the leg side nicely by Lewis Rees, fielded on the floor by Mayeye.
Bearing in mind they've been making more than 100 a session, I'd be very tempted to. I'll get in that thought in a second.
This one is slapped into the offside.
That's a good shot.
Ed Dawes is phoning me now. You see, I can't take a phone call from anybody while I'm on air.
No.
500.
Why is that again?
Am I okay to give him 5 minutes? 2:15. I wouldn't have thought so. 503 for 4. That one is a swing and a miss from Caleb Juel outside the off stump.
Oh. Yeah, he's thrown the kitchen sink, taps, cupboards, everything like that.
Hopefully they'll have 503 for 4 at the end of the hour, but they'll have declared by then. That would be ideal.
By 2:15.
They won't have done.
No, I was going to say I would be tempted to go nearer. Well, see what they get with maybe 10 overs left of this session. Push it beyond 600 maybe, if they can do.
Unless he comes up here, I'm certainly not going around the boundary to talk to him. I'll let him know that immediately.
Leaning as the ball. Round the wicket then to Lewis Rees. One slip in is to under Mieye. He's rather teed off at that one and swept it away towards Matt Parkinson on the leg side boundary. They take a single. 503 for 4. 504 for 4. Beg your pardon.
Rees has certainly gone out there with the apparent intention of getting on with it, hasn't he? So
Maybe they're taking the view with just 4 down. They can afford to blaze away a bit here. Here's Juel, and he's definitely gone for that one. Well, if there was ever any sequence of intent, I mean, he got there well before the ball did, I think. Looking to mow that one over square leg for 6. And the wicket comes Jack leaning again to flash delivery this time towards Juel. Angles it out to Joe Denley on the offside boundary. I feel like Joe Denley would have made a fantastic baseball player. Just imagine him fielding it in the deep.
yes,
He's got such a good arm, such an accurate
fair
arm.
old way.
Yeah.
Saved his hands as well with that glove on.
Yeah, that's true. That's a clean hitter of the ball as well. Outside the off stump. Transferable skills anyway. Louis Rees cuts that to Joe Denley. He's going underarm this time. Picks out Ben Compton closer to the pit, to the wicket. And they take one more.
Another good win for the Padres last night.
Oh, there we go, your Padres win.
Snapping a 6-game losing run.
It's driven into the offside. A diving attempt by Compton, he won't get there. And one more to Caleb Juel, moves on to... Come up 220 now, 220, so not far off his career high of 227. I'm a Cubs man myself, by dint of having a brother in Chicago. They're not having a bad season, actually. We'll talk about that a bit later. As we talk about the cricket now, that's in the block hole, that one from leaning, and looked like Rees was going to try and take some liberties with that, but not the right length. And eventually scuffs it into the offside and fielded by Compton. End of the over. It's 507 for 4. But yeah, Padres are having a good run at the moment.
Yes, yeah, well, the NL West is the toughest of all divisions, of course. So with the Dodgers, the Giants, Diamondbacks are doing well this season. Fortunately, they've got the Colorado Rockies in there who are absolutely hopeless, which is good news.
They had a spell,
What's
didn't
going
they,
on?
Juel?
What's going on next door?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, crikey.
Oh,
I'll
dear,
avert my
oh dear.
eyes.
Nobody wants to see
No.
that. Come on. Nobody wants to see that. We won't say what we've seen, but it was horrible.
Which works well for radio. To go. But yeah, well, there we are. The air of mystery from Dave Fletcher. It was horrible.
Parkinson, it bowls to Juel, who takes a step forward and then cuts the ball out to the cover boundary for a single, moves to 221. 508 for 4.
You're a wicked man, Dave Fletcher. There we go. We averted our eyes.
Parkinson is in again, and this he's launched the ball down the ground. It's bounced, oh dear, it bounced just in front of Chris Benjamin, who then turned around to see it going past him for 4 at long on. I wasn't sure if he'd got all of that, and he hadn't, Lewis Rees, but he picks up another boundary, and Benjamin is now watching a replay, I think, on the big screen. He won't want to see it again, in all honesty. 18 to Rees, 512 for 4. Rees goes back and pushes this one up into the onside, and there's no run.
He'll be a candidate for the Spitfires and the T20 on Friday as well. He's played both Warwickshire and Birmingham Phoenix, I think, in the 100.
Turned into the leg side by Rees, fielded by Beldramon. Jack leading. I identification's getting worse. Parkinson's in again. He's pushed up. He's got a number on his back and everything. Pushed up to leaning
I might
again.
be mistaken leaning for Beldrum before, because they are very similar body shapes.
Yeah.
The caps are exactly the same
And they've got
fade
the
of
collars up and
brown,
everything.
Yeah.
It's a nightmare, this.
It's absolutely right there.
Comes Parkinson. Big appeal for leg before wicket, but only from the bowler. Finch just walks around from behind the stumps and picks the ball up. Over comes to an end. 512 for 431 overs gone then. So 61 left in the day. That's sort of important now, because Derbyshire will want a good old session. In fact, Beldrum is down below us. He's wearing 2 caps.
Yeah.
Looks like a duck. Looks like a duck's beak. He's wearing the faded cap, and he's also wearing Leaning's cap, by the look of it. Lots of hand gestures.
I was going to say, literally wearing wears 2 hats. It's probably a fashion thing too now, who knows? Jenny Beldrum is setting the trends. Leaning goes outside the off stump with that one. Oh, it's a wide, there we go.
We don't see many of those.
I mean, it was
quite wide.
Yeah, it was quite wide. Juel just almost comically watched him holding the pose of, I'll hit it if you get it near me. And he does now, and that is a slog sweep along the ground out towards mid-on, and it's Stewart that fields. Sorry, long on I should say. Stewart that fields. Bullet's a throw back in, which bounces off the ground. Difficult take for Compton, ends up hitting him in the chest. But he's fine. He's a brave man, Ben Compton. As I like to say, sort of thing, I'd be off for a week with that. So I know. Got a nasty bruise. And the wicket comes leaning to Rees, driven into the offside and fielded by Denley. Another single. I'd say they are looking to take leading on here, aren't they? Just so yeah. With a maybe 600 as a psychological.
It's a lot of runs.
450 for the follow on. Yeah.
They do well to avoid it.
You do wonder at this stage if the pitch isn't deteriorating very much. They might just think at this point, let's have some time to get a Kemp, but declarations much easier from this position than standing on the field, aren't they? So, or in the home dressing room, as this dictates. Single taken to the onside by Juel. One more to him. He's on to 2-2-3 now. He gets the nervous 2-2-6s. His career high beckoning.
They've only got beyond 600 4 times in their history, Derbyshire, against Sussex, Hampshire, and twice against Somerset. The rubbing rags. Once in 2007, once in 2005, both at Taunton. 808 for 8 declared is their highest score.
Don't think they'll go for that.
Then 707 for 7 and 645 and 603 for 6 declared. High score against Kent, 583 for 4.
There's leaning bowls now, full toss taken on by Rees. It's up in the air, a couple of bounces to Stewart at long on, and applause the throw back in, which was very sharp. And I think they just got one for that in the end from Rees, who, as can happen, was somewhat surprised by a knee-high full toss. Didn't make the most of it. So a single for him. We'll have to do an update for stations across the southeast, as we grandly say. This one looping up in the air as it's a strange sort of shot from Juel's, rather agricultural. Adjust his hands, but it's not going to get to Beldrum on the full. It doesn't, just a single in.
Very Dave Callaghan, that's it. For radio leads in the Yorkshire stations.
Yeah.
Very much his watchword.
Yeah. Crikey, how many updates do you do a day? 48. This one's driven with venom into the offside by Rees and fielded by Nathan Gilchrist, and the field is more or less to stop boundaries at this point, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kent are just trying to slow them down, hope the mistakes come, and perhaps put off the
take a bit of time.
Inevitable time that they're
take a bit of time.
going to have to bat. Yeah.
One of the best and yet worst days of my cricketing commentary was covering for Cali up at Scarborough. and doing all the updates for. See, he did obviously Leeds, Sheffield, York, and Humberside live at the final 2 hours of play, and also a recorded one for Tees, just in the middle of commentary, which they took off the rod.
Head spinning stuff.
Oh, it's madness. Parkinson in. That one is hoiked up towards long on for a single by Lewis Rees, who moves on to 21. I'm not entirely sure if I've got an update, so I better listen in. 520 for 4. The good thing is this won't be timed if it is an update. We'll find out shortly as that ball is played out into the offside. Juel on 226 now, 21 to Lewis Rees. Juel back on strike. One more to equal his highest score in first-class cricket, and there it is as he sweeps the ball away down towards long leg, and he has indeed reached and equalled his highest score in first-class cricket. .523 for 4. Derbyshire move on to his Parkinson once more. This one is swept and swept hard, but it'll be stopped from going to the boundary by Nathan Gilchrist, but he won't stop them from picking up 2 more runs, and Rees moves to 24. 525 for 4. In comes Parkinson again. That one is pushed back to him by Rees. Good job, always listening. Derbyshire are just about to get another 6 there for Lewis Rees. 531 for 4 now. Lewis Rees has moved on to 30. Caleb Juel, a career equalling best of 227 not out. The men out this morning, Wayne Madson for 100, Brooke Guest for 3. But at the moment, Derbyshire are just piling on their runs. 531 for 4. That was some shot. Now the ball is being shown to the umpires because I think Lewis Rees has just knocked it out of shape. His first 6. I'm just looking now on the scorecard here. The 4th 6 of the innings to go along with 51 fours. 805 balls, 133 overs plus wides and no balls, that kind of thing. 531 for 4. 133 overs. Now Caleb Juel back on strike on 227. The Australian, picture of concentration, pushes the ball out into the offside, and he'll know. 228 is his highest score in first-class cricket. And he gets the applause of the crowd. I'm not sure he's just a little thumbs up towards the changing room there. Nothing extravagant from the Australian. 532 for 4. 50 partnership as well comes up as that one. Perhaps that was what the applause was for. This one is clipped down the ground by Lewis Rees. Rees has got 31 of the 51 runs these two have scored together in just 50 deliveries. 533 for 4 now. Juel in again. That one is clipped down to long leg for a single as he moves on to 229, and now people can start to get a little bit nervous. I would suggest we're now ticking them off because he's moving into rarefied territory here. I'll do some counting on the radio in a minute. I'll do my best as this one is well, it's wide, and Lewis Rees goes for that one but doesn't touch it. I've lost count there. I'll wait till Matt gets back and it's his over. Leaning in and bowls to Rees, who tries to guide it down a third man but misses. Looks a little frustrated. Successive dot balls. The highest score here at Derby is 239, which is something to aim for, as this next one is pushed into the offside, and Rees will pick up another single to move to 32, 535 for 4. Yeah, looking down, I hadn't realised that, but Shan Masood's 239 in 2022 against Sussex in the game of 3 double centuries was a statistical marvel, but not much of a game of cricket, in all honesty. But Shan Masood was a glorious batter to watch. 229 puts Caleb Juel on a par with Charles Olivier at Queen's Park in 1904.
I remember it well.
Yeah, first black professional cricketer in the county championship. Olivier, from the north of the county. Or at least that's where he settled, as Lewis Rees pulls the ball, sweeps the ball into the leg side for another single to move to 33. Madson's highest score of 231 for Derbyshire is clearly under threat. This is Michael Divenuto's, as that one is clubbed down the ground. He looks annoyed with himself there. Caleb Juel, I'd be annoyed. 230, what's going on? He moves up to join Michael Divenuto against Northamptonshire here at the county ground in 2002. 15th highest score by a Derbyshire player. And power to add as Rees sweeps. There is a fielder just to our right. It's Nathan Gilchrist. And he fields. Rees moves on to 34, 538 for 4. He'll knock scores off quite quickly from here until he gets to 250, and then they're just a little bit further, including that Chesney Hughes one of 270 up at Headingley, as Parkinson bowls and Caleb Juel just guides the ball into the offside for a single to move to 231, joins Wayne Madson down at Northampton in 2012. This is great fun, knocking all these off. Harry Storer's next. Marvellous. Harry's record stands from 1933 as Lewis Rees clips that one into the leg side. He fancies 2 here. I'm not sure whether Juel does or not. He doesn't really, and I can't say I blame him. Leaning comes racing in to do the fielding. Rees moves to 35, Derbyshire to 540 for 4. It doesn't feel like they're looking at 550 to me. That might just be me though, as Parkinson bowls. He slaps it back towards Parkinson. Juel, he gets his left hand to it but can't stop it, and Juel picks up another single to move to 232, which equals Harry Storer here at Derby against Essex in 1933, which was obviously a good year because the next one is 1933 as well. There's Townsend, and he's pinched the strike. I'm really enjoying this. I do apologise to anybody from Kent listening, but this is really good fun ticking them all off.
Indeed so. And Ed Dawes will be playing the hits from 1933 this afternoon on his show, is that right?
I believe he will.
It's our
yes.
feature year.
But he's one of the few who'll remember them. I don't know where he is. Jess, the producer's next door.
He's
Recently married, Jess. Saw some pictures of the celebrations. They look like good fun. I must congratulate her in person.
to continue from the racecourse end then to Juel. He's bowled him. I think it has clipped the top of the stumps indeed. It's a mighty yahoo at the stumps for Caleb Juel. It's Lewis Rees coming off with him as well, but he's certainly going over to congratulate him. What an innings this has been. No, he's just going over to pat him on the back and give him a warm handshake. 5-4-1 for 5. Caleb Juel finally goes for 232, a career high score and a massive part, obviously, of this huge total, Dave Fletcher.
361 balls, 21 fours and 1 6. He will get an ovation, and quite right too, as he raises his bat towards everybody on all parts, turns around as well, and it's been a terrific innings from the Australian as he leaves the field now to be replaced by Martin Anderson by the look of it. David Griffin gets his photograph that he was looking for. I'm sure a word of congratulations as well from the club statistician and photographer. And now we can put that page away for a while. 232. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 makes him the 12th equal highest scorer in Derbyshire history, I believe.
Great innings comes to an end. Looking to help his side out, to push the score along quickly rather than think about his own innings. He's gone for the slog there, and he's just clipped the off bail.
He's only been out there for 135 overs and 1 ball, so I can understand why he'll be out there feeling at short leg as well. So he'll come back out with
plenty in the game. Yeah,
he's taken to the short leg position in recent matches, which for the overseas pro is quite something. He was standing at first slip for a while, but now he's more of a short leg specialist.
So you're saying that's a bit of a rash shot after 135 overs, you say? A bit of a rush of blood.
I think it'd be disappointing.
It's the 232. He is leading then to Anderson. It's a smart drive to start up to long off, and they'll take a comfortable single.
He at least gave me the opportunity to mention Charles Olivier and Stan
absolutely.
Worthington and Les Townsend and Harry Storer, so it's been worth it.
So leaning round the wicket to Rees. So push and run into the offside, and Compton can't pick it up cleanly at cover. So they do come through for 1. Well, we had hopes of, certainly from a Kent point of view, and for others, that massive Horses fans in this commentary box. We've found out in the last couple of hours. It's a iffy-looking reverse sweep there from Martin Anderson. Didn't move his feet at all. Hands went. The ball looped up in the air.
It's hit his head as well.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, is it hit the...
Yeah, it's hit the helmet.
Is the umpire saying...
He's saying he's all right, but...
it's a mandatory check.
Yeah, umpire Pratt wants the physio to come out.
Yeah, I think that...
I think that's right.
I think umpire Pratt is almost shrugging his shoulders, but saying we have to.
Yes.
Didn't look like it hit him with any great force, but they have to get the physio on to do the concussion checks.
I don't mind that. Is it time to bring up my pet hate, which is the one game that doesn't take head knocks seriously, is football. Referees suddenly become medics when a player gets hit in the head. You all right? Yeah, I'm fine. Okay, let's carry on.
Yeah.
I can't think of any other sport that does that.
That's. Can I go back to the blaze against
I
the
think we
Horses?
should,
I didn't
yeah.
particularly want
Come
to be
on.
honest.
Come
No,
on,
no, I'm afraid
no.
not. 71 all out they were in reply, looking for 178 to win it. So, yeah, absolutely dominant by the Tier 1 side.
As they should be.
Yeah, that's absolutely. I mean, it was a. Well, as befits a sort of FA Cup of women's cricket, was an underdog in the quarterfinals, taking on one of the powerhouses, the 8 Tier 1 teams. But congratulations for them for getting as far as they did, and it'll be the Blaze that go through the final stage.
No, I can't say how delighted I am.
You can't say it. There's a reason for that.
There is a very good reason for that. The physio is coming on now, so's Nye Donald with a drink and all sorts of other stuff, I'm sure. Just looking at the scores elsewhere, it's raining in Cardiff. Middlesex 20 for 1 in reply to Glamorgan's 383 down at Sophia Gardens, so held up there due to the weather. Leicestershire now 226 for 2. It's been a terrific effort by them. They lead Lancashire by 20. Out in the middle, Rian Ahmed is on 99 and Lewis Hill on 97. So they've recovered from 24 for 2 to 226 for 2. So a double century stand between Rian Ahmed and Lewis Hill for table-topping Leicestershire, putting them in a strong position against Lancashire. Northamptonshire 469 for 9 now against Gloucestershire down at Wantage Road. So you're bang up to date with the second division, or perhaps race through the first division during the course of this. Is it me or is it you? It's you anyway, isn't it? I won't race through them during your over. That would be rude.
Martin Anderson is absolutely fine, and Pushes this one back. Pretty much dead bats it. Blocks the off spinner leaning to the offside, and it's fielded by Tawanda Miyeye, who's got his jumper off at last. There we go. 14 on his back.
21.
I think it's the first time in this game so far. But into the onside, and there's no run, though he does originally hail from Zimbabwe. Is it a little bit warmer than Derby?
Zimbabwe?
Yeah.
Yeah, just a touch.
Maybe. I'm talking from no great knowledge, but I believe it is.
I've never been.
3 for 5 at the end of that over.
Certainly closer to the equator. If you are struggling to sleep and we're not doing the job for you, currently over on BBC Radio Derby FM, David Griffin is being interviewed, so he's over in front of the Players' Pavilion.
You make light of it, but he is fabulous company.
Oh, he's brilliant. No, I spend more time with Griff than I do with anybody else. Might be the questions that they're struggling with. There's Parkinson bowls, and Rees pushes that one into the leg side for 1. Leaning comes in to do the fielding. Rees moves to 37, 543 for 5. Innings break at Headingley, where Yorkshire have been bowled out for 159. They're coming down, you know. They trailed Nottinghamshire by 69. That'd be no good unless Derbyshire go up. Nobody wants to go to Headingley. Surrey 244 for 8, leading Essex by 27. Worcestershire 132 for 6, trailing Warwickshire by 95. You can get all these games on the BBC Sport website and app, of course, should you wish to do so. I don't know quite why you'd want to leave Derbyshire when they were 544 for 5 is beyond me. As in comes Parkinson again. That's a full ball that misses. Martin Anderson misses. 2 S's in misses, 2 S's in Anderson. Sussex 255 for 5, leading by 101, and Durham 32 for 2 in their second innings, leading by 137 against Somerset at Chester Street. Sussex playing Hampshire, of course. This one is beaten into the leg side. Is it going to hit the ground before it reaches the fielder out there? Yes, it is. And Anderson moves on to 2. Martin Anderson with 2 centuries already to his name this season. Didn't have any in his career until he joined Derbyshire, which I think tells you everything you need to know about Middlesex. Scored 107 against Middlesex and 101 against Leicestershire. As Parkinson is in, down the track comes Rees and smashes it straight back at Parkinson. He's hurt his hand there. I think there was a catch, or it was a potential catch. It was hit very hard by Lewis Rees. Not much reaction from anybody, really, even in the ground.
A grimace from Parkinson.
No, he can't feel his fingers because they've gone numb. Rees on 37. This time he plays it a wide one, pushes it out just backward of square on the offside for a single to move to 38, 546 for 5. And in the test match, which isn't too far away from here, Zimbabwe still behind, but they're 180 for 4 in their second innings following, and only tomorrow to go in that game, 4-day test. They're hanging on grimly, the Zimbabweans, but fair play to them. Parkinson in, that one is swept, sort of, into the leg side by Anderson, out towards Stewart, picks up another single, moves to 3, 5, 4, 7 for 5 at the end of the over. Rees has 38. 55 overs now to go today, so a fair number of overs. Derbyshire have plenty of bowlers, but of course if you declare, I don't know, with 10 overs to go until tea, or 12 overs to go until tea, so you've got 10 overs, then your opening bowlers, if they are being successful, if they're having success, they can have a 5-over dash to start with and then come back after tea as well. So all these things to be weighed out. It's a long way from tea at the moment, still 23 overs till tea. A little bit gloomy up above, but that's where the weather's coming from. It looks like it's coming from the west.
Yeah, it's supposed to be getting better and warmer, isn't it, this afternoon? But
up to 21 at some point today.
A bit cloudy. It's leaning down the pitch comes Anderson, slams it back past the bowler. I think he got a fingertip to that, or a couple of fingertips, which might still be on the right hand. Leaning. It was a great deal of force by Anderson. They come through for a single in the end. Yeah, now he's looking at his fingers. And takes the ball from Chris Benjamin. He's been a decent nick with the bat, as Benjamin. Need to be again for Kent. That's flatter from leaning. just push towards Benjamin, so he sets off after this one and they'll take a quick single. Reese with it. One more for him. He's on the 39. Anderson has 4 so far. Caleb Juel, the last man to go. If you're just joining us, a career best of 232 for the Tasmanian. That's a reverse from Anderson. He's up in the gloves of
Caught
Finch.
reversing down at Glamorgan. I'm not sure he's perfected the reverse yet.
No, he tried it, didn't he? A reverse shot, maybe not a sweep, which reared up and hit him in the batting helmet. Goes long, and that'll be 6. Well, that's certainly well perfected by Martin Anderson. Big drive. Daniel Bell-Drummond on the boundary here. Hopped up towards it to try and get it, but it was always going over his head. And that's 6 runs to the Derbyshire total. Anderson on to 10. 5, 5, 5 for 5, if you like your... Well, it's not symmetry, is it? Well, I suppose, vaguely.
Yeah, don't see it very often.
That's true. We've not been this way before.
No,
For a while.
no. We'll be ticking these off in a minute. I would like something to tick off.
Oh, as we get towards the late 500s, is that right?
Yeah,
Biggest score against Kent, is that right? 580 something?
583.
583,
583
okay.
for 4, yeah. They had a 574 for 9 as well down at Canterbury.
There's, another fielder is posted to the boundary. Jack Leaning is at a loss for anyone to talk to at the moment, more or less. Apart from Tawana Mieye is an orthodox extra cover, but otherwise, everyone else from the fielding unit, apart from Harry Finch, the wicketkeeper, is plastered to the boundary, just waiting for the long handle stuff. Fielded by Jack Leaning off his own bowling. Anderson takes the strike, and actually, I suppose that's the one thing for the bowler is that, well, they've got Mieye in a reasonably close position, but anywhere else on the field, more or less, the bowler for a single, the bowler's going to have to go and get it. So, I'm not sure how encouraged Jack Leaning will be by that. 5, 5, 6 for 5. He then heads for the boundary as Matt Parkinson takes up the ball.
Harry Finch has just gestured to Daniel Bell-Drummond, why didn't you leap? It went a long way over Daniel Bell-Drummond's head. I was concerned for a moment because I knew he was down there and he'd already taken one catch at... that was long off. He took one at long on, but it was the same position as Parkinson begins a new over. And this one has been smashed into the car park by Anderson. That's gone a long, long way. That won't do the ball any good. As it bounces on the tarmac, it won't do that white car much good either, that it's just hit. It almost hit a spectator who wasn't really looking. And that is a big hit from Martin Anderson. That has gone a long, long way. It'll go out of sight. That's a good bit of camera work. And there it's gone. Oof, it wasn't far from hitting that spectator, you know. It bounced in front of him and then perhaps just missed the white car. Ball is now being retrieved. Anderson's moved to 17 with his second 6. 562 for 5. Here we go. We're starting to get into some rarefied territory here. Martin Anderson looks in the mood. Perhaps also, I mean, everybody else, we're bound to talk about T20, aren't we, at this time of the year? Wow. Parkinson in, and this one is heaved into the leg side again. He's going to get caught on the boundary. Is he? Oh, not quite. And he's just about made it over the rope out to the mid-wicket region. There was a valiant attempt to get to it, but the fielder out there who has his back to us, and normally that would help me enormously, but he's wearing a sweater.
I think it's Ogborn, actually.
Ogborn. He leapt in the air, but I think even if he'd managed to get his fingers to it, it would have had too much on it. Just enough from Anderson. And that's 3 sixes from Martin Anderson. 23 off 14. Is he going for the fastest 50? 568 for 5, which I don't know what the fastest 50 is.
There's a pile of record books to our right.
He's in again. No, when he clips that just to the right of Matt Parkinson in the air, it looked for all money as though it was going to be a very simple caught and bowled, but Anderson moved to 24, 5, 69 for 5. Still 3 balls to go in the over, blimey. Already we've seen 12 runs from it. Parkinson is in. Reese tries to join him, but after taking 2 steps towards the bowler, clips it into the leg side. And Martin Anderson says, all right, I've got this. I'll take over from here. And Derbyshire moved to 570 for 5. I've got to do some more counting in a minute, so I'll wait until the end of the over. counting of innings on a list.
Bit of range hitting, as you were saying, from a T20 point of view. For
He only just made it out to the leg side, didn't he? I mean, the second one was
Yeah.
only just. Parkinson is in, and this time he's clipped it into the leg side for a single. I don't think Reese is going to come back for the second, and he quite correctly doesn't. So Anderson moves to 25 off 16, 571 for 5. Of course, in T20 cricket, you don't have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 players on the boundary. Actually, it's only 8. Parkinson bowls. Reese comes down and launches it down the ground. He hasn't got all of that. And the fielder down in the far distance, who is Chris Benjamin, does the fielding. And it was the final ball of the... I'm not surprised. Poor old Matt Parkinson just throws the ball away along the floor. Reese has 41. Anderson has 25. 572 for 5. And no sign of a declaration, even though Lewis Reese is looking towards the pavilion. So 600 is clearly on their minds, you would have thought. This is where I have to do some counting.
double century for Parkinson then. One for 204. Now, ugly looking bowling figures, but it's not looked good for Kent out there on the field, are they?
This is the 11th highest score Derbyshire have ever achieved in county cricket. It's starting. Stewart and Chesterfield. Don't you think Derbyshire are too cautious in declaring, and that's why we don't win many games? You see, there's that doubt in the back of everybody's mind, Stewart. You're absolutely right.
Leaning round the wicket to Reese for the Nurdles. That one, it's actually going to go, I say that, he's played it very, very fine, and that's 4 runs, so fair play to him. Whenever he got on that, there's no slip, so he's absolutely safe just running that down. You'd call that a T20 shot, couldn't you?
Yeah,
just
absolutely. I'm not sure whether
beat the field.
Reese gets into the side, if I'm honest, but remarkably, he might do.
It's a decent audition by Anderson, but I would imagine he's probably going to make it anyway, isn't he? So, leaning round the wicket again, second ball of his over. And this one just pushed short into the onside. They will come back for 2. It's a long run in by Ben Compton. Wants to save his energy from running between the wickets when Kent come to bat, and that's 2 runs. So there we go. So we've had our first application for a declaration from Derbyshire from our listeners.
Yeah, of course. I think you might. I know what you're saying, Stuart.
578 for 5, driven by Reese into the offside, straight at the one of the only closer fielders, who's Chris Benjamin, and there's no run.
I've got my favourite Griff stat of possibly of all time here.
And the wicket comes leading a reverse there. It's a little bit top edgy from Anderson, but he's finally got runs from one, which I'll be pleased with, and they come back for 2. And maybe he does need a bit of rehearsal, that one, isn't?
It was.
I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
It was Reese, was it? So,
Yeah, and he needs a bit of practice as well. You're absolutely right.
apologies. He's left-handed, of course. Not switch hitting here. Has leaning, flatter delivery, and quicker. But driven into the onside, single taken. Applause for Reese's 50, or for 46 balls, and.
Cursory recognition of the 50
I was going to say,
in the grand scheme of
warm
things.
applause, but not exactly ecstatic. 3 4s and 1 6 for him.
Yeah, well done, Lewis.
So, when you're comparing that to that 232 from Caleb Juel, it perhaps does feel a little bit overwhelming. This goes long from Anderson, and it's 6 runs straight down the ground off leaning, and that will be it, will it? It will. Punch of gloves together. 6 runs from Martin Anderson. He goes on to 31. Reese has exactly 50. 587 for 5, with your correspondent Dave Fletcher saying, Derbyshire leading a little late to declare. Well, maybe they've metaphorically felt the same way. At 587 for 5 then in their first innings. The highlight, of course, is the 232 for Caleb Juel, 100 from Wayne Madson, the captain, 89 from Harry Kane, 50 from Lloyd, and then a 50 at the end as well from Lewis Reese, and a very smart and speedy 31 from 17 balls from Martin Anderson.
Well, by my reckoning, that's the 7th highest Derbyshire total in history. 578 for 5 declared. They did get 578 for 5 declared against Worcestershire in 2023. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The joint 7th joint highest. Anyway, whichever way around you want to do it. To save the Kent bowlers, we won't read out the bowling figures. What we'll do is we'll return in 10 minutes' time. Oh, look, the heavy rollers coming out. Joy of joys. 587 for 5. Derbyshire declare on, and in 10 minutes' time, they will resume the match and start looking for 20 wickets. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
Please welcome back the umpires and Derbyshire led by Captain Madson. Opening batting for Kent, Ben Madson and Juel.
Well, welcome back, everybody, to day 2. It's session 2 of Derbyshire against Kenton. Kent's opening pair, as you've just heard. The PA announcer, it's Ben Compton and Joe Denley coming back into this match, the first time after fracturing his arm pre-season. Will open the batting for Kent, looking for a man to join Compton as perhaps as a regular. He actually went down the batting order last season for Kent, did Joe Denley, batting all customarily at 5 or 6, but will open the batting. Compton to take first strike, though. Zach Chappell, the unmistakable figure, will bowl for Derbyshire, and it ain't bad, is it, from a Derbyshire point of view, when you've got 587 runs to play with. Chappell, 32 on his back, on his Derbyshire shirt. 4 slips in, or 3 slips in a gully, perhaps. Alongside wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. And here we go. So Kent need to dig in. Quick wickets for Derbyshire will be lovely to press their advantage. First ball's an off stump. Ben Compton defends that. Just goes down for a little bit of gardening. So too does Joe Denley. Looking at this pitch, Harry Kane is at extra cover. So it's 3 slips in a gully. Point. Extra cover. Mid-on, mid-wicket. Can't see a boundary field at the moment. Yeah, deep backward square down the leg side. Compton follows it with his eyes and with the body language as well, but doesn't get a glance on it. So through to Guest, and there's no run. Chappell. She has a comment with Lewis Rees, who's touching the toes there, loosening up the hamstrings to start. So, well, scoreboard pressure on Kent here. 483 for the follow-on target. It's flicked off the pad there and go all the way down to the boundary. So it's 4 leg byes. It went very fine, which indicates that wasn't a bad shout by Zach Chappell. Looking at this again. Might just have pitched outside. Wasn't the most convincing shout, but certainly a shout of excitement from Chappell as it goes down the leg side. Bowls once again to Ben Compton, who's back in his crease and almost felt like he was pinned back in his crease by that ball from Chappell, bowling at a reasonable pace. Middle stump. Ben Compton purposely marches off towards the square leg umpire. Doesn't get that far, of course, but just the nervous energy settles again. Chappell past the pile of green sawdust, runs away from us to the left-handed Compton. Defends that off his middle stump. And there is no run. Camefield throws it into the gloves of Brooke Guest, who the one batter that really didn't get going for Derbyshire. He may rue that ball by Matt Parkinson just before lunch for 3. We'll toss back now to Chappell. Reasonable crowd here, not as good as yesterday. Good crowd in for a Friday. But entertaining fare for those Derbyshire supporters. Through to the wicket-keeper, this one just outside off stump. Well judged by Ben Compton. And the first over. If you're a Kent listener, I sometimes picture our listeners when things like this are happening to the Kent side, listening from behind the sofa in a cupboard with a blanket over your head, not quite sure. 4 for none anyway. They're hoping for good for their side. Joe Denley, this will be interesting, as I said, having gone down the order last season, has opened in Championship cricket, both for Kent and for Middlesex, but more recently used perhaps as a 3 or 4, and then 5 or 6 for Kent last season. Going down the order, promoted back to open. It's a long-time opening partner of Rob Key, of course, in his younger years. It was Joe Denley. That's going back a bit. I'd say quite for our older listeners, but it was a while ago. Louis Rees will open up from the the City end. Ben Compton at the non-striker's end, going through a couple of studious forward defences, but it's Joe Denley's defence that'll be tested now by the Derbyshire opening bowler. Top wicket taker as well. Bouncer, and it hits Joe Denley. Really wasn't in shape for that. It's gone for 4 leg byes. I think it's come off the shoulder. And Denley, well, didn't see it coming. And just tried to get out of the way of it at the last minute. It's been pinged on the shoulder, I think. Yeah, it's gone away for 4 leg byes. So nothing off the bat so far, but Kent 8 for none. The full on total, full on target, as Denley faces this one, turns it into the onside, and there's no run. Bit of glove on that, I think. The full on target 438 for Kent. That's enough runs. 587 for 5 declared for Derbyshire, with 232 from Caleb Juel, a career high for him. Here's Rees, left arm over the wicket to Denley. Gets back on that one finally. Back at the bowl, and there's no run. Rees with a shaven sides and back of the head. No idea. Is that a skin fade? I have no idea. There we go. Answers on the postcode. I don't even know what went into the haircuts. One for the youngsters there. It is one for the youngsters. You tell me. But Ted on his back, taking the ball from Harry Kane. Embarrassingly, Dave Fletcher has come back into the box, as I discuss with myself in a monologue. Lewis Rees's haircut. But,
well, you picked the wrong person to discuss haircuts there.
So left arm over the wicket to Denley. Ooh, that pops up towards mid-wicket. And it is a bounce short of the fielder there, who's Pat Brown. There we go. Had to be the last one on the list.
I didn't want to say it.
It's going to go all the way down.
But I thought Denley had been hit on the head. But I think leg bites must have been shoulder.
I think it was shoulder, yeah. It looked completely taken by surprise, but it was a great bouncer, to be honest.
Lewis Rees bowl a better bouncer.
It was venomous. And that one bottom hand off the bat from Denley into the onside, and a single taken. Is that the end of the over? No one to come for Ben Compton to face. And Denley perennially actually doesn't look all that good when he's in the opening overs. This is if it's not a facile thing to say, he's one to get early, because once he gets into his stride, Denley, he can take you apart. But as I said, he'll be rusty. He hasn't played any second 11 cricket after fracturing his arm, which has got the arm guard on. Obviously, it's a plate in his arm after breaking it in the nets. As Compton faces, just bats it into the offside end of the over, but a venomous start from Lewis Rees. Kent are 9 for none, 8 of those from leg byes so far. Just one off the bat of Joe Denley, who has the one, obviously. And Dave Fletcher rejoins us. But yeah, spiteful bouncer, that one.
Yes, it was very un-Lewis Rees-like. I mean, he's not really... It doesn't... I got myself into trouble when I interviewed him earlier this season when he took 10 wickets in a match for the first time in his career. I said, strange that the not-so-quick bowlers, because Anuj Dal did well in that one as well. I thought I was bowling quite well. He's not as quick as that chap. No. He's not as quick as Blair Tickness, certainly. But to get a bouncer to to leap like that on a pitch that's just had the heavy roller applied to it as well, don't forget. So, yeah, a good effort from him. And now Zach Chappell is about to bowl his second over from the racecourse end. Bowled a maiden first up. Chappell didn't open the bowling at Old Trafford. In fact, neither of these two did. He's in now and bowls to Denley wide of the off stump, and it goes through to put Guest behind the stumps. The opening bowlers were Blair Tickner and Ben Aitchison in that game in both innings, and neither are playing in this one. In fact, I think that's Blair Tickner. You have to look through the binoculars because what it is a very tall person. It's not Blair Tickner at all. Oh, it is. It is Blair Tickner, standing at the far end of the ground, right behind keeper Brooke Guest, as in comes Chappell again. That one is driven by Denley. Nice stop by Rees, tumbling away to his left-hand side.
Yeah, you mentioned the Blair Tickner never stood still yesterday, and he was in the box for 15 minutes and then suddenly appeared, didn't he, out talking to Joe Denley.
Yeah,
I don't know if he met him for the first time almost, but yeah.
Now he's having a wander around. Because
Energy.
he won't like it, because in the changing room, there won't be hardly anybody there anymore.
That's true, yeah.
Because they're all out in the middle. Here's Chappell in again, and good leave by Denley. Just raised of the arms there from Zach Chappell. Early wickets. I was going to say, they're always important, but just to maintain the foot to the throat approach that Derbyshire have taken in this match. They're 587 for 5 declared, came off 140 overs. I was asked about the follow-on target next door. I had to do some maths on the radio, which was a little embarrassing. And I still didn't. I'm still not sure if I got it right. I think I'm going to put it out there now because I've got a calculator on my phone. I think they're going to need 438.
Oh, I'm glad I've already put that on one of the social media
Oh, did you?
platforms, so I'm very much hoping that's right.
Yeah, I think it's 430. Well, you could have just said.
Oh, no.
438 to avoid the
Shows
prospect
my
of
lack of
being
confidence,
asked to
but-
follow on. Here is Chappell again. Turned into the leg side by Denley, fielded by Martin Anderson. A raft of messages from various people. Somebody from the Burton Albion media department is trying to be funny, but it doesn't become him. Come on, Harry, better than that. Griff sent me another stat by email. Yep, 7th highest innings total, he says. That's confirmation of that. As in goes Chappell again, and that one is driven. He might get runs here. Good stop by Lewis Rees again, diving away to his left-hand side and preventing the batters from going for a run. He's quite right. When he says X isn't working, it's sort of on and off a bit. X for a number of people. It is the highest innings total against Kent, overtaking the 583 for 4 here in 2009. Thank you, Griff. As ever, Nick's been on as well. That over has come to an end, incidentally. It's 2 overs, 2 maidens for Zach Chappell. Keep going, he says. This was at 2:30. We want 8. 8 what, Nick? I'm sorry, you've lost me. Not for the first time. And Jonathan Case, who's listening in China. He hasn't put where he is in. Oh, there he is, yeah. He's running the Yingkou Marathon tomorrow morning in China with a 7 a.m. race start time, so I'll have to retire out at tea to get some sleep, he says. As Rees begins a new over and it's left alone outside the off stump. Talking about those exiled in far-flung lands. Hope to wake up in the morning to news of some wickets. Yeah, absolutely, Jonathan. Good to hear from you. And good luck in the marathon tomorrow. Mad. It was good to hear from Jonathan. China. I could do an accent there, but I won't because it would be far too political. Here is, it's you, isn't it, Paul?
It is. Rees
Sorry.
to Compton.all. No, that's fine. Don't worry. I don't want to interrupt the flow.
I just got overexcited again.
Can't blame you.
Happens
It's
from
going
time
well.
to time. Not very often, but from time to time.
So surveying the scene, can finally work out who the slips are. checking my chart here against
yeah.
the... It's Caleb Juel at 1. He's had some work to do, hasn't he? When Madson at 2, certainly, as Reece bowls to Compton. A minute adjustment across the stumps there to play it into the offside. Harry Kame is there, I think, by the height of the field, yeah, in the covers. So it's Madson at 2, and there we are, and he's actually just perfectly, or imperfectly for me, in line with the third slip, who I'm going to... Is that... No, it's not Martin Anderson. It's
Lloyd.
David Lloyd, I do apologise, yeah. As Reece bowls to Compton. Looked like he played and missed at that one, got inside the line. Not sure how convincing that was. It's Anderson at gully, isn't it? So, the ball round, then it's Anuj Dal at point. Harry Kane in the covers. There's Reece as the bowler. Then mid on, it's Jack Morley, who'll be hoping and expecting to be a big part of this Derbyshire attack if the pitch does break up a little bit. Reece over the wicket, left arm, and that's pulled away by Ben Compton, absolutely under control. Lovely shot as well. He's gone short there. This wasn't the snorter that hit the shoulder of Joe Denley. It's one pulled almost gently away with good timing from Ben Compton. It's the first boundary for Kent off the bat, at least. And it's retrieved by one of the Derbyshire staff, given to Pat Brown to throw in.
Ali, the physio. Tickner he's now down at this end talking to Zach Chappell.
As Reece bowls to Compton, leaves that one outside the off stump, through to the wicketkeeper, and that is the end of the over. 13 for none then. Kent, Compton has 4, Denny has 1 so far, and 8 extras, of course.
What I like about Tickner being down here talking to Zach Chappell and been at the far end just having a look at what Chappell was doing the previous over, he is sort of de facto leader of the bowling attack as the overseas quick and all the rest of it, and he talks to the bowlers constantly when he's out, and he talks constantly anyway, but he talks constantly to the bowlers when he's out there, and thumbs up from him from downstairs. So it's nice to see that he's doing laps of the ground and just having a chat with the bowlers and saying, well, perhaps have you tried this, perhaps have you tried that. I'm sure he's got some input as Chappell goes in and bowls to Denley, who leaves alone outside the off stump. I think that's really good from your... It's good from anybody, but from your overseas who could think, well, I'm injured, I'll tell you what, I'll just put my feet up for a couple of days and everything will be fine after that. But no, he's out there supporting his teammates. I was glad he couldn't quite put his finger on why Derbyshire are better as well this season, because I can't. I've got no idea. New Derbyshire, as we're now called. As in goes Chappell, full delivery, clipped away, it was on the legs, and down towards Jack Morley at long leg. They're going to come back for the second, or they were, but then they saw that's a good piece of fielding from Jack Morley. I don't know why I'm sounding surprised, because he's a good fielder. Right over the stumps, the throw from the deep. Excellent work from him, and the ball is immediately thrown to Pat Brown, who has clearly been tasked with keeping the polish on one side. The lacquer still won't have come off the new ball just yet. It doesn't generally come off for about 8 or 9 overs, in my experience. So it'll be interesting to see what Pat Brown can do with the ball a little bit later on. Perhaps Anuj Dal, Martin Anderson, Jack Morley. Here's Zach Chappell bowling to left-handed Compton, who defends that one into the ground, and there is no run. Matt Parkinson has become the first opposition bowler, you won't like this, to concede 200 runs in an innings against Derbyshire, taking 1 for 204. Previous highest number of runs as Chappell is on his way. And this is David Griffin again, of course, as that one is driven nicely by Compton. There's a chase on here for Harry Kane. It won't get all the way to the boundary, so Kane puts in the slide and picks up and returns, and they go through for a couple of runs. Compton moves to 6-18. Compton's moved to 8 all of a sudden. 18 without loss. I'm not sure about that, if I'm entirely honest with you. anyway, perhaps it'll be rectified at some point.
Yeah, it's
I don't think he got 4, did he?
no. Good point. Sorry.
But we'll wait and see what goes. Yes, they've given him 4 for that. That one is edged through the slip cordon and away down to wide third man for 4 runs. That's definitely 4. The previous one was only 2 though, because Harry Kane caught it inside the boundary. Compton moves on to 10. I think that's right now, and it's 20 for no wicket. Yeah, we're all sorted now. 20 for no wicket. These things happen. So I was just reading a tweet that nobody wanted to hear from Kent. The previous highest number of runs conceded was 5 for 192 by Bill Reeves. Everybody remembers Bill. For Essex at Chesterfield in 1904. In comes Chappell again. That one is pushed into the offside by Compton. There's no run. So thank you to David Griffin, who is a font of all knowledge. David McCardle, apologies, David, I missed a couple of your messages, but the one about the head knocks, it says it's about normalising head checks whenever there's any head contact. Same as normalising putting your seatbelt on once you close the car door, or keepers wearing helmets. You're absolutely right, the severity of contact shouldn't be an issue. Could not agree more. When the ball strikes anybody on the head, you have to get the physio on, and it never ceases to stagger me in football when I'm commentating on football matches, or even just watching football matches, how the players are allowed to almost self-medicate, and if they don't self-medicate, the referee asks them if they're all right, and they say yes, no. If you're stopping the game for a head injury, you go off and be checked. Here's Lewis Rees from the City end, bowls to Denley, who pushes the ball back towards him. He just got a fingertip on that one. Did Lewis Rees. More Derbyshire batters going for... Oh, they're not going for nets. They're taking the drinks around. It's Alex Thompson and Nye Donald. Nye wearing his sleeveless white shirt or jumper. Down below us, sharp haircut in preparation for the blast. He's playing for Wales tomorrow. Is it? Oh, Lewis Rees has got something in his eye as he ran in. Something's just flowed into his eye. As a result, is that Harry Kane who's gone across to him to make sure he's okay, looking into his eye? Or is it Jack Morley? Where's Harry? Now, David Lloyd is having a look as well. In fact, we've got a couple of medics out there now. I think it's Kane and Lloyd. It might not be. It might be Morley. So that must be Harry Kane under the lid then, which he'd stopped doing that for a while. He's in at short legs, so it is Jack Morley. You're not missing anything, because whatever's flown into Lewis Rees's eye is not leaving. So will just give me an opportunity to tell you that Zimbabwe are now 227 for 7 and in danger of a 3-day defeat in the Test match at Trent Bridge. They still trail by 73 runs. It's raining still, or it has been raining at Sophia Gardens, but play is due to restart in 5 or so minutes' time, with Middlesex 20 for 1, trailing Glamorgan by 363. Leicestershire are now 286 for 3. They have an 80-run lead over Lancashire at Grace Road as Rees is back to full fitness and bowls outside the off stump. Denley leaves alone. It goes through to Guest and Northamptonshire, having been bowled out for 469. Now Gloucestershire are batting at Wantage Road, and they're 21 without loss in the 10th over of their reply, so they still trail by 448. Quick look into the First Division as well. Durham 70 for 5, leading Somerset by 175. As Rees is in again and bowls. That one is pushed out square on the offside. It's fielded by Dal. No run. Sussex 281 for 6, now leading Hampshire by 127 at Southampton. Essex are in their second innings now. They're 11 without loss. They trail Surrey by 51 at the Oval. Worcestershire in their first innings 162 for 8, which means they trail Warwickshire by 65 at New Road. And Nottinghamshire in their second innings are 44 without loss. They lead Yorkshire by 113. In comes Rees again. Arm bowls. Denley pushes it out into the offside. Backward of square. Anderson picks up and shies at the stumps. It didn't miss by much. Compton might have been in a little danger there. It didn't hit the stumps and well backed up there by Pat Brown. And the over comes to an end. No, it doesn't. The over continues. And they're swapping around for the left-hander and right-hander, which is why Zach Chappell is down below us now. No, he's always capless when he's during a spell, Zach Chappell. I may have sold you a pup about Caleb Juel fielding a short leg as well as Harry Kane, who's been in a short leg. As Lewis Rees is in and bowls to Compton, who pushes this one out into the offside. So it's a no ball. So Kent's total moves on to 23 without loss, and we still have 2 balls of the over remaining. Caleb Juel has taken up his place at first slip, as Matt was saying before. Then it's Madson and Lloyd. Martin Anderson at gully. Anuj Dal is at point, as he often is. There's Rees. He's on his way in and bowls. That one is it's an attempt to cut the ball, but cuts it a long way in front of square and straight to Harry Kane. And they think it's the end of the over because they've forgotten the no ball. So they'll have to go back into the slip cordon. I'm not sure what that sign from Anuj Dal is. It looks like he's stirring something in a pot. Might be a new dance. There's a mid-off and a mid-on and a mid-wicket and a long leg. Pat Brown at mid-wicket, good fielder. In comes Rees and bowls. That one is defended by Compton. And it's another no ball, so the over that keeps on giving will continue to give as they move on to 25 without loss. He has had no ball issues this season, Lewis Rees, and certainly having them in this over. That was his second.
Yeah, Kent had issues as well, didn't they? Early in the piece.
You don't want to be giving away too many free runs, do you, really? 12 extras already as Rees is in, and that one is cut away. This time that's going to be 4 runs out to the cover boundary. Harry Kane is not going to catch that. In fact, the ball is slowing up, but it reaches the boundary now. I was very confident it always would. And they move to 29 without loss. And Compton is up to 14 off 21 balls. A good start for him. 3 to Joe Denley. They still trail by a few. 558 for those keeping count.
It's third boundaries out for Ben Compton, but yeah, 14 he has now. It's going to be Zach Chappell. Take the ball once again, bowling into his 4th over here.
Well, the longer they go wicketless, the sooner Wayne Madson will start rotating his bowlers. I've got no question about
You've got a number of bowlers to call on. Zach Chappell has just lost his run up there. Is he affecting got a bit of a beard there as well?
Oh yeah, it's a terrific beard, but it's really, really blonde. I think if he had a full head of hair, he'd be blonde as well.
Yeah.
He doesn't.
See a bit on the other replay there. Runs away from us. To Denley. Hurried a little bit by that one, Denley, but immediately signals there'll be no run as it finds Martin Anderson at mid-wicket. And Lee Rees, I don't think it is a skin fade, actually. Looks like an old-fashioned buzz cut there.
Yeah.
But, almost like American GIs. Another one for the kids.
Yes. I'm not sure I know what they are.
Or 50s. Just cut very short on the top and then nothing around the sides or the back. But there we go.
They're like a sharp haircut sportsman, aren't
Bit of rockabilly styling. Again, one for our younger listeners, outside the ice stone. So we get the replenishers, that's what I'm thinking. They're he knows all the words. Just not relevant to anybody under 40,
Rockabilly came
unfortunately.
back in the late 70s,
It did,
early
yeah.
80s. So
Yeah.
there will be people who remember Rockabilly.
Bit of psychobilly as well, if anyone remembers that.
Oh, right, no.
Yeah.
No,
Particularly bands like Medway Town's The Meteors, and there we are. That really is a bit niche. Here comes Chappell to Denley. It shoots across him there, down the leg side. Well taken by Brooke Guest, and there's no run. There we go. Your memories of that.
There's a show in that somewhere. I don't remember Psychobilly, I have to say.
There we go.
That's too busy
That was a thing in my youth.
wearing flares and a denim jacket at the time, probably.
Very aggressive dancing, as I remember. There we go. There's the early moshing. That's a great delivery. I'll stay on subject if I can. And almost cut Denley in half, it looked like, coming back at him, waist high, through to the wicket-keeper Guest. Lovely delivery. Perhaps the pick of them so far, actually, from Zach Chappell. Oh, yeah, that's come back, indeed. Bit of movement in the air and off the pitch as well. Denley.
Feels like that kind of a day, though, doesn't it? Now,
Yeah.
it didn't yesterday, certainly, but it feels like that kind of clouds are reasonably low.
Perhaps say by the length of that delivery from Chappell. Edge and gone! That second slip. And that'll be Wayne Madson, the captain, pouching that straight. I'd say a regulation dismissal. It was going at some pace, but straight into the midriff. And Joe Denley has gone for 3. And Kent are 29 for 1. First blood then in the Kent innings to Zach Chappell and to Wayne Madson, his captain, who earlier completed a century. And Kent looking a long way away from that, avoiding the follow-on total of 438. They've lost their first wicket. Joe Denley didn't look entirely comfortable, it has to be said, trying to settle into his innings. And Zach Chappell has him.
Yeah, as you say, but regulation in the height that it arrived at Wayne Madson, but it arrived in the blink of an eye, didn't it? It was another sharp delivery from Zach Chappell as we watch it again on the big screen. It was a proper edge, and he's held on to it. Takes the congratulations of his teammates, as does Zach Chappell, and quite right too. Went wicketless at Old Trafford and looked a little out of sorts, but this is. I just wonder that some sports people react nicely to be giving a little bit of extra responsibilities. Right, there's no Tickner, there's no Aitchison. Zach, you're going to lead this. You're leading this bowling attack. You're good enough to lead this bowling attack. Out you go and show us what you've got. Whereas if you don't come on until first change, second change, you're thinking, well, they don't rate me, and there's an awful lot of psychology involved in sport, isn't there? But that was 2 or 3 successive really good deliveries. I'm just looking out there now. Somebody's gone off because Alex Thompson is on with 15 on his back at mid-wicket. I think it's Pat Brown, so he may well have gone off to get his bowling boots on. I don't know why he wasn't wearing them in the first place. I have no idea. But they tend not to, but that is Alex Thompson with 15 on his back.
Chaplin again, 4 slips in, and turned by Danny Drummond, gets bat on immediately to Thompson at mid-wicket, and that is the end of the over. A successful one for Zach Chappell then. He was early figures, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 7. Sorry, 3 maidens, that was a maiden itself, 1 for 7, wicket maiden for him. Great start for Derbyshire, less so, of course, for Kent. Danny Drummond comes in, and there's not really a Kent batter that has looked. Ben Compton, a couple of great innings from him early in the piece, but recently it's been looking a little bit more wobbly for Kent, and a number of them would like to establish themselves a little bit more. Danny Drummond, hard to say he's out of form after a double century in the game against Middlesex, but that was the first of 3 defeats. So, as I said, all of them could do with a score, apart from perhaps Grant Stewart, who's 182, was something extraordinary.
Reese begins a new over to Compton, pushed out square on the offside, fielded by Dal. Pat Brown is back. So Alex Thompson's stay out on the field was fairly brief.
I just mentioned, just briefly mentioned that 182 for Grant Stewart. I checked with our stats guru, Philip Bailey of Cricket Archive, if it was the highest ever scored by a Kent number 8, and that was indeed the case. But there, I thought it would take some beating,
Yes,
coming in at 8
absolutely.
and making 182, but a landmark for him.
Absolutely. There is Rees in to bowl to Compton, who pushes this one out into the offside. It's to Harry Kame on this occasion. Well, Martin Anderson has joined a select group, and I can't tell you how many are in this select group, but it's not many, otherwise it wouldn't be select, of players to have scored a century at 7 and 8 in the same season. He may be the only one who's done it in the same season, but a select group have done it at 7 and 8 for Derbyshire. And he came in at 6 the other day, and we were all very excited, but he didn't get a century. I think 6, 7 and 8 would be very impressive. Here comes Rees again, bowling to Compton, who leaves this one alone outside the off stump. Actually taken almost in front of second slip as it moves away from Compton by Brooke Guest. One or two dark clouds above us. I don't think they're rain-bearing. I hope they're not, for Ed Dawes' sake, and also for the Chief Executive, Ryan Duckett, who's joined him. So if you want to hear Ryan Duckett, and who wouldn't, he's on Radio Derby fairly shortly. You can always rewind, of course, on BBC Sounds. Here is Rees in again. That was left alone once more by Compton, taken by a tumbling Guest on this occasion. I guess they've asked or suggested that Caleb Juel doesn't feel at short leg on account of the fact that he batted for 361 balls in the thick end of a day and a half, which is sensible. He can stand in the slips and hopefully catch anything that comes his way, but perhaps feeling the short leg position might be a bit much. As Rees over the wicket bowls, that's turned into the leg side, half stopped by Pat Brown, and the half stop was enough to prevent the single from being taken. Jack Morley tidied things up behind him and comes across to give him the obligatory low 5. Rochdale Richards, didn't see him bat today, which is always disappointing. Career best 41, I think it was, at Old Trafford. The fact that he batted for 100 balls was possibly more important as a night watchman. As Rees is in again, and Compton leaves it once more to go through to Brooke Guest. The over comes to an end. It was a maiden over, but not the most challenging that Lewis Rees has ever bowled. 4 overs for 14. His figures now. And Wayne Madson comes across to Zach Chappell to have a chat with his main strike bowler, who's got the only wicket to fall so far, that of Joe Danley for 3. Still 10 overs to go until tea, so it'd be a major surprise if we didn't see at least 4 of Derbyshire's bowlers in action before the tea interval, and possibly even 5 if they give Morley, or as they have done before Morley, David Lloyd a go with his spin. Although there's 2 right-handers now, isn't it? Or is it? No, it's 1 right-hander and 1 left-hander. So you might see a bit of spin. It's 4 slips now, though. Look.
Indeed so. Ranged behind Daniel Bell Drummond, who leaves this one outside the off stump. And, didn't look very much movement there. Swift from Zach Chappell, but no need for Daniel Bell Drummond to play at it. Just going back to that Grant Stewart record for Kent of 182. Stood since 1908, I'm told. There we go. Edward Punter Humphreys.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Big figure in the early days of Kent cricket in the Championship. Outside the off stump and left by Daniel Bell Drummond.
The original punter then.
Indeed, yes.
Yeah.
So to wicket keeper. Yeah, the recent Australian ones. Pale imitation.
Both pretty good cricketers by the sound of it.
Yeah. Did all right, the Aussie, didn't he?
Yeah, eventually.
He made himself a bit of a career, bit of a name for himself. Chappell bounds forward to bowl to Danny Bell Drummond, drops the bat on that one into the onside, and there's no run. But, yeah, Bell Drummond. That game against Middlesex. Double century in that one. But score since then less convincing. It's Glamorgan and Gloucestershire. 3 and 5, 11 and 21 in those two defeats as Chapel bowls. Like an effort ball to me from Chapel there. That's gone through pretty quickly, but no movement. Perhaps that's because the extra force given by Chapel through to the wicketkeeper, no run. So, yeah, Martin Anderson is added to the slip cordon. There's Dahl at point. It's a square leg, mid-on, mid-off. Is that it? It could well be. Oh, deep square leg. There we are. In front of the bar. Lewis Reese down there. Chapel 2, Bell Drummond. Keeps the bat tucked in with a pad there. No great excitement from the Derbyshire fielders. And there is no run. So Chapel building up a head of steam here. 1 for 7. And he's a ball away from his fourth maiden in 5 overs as well. Kent unwilling, or certainly unable, to take any liberties with him so far. Balls to Bell Drummond, gets a bat on that, jabs it down late. They'll come through for a quick single, hustled through. Compton's quick across the wickets, across the pitch rather, and that'll make a single to end the over. Bell Drummond is off the mark, 30 for 1 Kent, still trailing by just a matter of 557 runs at this point. It's a massive total, and I asked Adam Hollyoak about scoreboard pressure the other day, and he said, in his very blunt phrases, well, that's why there's a name for it. That's why, of course, it exists. Okay, fair enough.
Never heard of that.
No, I said, is scoreboard pressure, is that a big thing for you? Well, yeah. They've got a name for it. It does exist.
Yeah,
of course it does, yeah.
Fair point.
And that's what Derbyshire will be playing on now, isn't it? Having the tiredness, mental and physical, from Kent as well, being in the field for a day and a couple of sessions.
Reese begins a new over to Bell Drummond, who just pushes this up to mid-off. It's fielded by Lloyd, who finds himself in the mid-off position.
They'd love to see a bit of sun, Kent, at this point, wouldn't they?
Yes, they would.
It must feel like the clouds are following them almost metaphorically as well as on the pitch.
Was it Linus in Peanuts with the cloud above his head? Somebody in Peanuts did.
Yeah.
Another one for the kids. I don't think
Yeah.
Peanuts has been around for a while.
No.
Charlie Brown. It's Al. Reese in again. Bell Drummond pushes this into the offside. They're going through for a quick single. He is quick, Dal, and he shies at the stumps, but the batter was home in time, and it was all backed up by Morley, and a single is taken. Bell Drummond moves to 231 for 1. I promised you Black Rod updates. There were 100 nobody cares, obviously.
No,
159 for 5 after 40 overs against Atherton. Somebody called Charlie Fletcher is 13 not out, down coming in at 7 by the look of it today.
We're hearing it's a brilliant innings, though.
The
so
boy. I'm not sure, as this one is defended by Compton. Straight into the ground, and Martin Anderson comes in and picks the ball up. Yeah, strike rate of 50, that sounds about right, but a nice little partnership of 40, so keep going, son. Only another 5 overs to go in that game. 45 overs aside, which is a very strange number of overs, I always think. Doesn't make a lot of sense. There are no bowling restrictions, really. It's a very strange league. An amalgamation of number of leagues when the poor old Bolton League finally folded. In comes Reese and bowls to Compton. Not one pushed out into the offside, and there's no run. Fielded by Harry Kame. A lot of teams join these ECB leagues, don't they, in the sort of pyramid. So the Bolton League lost a number of clubs. One of the oldest leagues in the country. The Bolton League and the Bolton Association.
The Lancashire League still going strong?
Yes, the Lancashire
Legendary.
League is. Yeah, absolutely. They're pros in the Northwest Cricket League. This next one from Reese is pushed up to a very straight mid-on by Compton. And around comes Morley to do the fielding, gives it to Harry Kame to polish. It always makes me laugh because they actually get fined if you don't have a pro.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it's almost worth just paying anybody.
So it's like playing a weakened team, then, is it,
the-
almost?
The,
if you're not.
the fine is quite hefty. get sub-pros and all sorts. And they play on a Sunday. As Reese is in and bowls, that's left alone by Compton. Again, the ball just swinging away from Ben Compton. And as a result, he can just leave it alone and let it go through to Brooke Guest, end of the over. 10 gone then, 31 for 1. 8 overs until tea. Wayne Madson has a chat with Harry Kame about something. Has a chat with Lewis Reese as well, and immediately Anuj Dal starts to warm up, so that might be the first of the changes. Swinging his arms around. Anuj Dal at point. So we will see at least 3 of the Derbyshire bowlers, and I can't imagine that Zach Chappell, who's already bowled 5 overs, is going to bowl 10 in a row. That simply doesn't happen, as far as I'm aware.
Into his 6th now, so 1 for 8. Wicket of Joe Denley so far. 4 slips in still for Daniel Bell Drummond. Has to work it off his pads, but a bit bat and pad out towards square leg where Pat Brown looks. Just 2 on the 2 fielders on the leg side. It's Pat Brown and then Lewis Reese then maybe at deep fine. Just in front of the bar.
Yes,
That's
yes.
deep
No,
back
it
to
is.
square.
No, Lewis Reese is here, so...
Oh, beg your pardon. There we are. And again, drops the bat late on that one. It's actually hit his pad. It's gone through there. Danny Butler, I'm just adjusting the pad as he ran. Yeah, it is off the pad.
It's Jack Morley.
Oh, Jack Morley. There we go.
Far distance. I'm indebted to Steve Doggett. Your Honour, it was Pigpen with the cloud around it, not Linus.
That's
Thank
right.
you. You see, you can talk about all sorts of nonsense, then you mention something and you suddenly get an email correcting you, and I'm obliged, Your Honour. Thank you, Steve.
Pigpen was the one who, whatever he did, was always surrounded by a cloud of dust, I think, wasn't he? Yeah.
I knew somebody was.
Yeah.
Come on, give me a break here.
Chappell bowls to Compton, helps that down to long leg. Very calmly. Ben Compton, who started the season really well with a couple of centuries. But as I said, like many of the other Kent batters, unfortunately, he's not been in form recently, as the score suggests. So 124 against Middlesex in the victory in the second game, 178 against Gloucestershire in their first innings. Yeah, big reason for part of them drawing that game. Chappell to Bell Drummond. And jabs it into the offside. Good shot from Daniel Bell Drummond. That one, I think it's going to go for 4. Actually bobbles as it goes towards the boundary. And Dahl there, I think maybe he was encouraged by the fact it was bobbling, not quite like a rugby ball, but bobbling up on the surface. Maybe just slowed it down there. But Daniel Bell Drummond, his first boundary, he goes on to 6. And Ken to 37 for 1. I remember a strip of Pigpen, which I really related to, was basically dressed up in clean clothes in a sort of little suit, and just frame by frame, just standing still, just got more and more dishevelled. I thought, whenever I've dressed up in the suit, always the same. So never looks quite right after 5 minutes. Is Chappell to Bell Drummond off the pads. That's a good shot as well. It's just closed the face on that, rolled the wrists, and that'll be 4 runs through square leg. So consecutive 4s from the Kent skipper.
Well, I said, I don't think Chappell will bowl another 5 overs. I'm not sure he'll get another one. It'd be worth testing or giving Pat Brown a go, or even the spin of Lloyd or Morley before tea. 7 more overs until the interval. Bowled nicely so far, Zach Chappell, but he has just erred a little in this over.
It's in now 2. Bell Drummond drives at that into the ground. It's taken up, bounces up rather. Taken by the right hand of Chappell at the end of the over, so a dot ball, but 9 off it and a leg by as well. As you say, that might just be enough for a blow for Zach Chappell, who's bowled really well before that. And accounted for Joe Denley. The 1 wicket to fall so far with Kent 41 for 1. Outswinger edge to second slip, but although it hit Madson more or less in the midriff, there was still quite a lot to do, it felt like, because it was going at such a speed, but held on to it really well. And will be a change of bowling at the far end, our first one then, Anuj Dal.
Sight of Anuj Dal and Martin Anderson warming up as well at Gully. We now have the substitute fielder back on. I think Caleb Juel's gone to the little boys' room around the back of this media centre because he's just jogged off this way rather than going up to the pavilion. And on another lap of the ground, it's Blair Tickner, everybody. He's going out towards the the dugouts. He's standing with Nye Donald.
Found someone to talk to.
Yes, but Nye's delighted. Hollyoak was there with sitting on one of those dugouts, just at the end of the one where Ed Dawes is currently interviewing Ryan Duckett.
Right.
He's now departed as well. And here comes Anuj Dal bowling to Ben Compton. Full delivery, pushed out into the offside, fielded by Pat Brown. And now Martin Anderson goes through his bowling action as well. So I think we can safely say that Zach Chappell's spell of 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 17 has come to an end. Martin Anderson going to get a go before tea as well. Pat Brown, the other of the quicks. I mean, he's probably as quick as anybody, Pat Brown. There's Dal around the wicket, bowls. That one is turned into the leg side by Compton. Dal turns at the end of his follow through and continues to jog, and slowly slows down into a bit of a walk. They're now playing again at Sophia Gardens. That's good news. The rain stopped and the tidying up has been completed. Middlesex have lost a wicket. They're 42 for 1. Here comes Dal again in and bowls. That one is left alone, possibly on length, and then bounces a bit more than people were expecting. David Lloyd's at first slip now rather than Caleb Juel, who's off the field temporarily. Sure, he'll appear. Yes, there he is, right down below, is leaning against the advertising boards now. Wayne Madson at second slip. Martin Anderson at Gully, and it's Alex Thompson. A backward point moving in as Dal bowls, left alone again by Compton on the walk, so he sort of smartly turns and makes sure he's back in his crease, but there's never a chance of him being it would have been stumped, wouldn't it? But he does stand up occasionally to Anuj Dal as Brooke Guest, and if he continues to walk forward, I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't do it again. It was quite a wide delivery, as it turned out, from Dal. Moves in once more, bowls, and that one is guided very nicely down towards backward point. Alex Thompson looked like he'd given it up initially, and the ball is actually going to stop before it gets to the boundary, so he has to run all the way for it. They come back for 3. I think he'd given it up the moment it came off the bat there, Alex Thompson, then realised it wasn't going to reach the boundary. Compton moves to 18, 44 for 1. Making steady progress here, Kent. 543 behind, of course, but they're going along at 3.5 and over, which is more than acceptable, without too many alarms so far. That brings Daniel Bell Drummond on to strike. He's on 10, and Dal will come over the wicket to him, and Bell Drummond will leave this delivery to go through to Brooke Guest. So Dal's first over costs just 3 runs. We have 6 to go until tea, and Kent are 44 for 1 with Compton on 18 and Bell Drummond on 10. That's when I wanted to go back on with Ed when I finished with him before, so I'm not really bothered, but it's going to be
so much in demand. There we go.
It's going to be Martin Anderson.
Nice to be asked.
It is nice to,
Yeah.
yes, no, it is nice to be asked. And it saved an awful lot of updates throughout the course of the afternoon, of course, because with Ed being here, I don't have to do any. I'm all for that.
a long chat with the chief executive, is that right? In the dugout right now.
He's still with him.
Yeah.
Ryan Duckett.
If he's not careful, Blade Tickner will be his next one, presumably. I say if he's not careful. Fantastic company.
I think he was quite keen to speak to Blair.
He's been lined up, so yeah. And Blair is just at the end of that. Blair Tickner in the neighbouring dugout. Almost like there's a queue for Ed Dawes there, isn't there?
Yeah. I may never get back
Next,
on again.
please. Yeah.
Which would be no bad thing.
So Martin Anderson to bowl right arm seamers. He'll come round the wicket to start to Ben Compton. 3 slips in, or 2 in a gully, I suppose, isn't it, really? With
Yeah.
is Juel back in there? He is, I think, at 1, and then
Yes. He's
Madson
back
at 2, and Lloyd at gully, and there's Dahl at point. Around the drive on the onside. There's a shout from Anderson to start with. I'd say Compton would look impressed by it, but he's not the umpire. he's walking off. But body language immediately just went off for his customary couple of paces towards square leg between deliveries, but he's got to be going to be holding its line, I think, isn't it? And it's
going down leg side.
you're absolutely right, yeah. From that angle round the wicket to the left-hander, looks like it's spearing down the leg side. So as Anderson bowls again to Compton, goes for a quick single into the offside, and they'll take it. Nicely done, actually. Harry Kame and Anuj Dal converge on the ball. The latter picks it up, but not before the Kent pair have got through for 1. It's tossed up to Harry Kame. There's a bit of shining the ball on his jumper, which what sort of trickery is this? He's got a jumper and it's got a number and a name on it.
It is possible, apparently.
What will I think of next?
It is absurd when we're in the entertainment business that
It's
the vast majority of people inside the county ground had no idea who was playing for Kent.
Anderson bowls to Bell Drummond, and that's straight back past the bowler. That's beautifully timed by Daniel Bell Drummond. Has checked it back past Martin Anderson for 4 runs straight down the ground. So Bell Drummond moves on to 14 from 16 balls. He's going on at a decent pace. Doesn't really need to. They just need to occupy the crease, but scoring runs is part of that, isn't it? Playing a natural game. 5-3-8 they trail by, though. 49 for 1.
All about the timing, that shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, lovely.
He barely touched it.
Anderson to Bell Drummond, just drops that into the onside, and Dal is on the boundary. Lewis Rees is a mid-wicket, so mid-on, runs round to mid-wicket to make the field. And Kent 50 for 1, as you can tell by the applause. Absolutely nothing there. To be fair to the Derbyshire crowd, they were barely applauding 450 and 500 when they came, so
They want a proper milestone.
no, absolutely. If Kent get to 1,000, perhaps there'll be a ripple. Round the wicket comes Anderson to Compton. I'll ask him a question there. Compton turns it actually to mid-wicket. And to, is it Rees there? I think it is, yeah, mid-wicket.
Yeah.
And there is no run.
You mentioned Rees being the top of the batting averages, and for a short while he wasn't, but he is again.
Yeah, that was it. There we go.
He's top of the batting averages with an average of 71. Juel 63, Madson 59.8, and Anderson with his not out 52.87.
Not bad for Lewis Rees, because he's top of the bowling averages and top wicket taker as well, isn't he? Joint top wicket taker to start, anyway, 19. This one's defended into the offside. So he and Tickness both have 19 so far. A 5-wicket haul row for Lewis Rees, 6 for 52. An average of taking those at 22. It's not too shoddy. End of the over anyway. 54-1. Compton 19, Bell Drummond 15.
10 of those 19 coming in the first game of the season, when he got the first 10 wickets in a match of his career. Zach Chappell just languishing a bit. 13 wickets, but at 49, which is a little expensive. Pat Brown, 1 wicket at 87. There's only one of the seamers who's yet to bowl. Martin Anderson in He has 7 wickets at 44. Here's Anish Dal. 7 wickets for him as well this season. And up onto his toes goes Bell Drummond, punches it into the offside. It was a decent enough stop, actually, by the aforementioned Pat Brown, who, whenever he doesn't field the ball cleanly, always looks angry with himself. They go through for a single there. Bell Drummond moves on to 16, 51, 4-1. The sun desperately trying to poke out here in Barbados.
I heard Scarbados, but Barbados, yeah, absolutely.
Not quite managing to break through at the moment. There's Dell also looking for a breakthrough. Balls to Compton, who pushes it out into the offside. Again, it's Pat Brown who does the fielding. This time he does field it cleanly. And then immediately starts polishing the ball. Before giving it to Harry Kane, who immediately starts polishing the ball. I didn't
You have to see your face in it by the time it gets to the bowler.
I didn't note the over rate that Kent finished with. But here comes Dal again. Bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery to Compton, who plays at that one, and it goes past the outside edge of his bat through to Brooke Guest. Nicely bowled by Dal, who took his best figures of the season, 4 for 43 in that opening game of the campaign as well against Gloucestershire, the game that Derbyshire won. That's a really nice delivery from Dal, just watching it on the stream.
I think I'd go for Canterbados. Would that work?
No.
No, okay.
You can't have it.
Oh.
Its delivery from Dal is turned off his path by Compton down to Chapel at long leg.
Well, thanks for giving us a quick decision on that one anyway, because
Well,
you don't want to hang around.
You've got enough view. I mean, you have all that coastline and all the seaside places and all the rest of it. And Derbyshire, you can't get further away from the sea than Derbyshire. It's a long, long way from the sea.
Gives that feeling of irony. Yeah. There we go.
On many fronts. Because sometimes it's not very warm here. Compton moves to 20, 52 for 1. Goes Dal again wide of the off stump, and Bell Drummond has nothing to do with it.
Enjoy being stationed just by the river as well. Very nice there. Might go for a stroll later. If
No, it's nice
we
down
get away
there.
at a reasonable time. Yeah. So there's a church right in the middle of the city as well, or
There's a cathedral.
cathedral. Is it the cathedral I've passed? Maybe not. Maybe it's just a church. There we go.
Could have been. It's fairly central. As this next delivery from Dal again goes past the edge of the bat. This time it's Bell Drummond's, and a good little over there from Anish Dal. Just starting to get into his stride. 2 overs for 5, 52 for 1 at the end of the over, with 4 to go until tea. 20 to Compton, 16 to Bell Drummond, the only man out. Joe Denley made 3 before Wayne Madson caught him at second slip off the bowling of Zach Chapel. Yeah, but they have the Falcons nesting in the cathedral, which is why Derbyshire are known as the Falcons.
Oh, I'll search that out. Oh, fantastic.
They have a live, one of the live cameras.
Yeah.
They have hatched. Certainly one batch or brood or whatever they call it.
Yeah. Anderson round the wicket now to the left-handed Compton, and pulls that away gently. It's going toward the boundary. It's like a good stop as well. It is from Jack Morley. Throws it in. Left arm. And that's a good bit of fielding, that. Really good pick-up just before the boundary, and good accurate throw. So keeps them to 2. Applauded by Blair Tickner in the dugout. The left-hand dugout with 2 Derbyshire players, is it, in the whites there? So would that be 12th and 13th man, possibly?
Yep.
It's Anderson bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery. And it's got Compton pushing forward to it, just outside off stump through the wicket-keeper, Brooke Guest. No run.
Yeah, it's Nye Donald and Alex Thompson who are in the dugout as well.
So dot ball. Kent 54 for 1, then 50 up for them. 22 for Compton, 16 for Bell Drummond. Anderson bowls to Compton. 2 slips in a gully in for him. He leaves this one through to the wicket-keeper. I'm mentioning my quizzing whether it was the church or the cathedral. My brother-in-law went to school in Canterbury, and I gather in Canterbury there is a habit of tourists just asking locals going by one of the churches in the city. Is that the cathedral? To which my brother-in-law would turn around and reply, pointing up, way up in the air. No, that's the cathedral.
The big one. The big one.
Yeah, exactly. So I may have well shown the same ignorance as to some big church in the centre of Derby. That's fielded by Dow, square of the wicket. And they come through for 2. Compton has 24 now.
Of course, Derby only became a city in 1977, the Silver Jubilee of the late Queen.
So do all cathedral places, are they not cities though?
I don't think so. I think
Okay.
it's a royal. I think it's something to do with the
okay.
Royal
Fair
Charter.
enough. It's Anderson to Compton. Kind of useful delivery. Compton's gone right back into his crease to watch that one. It's got a bit of bounce, but left by Compton through to wicketkeeper, and there's no run.
I'm now looking up the definition of a city.
Yeah, I know because places like Ely and St David's are, which are smaller places, but yeah.
City status granted by the monarch.
Oh, there we go. Well, it's good they have something to do. Round the wicket to Compton, pushed into the offside. It's just a joke, everybody. And Dahl fields out and there's no run. 56 for 1.
Through a Royal Charter or letters patent, whatever they are.
Yeah, do get in touch if you understand that. But yeah, Canterbury, of course, the one city in Kent. Although they have a royal borough of Tunbridge Wells, of course.
It's quite an historic cathedral as well, though, isn't it?
It is.
Canterbury. It's not just any old cathedral.
Bits and bobs have happened there over the years.
A few things have happened.
There we are. That's my summary of its entire history.
No, I think that's a very good summary. Yeah, the odd conflict in there. Thomas Beckett,
Right, is he?
notably. Is Dahl beginning anew over to Bell Drummond? He just guides it down into the gully where it's fielded by Martin Anderson. There's no run. That's a fascinating one for me because it's the Thomas A. Beckett, and it's Thomas Beckett, isn't it? There was no A. Beckett. Why we all call him that, I have no idea. But it's amazing what you find out listening to comedy podcasts on BBC Sounds.
There you go. I was watching an episode of Pointless where he came up the other day, but yeah, both were used.
Yeah, one's wide of the off stump from Down and allowed to go through by Bell Drummond.
Other shows presented by Alexander Armstrong are not available actually.
No, I don't think they
apart
are.
from on radio, some classical music, I think. But there we go. Oh, it's a BBC product, so I don't need to mention anybody else. Is that right? So
The other one that I was thinking of was Your History to Me. I think it's called Your History to Me.
Okay.
Which is
Right, the podcast. Yeah.
It's a really, really good.
I've never. There we are. Thank you. That's one for the one. There are the drive home.
There are many of them on there as well. They're really good. There's Dahl bowls on his a back foot punched into the offside by Bell Drummond and fielded by Pat Brown. Yeah,
Excellent.
It's one to listen to when you're just having a moment. The car is a very good place to listen to.
I was going to say, drive back. That'd be perfect.
Yeah. Still got last night's news quiz to listen to, so I'm quite pleased with that. I do like Andy Zaltzman, as this one is very wide of the off stump, and Neil Pratt must have thought about giving a wide for that, but as a result of the wide delivery, Anders Dahl has decided that it's the footmarks that are to blame. Scratches away at them.
I suppose there'd be a generation of cricket listeners who'll just know him as the statistics man on TMS.
Yeah.
But he's a talented writer and comedian.
The Bugle is a very good podcast, which is his. I don't think that's a BBC one though, so don't listen to that. Is Dahl bowling to Bell Drummond? Do listen to it. It's very funny. It's very sweary though, so be careful who you're playing it in front of. That one's left alone to go through to Brooke Guest. We're just sort of meandering towards tea here with 2 overs to go until the second interval of the day. And if Kent could go in just one down, I think they will think that that's job done.
Yeah, be pleased with it. Just about an hour it's been, isn't it, since they re-emerged.
getting flashbacks to the Middlesex game as Dal is in, and that one is left alone again by Bell Drummond to go through to Brooke Guest. The over comes to an end. 56 for 1 it remains. That was a maiden over. Dal's first 3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 5. 24 to Compton, 16 to Bell Drummond. Kent trailing by 531. But Derbyshire did enforce the follow-on, but their bowlers ended up bowling 210 overs in a row, which is far too many, and then bowled first in the next match. So they bowled something like 300 overs in a row, which is quite the workload, I think.
So Anderson getting through the overs quickly as well. Quick turnaround from Derbyshire through to the wicket keeper, left by Compton outside the off stump again. Just wanders down about a quarter away the pitch. And that bump has certainly been thumped down by Compton. Just a bit of running on the spot. A bit of adjustment of the pads. And settles himself. Anderson with 9 on his Derbyshire shirt. And away from us. Bowls now to Compton. Just soft hands plays that into the offside. The Derbyshire white shirts have a little V on the collar of dark blue, would that be? And then on the trousers as well, a short stripe on each side, as if they were sort of shorts length on each side of the whites.
So Cambridge blue, amber and chocolate.
Thank you very much. That was for tea. Sounds delicious. Round the wicket comes Anderson, played through gully by Compton. I'll take a single. We were regaled with cake yesterday, weren't we? That was,
Jano bakes a cake on brings it in on day 1
just
of home games. Yeah, just day
you
1.
didn't bring your own on the other days, but
Yes, if you want cake today, you definitely have to bring your own.
check on the PA and yeah.
But if you get here early enough,
Yeah.
the students ask for our breakfast order, and we get cobs brought in.
Really?
We pay
Yeah.
for them, obviously. But
Okay. Down the leg side. Bill Drummond just follows that one with his eyes, not with his bat. And stopped by Brooke Guest. I didn't have a leisurely breakfast in the hotel. Fill up for the morning. We go. It's the life of leisure. I don't have a leisurely breakfast.
yeah, feet up, couple of cups of coffee.
That's right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Ready for a strenuous day ahead.
Always have to slightly, not laugh, obviously, but it's it's very nice for our colleagues to always inquire for our health when you dial in for a morning. You all right? How's it going? Well, I'm about to watch a day's cricket for a living, so sorry, listeners. All I'm trying to say is we realise the privileged position we're
It's
in.
not hard work, but it's long work.
It is. That's true.
It's very long.
Yeah. Here's Anderson to Bell Drummond, full length that one, and again just rolls the wrists over it. Bell Drummond down to backward square, takes a single. He moves on to 17. Compton 25. Kent 58 for 1 here, replying to Derbyshire's 587 for 5 declared. 232 completed by Caleb Juel today. Career high for him, the highest ever score by an individual batter against Kent for Derbyshire, and 100 exactly for Wayne Madson. 50 for Louis Rees in the late on, and a blistering 31 by Martin Anderson as well. And Kent just trying to hold out here against the Derbyshire attack before tea. Anderson to Compton. I thought he played that a little late round his pads. So did Martin Anderson, but it's down to fine leg, and he'll take a single. So what's that? Yeah, just 1 to come before tea. Or, of course, if we do get, and we discussed this yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, pointlessly. No, we didn't. The discussion wasn't pointless.
Is the rationale that if you took wickets with all 6 balls, it would take an age, and tea would have to be?
Well, we're already 15 minutes late for tea.
Well,
so another 10 minutes wouldn't harm anybody, would it? Really? Tea is.
But at
supposed
lunch,
to
would that be the
20.
rationale? And you might push to 10 past, and
But yeah.
does it really matter?
I think if cricket was invented now,
Yeah.
there'd be a number of things that wouldn't happen. But we'd probably have 2 half-hour breaks, wouldn't we?
Right.
Is Dal bowling and he squares up Compton there. The ball skews off the outside edge of the bat along the floor to Anderson at gully. Immediately He takes sweat from the small of his back to polish the ball. Lovely.
Talking of lunch, indeed. But lunch is quite often when the first session is lost, is they'll start at, or have lunch at 1:10 or start at 1:10 when they say, I mean,
Yeah. We'll have an early lunch, will we?
or sorry, when the day's extended, sorry, when they've lost overs the day before.
Oh,
is what I'm
yeah.
talking about.
No, absolutely. Darrell bowls, clipped into the leg side nicely by Compton. Bit of a chase on here for David Lloyd. He makes way for Zach Chappell, who picks the ball up, hurls it back in. They come through for a couple of runs, and Compton moves to 28, 61 for one. Been a good year for David Lloyd away from cricket. He's a season ticket holder at the racecourse ground, watching the circus that is Wrexham.
Yeah.
He's been a season ticket holder for a long time, and in fact was on the books back in the day. From North Wales, St Asaph, I think he was born. There's Darrell bowls. That was on leg stump as well, and played away. Zach Chappell's got some work to do here, and does it well in the end up to a point. Falls over as well, but he keeps him down to 2 again, Zach Chappell.
Not the most elegant, but certainly effective, that, wasn't it? He hit the ground pretty hard, I think, on his right knee. Yeah, he's just looking
at
at
his knee. There might be a little graze. I think it was Zach at Old Trafford who stopped the ball on the boundary with his foot, and I'm very much in favour of that. I do like
getting the foot down.
Yeah, I do like a bit of foot fielding. You don't see enough of it, really, for my money.
A bit fancy down going down with a hand, do you think,
Yeah,
is it?
it's all that sliding rubbish. Nobody wants to see that.
It's right, I mean, it's a relatively new thing, all that, isn't it, from a fielding perspective?
Oh, yeah. Darrell bowls pushed into the offside by Compton.
Gone are the days when, I know Ben and I have talked about this before, but in the COVID times we did a lot of long-form interviews with Kent Legend. We spoke to John Shepherd, an amazing all-rounder for Kent, obviously, and asked him, what's the major difference between then and now? And he said, I don't think the skills are much different. He said, the fielding is completely different.
Yeah.
Ball went through the covers. As a fielder, you would just watch it.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be chasing it if it was reaching the boundary.
Well batted.
Yeah, quite.
This one is defended by Compton. Oh, come on, why can't I get this fixture up? This is ridiculous. There we go. No, still not working. Lovely. 63 for one then. One ball remaining before the tea interval. And in comes Dal again, bowls. That one is defended into the offside by Compton, who will be 30 not out at tea. He's out there with Daniel Bell Drummond. He's on 17. And at the interval, Kent are 63 for one, which means they still trail by 524 runs, but they've made a pretty good fist of the start of their reply to Derbyshire's mammoth 587 for 5. 4 bowlers have been used. Chappell took the wicket that's fallen. We haven't seen any spin yet. We haven't seen Pat Brown yet. Derbyshire will go back in and regroup as the 2 not-out batsmen make their way up the steps, and we will return in 10 minutes' time. No, we won't. 20 minutes' time. Got a bit overexcited there. We're not going to talk for 10 minutes. 20 minutes' time for the evening session of 32 overs here from the county ground in Derby, with Kent 63 for one, trailing by 524.
against Kent. Derbyshire racking up a mighty 587 for 5 in the first day and a half. 232 is where Caleb Juel finished today. A career high for him and a record score for a Derbyshire batter against Kent, and a history of fixtures between these two. And Kent in reply 63 for 1. Zach Chappell had Joe Denley out caught at second slip by Wayne Madson for 3. Daniel Drummond, the Kent captain, coming out after tee. That's a ball from Martin Anderson down the leg side through to wicketkeeper Brooke Gueston. There is no run, so Drummond has 17 from 29 balls so far. Compton has 30 from 60. And you're listening to BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio Kent. The joint production, of course, with the other pictures as well from Derbyshire County Cricket Club. Welcome wherever you are listening. Anderson bowls to Drummond. Just blocks that full-length delivery into the offside. There's no run.
That's very kind of you to mention Radio Derby there, Matt, because you would have been well within your rights to have just ignored Radio Derby's.
Oh, really?
Well, yeah, because I wasn't here. What was I doing? I was just tying up a few loose ends. I was trying to hunt down who'd got the hot dogs at tea.
Oh, right.
There's a bit of a scandal going on.
I was going to say, I didn't see hide nor hair of them.
We didn't see them.
There's hide and hair in all sorts of sausages, I don't doubt. But you don't want to know how they're made. Driven through the offside rather, by Bell Drummond. And again, Danny Bell Drummond, he's not a man, unless he's hitting the ball for 6, that looks like he's making much effort when he's batting well.
That's remarkable, isn't it?
It's
It's
just
minimal effort and perfect timing.
not very much backlift at all. He plays with quick hands, and that's 4 runs. 21 he moves on to, 30 for Compton. I just feel like a real warm-up act anyway, Dave. And here he is, the man himself. Anderson bowls to Bell Drummond. Defended wideish to Zach Chappell, who has the 1 wicket so far. Joe Denley going for just 3. As Kent try and scale the mountain of runs they need. 438 in total to make Derbyshire bat again here. Cloud is starting to break up just a little bit. The sun's coming through. It's pleasantly warm. There as Anderson runs into Bell Drummond. The radar's just not quite on for Martin Anderson. He's trying to bowl into the pads of Daniel Bell Drummond, but that one again is down the leg side, taken by Gueston low.
Pat Brown warming up away to our right on the mid-wicket boundary. It'll be good to see Pat. See what he can do with that extra bit of pace, bit of deception. I mean, he's a magnificent white ball bowler.
Of course, that's how first made his name, wasn't it? In Worcestershire's run for the title.
Hasn't really done it with the red ball yet.
Here's Anderson once again. Could stop that one at mid-wicket. And David Lloyd. Well, that's why I had to check my sheet there. He's not in the slips. What's he doing out there at mid-wicket? They've just gone down to 2 slips for the bowling of Martin Anderson. So, you note these things down on your pad, and the least they can do is stick to them, I'd say. Well, Dyson stops that. Dot ball anyway, 67 for 1.
Keeping you on your toes. Seems to be a top-level meeting going on in the media lounge at tea, which was sort of disrupted a bit.
What about the hot dog talk?
Well, it's the media lounge, isn't it? So the camera operators were all in there, and I went in. Griff was in there. Steve Davis, the match referee, was in there. So it got a bit louder than perhaps the top-level meeting was expected.
Oh, I see. It was a proper serious meeting, was it?
It seemed to be, yeah. Just a meeting of analysts or something.
There we go.
Some such. Here we go then. It's Pat Brown, everybody.
Long run as well.
Yeah, bowling from the city end around the wicket. Somebody was pointing to his 12th man there, was he?
Maybe.
Was that?
Compton, yeah.
Sally's down on the boundary. This is short of a length delivery, which is very much his stock ball. Pat Brown pulled around the corner by Compton for a single.
I think he may have just been checking whether
he was on the field.
Yeah, was on the field or not.
That's a good shout, because he was off the field getting one of those energy drink gel things. I think
on the staff.
Yeah, Ajmal Shahzad, the bowling coach, just walking up the steps.
Yeah. have to say, it wasn't an angry exchange, but
No,
it was just Compton checking.
He sort of pointed his bat at him,
Yeah.
almost as though he'd reached a landmark, and he was saluting the changing
Well,
rooms.
what would you like to play as well, Alex? Maybe? Yeah, quite.
They have a map in their minds, don't they, batters?
Yeah.
As to where everybody is. Brown into Bell Drummond, and that's sharp, and it's a bottom edge, down into the ground and down to third man for 4. Quick delivery from Pat Brown, but it's sped to the boundary down below as Bell Drummond moves on to 25, 72 for 1.
Yeah, not entirely under control, that was it, from Daniel Bell Drummond.
Proper bottom edge.
Yeah.
He is quick, Brown. Bowls in short bursts, really. I mean, talking about his white ball prowess, that's very much his MO. Short bursts, bowling the difficult overs in a short form game.
Yeah.
Pressed into action with the injuries to Blair Tickner and Ben Aitchison, preferred to Nick Potts, who I imagine will be playing club cricket today. I haven't seen him around. Young Nick Potts. Here comes Brown again. Moral victory under his belt. Bowls to Bell Drummond. It's another short one. It's pulled a long way in front of square for 4 more. That's a beautiful shot. So far in front of square that Anuj Dal just leaves it for somebody else to do the fielding. I think it's Blair Tickner, of course it is. Just throws the ball back to Harry Kane. It wouldn't be anybody else, would it?
He's here, he's there, as the fans used to sing.
He's got his number 12 sleeve. Is he number 12? I thought he was 13. His sleeveless sweater on. If he isn't number 12, he's wearing somebody else's sweater, which is bizarre. I'll double check in a minute. I'll take my glasses off. That's a bad thing. Here is the next. That's better from Pat Brown, pitching it up a little bit, and Bell Drummond pushes it straight back to him. Perhaps he is 12, and I just got it wrong. It is him, though, I think. He's got his hand covering his face as though he's in disguise.
International man of mystery.
Yeah, doesn't want anybody around. He doesn't need to be mentioned because all his family in Perth and New Zealand will all be in bed now, so. Here comes Brown again in and bowls. That's another quick one that Bell Drummond leaves outside the off stump. 8 runs, or 9 runs off the over so far, including the single off the first ball.
So he'll be part of the T20 lineup then, Pat Brown, for
Oh yes,
Derbyshire? Yeah.
a key member of the Derbyshire T20 side.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? Because the two sides don't, these North and
They've
South,
never
the
played.
twain shall meet.
No,
You
they've never
just don't
played.
get used to the lineups, the opposition at all. So
Derbyshire have only ever played 4 or 5 teams from the south. I think it might be 4. Brown bowls a full delivery, almost gets through Bell Drummond. It's a decent finish to the over from Pat Brown. He now knows the length he needs to bowl, and he takes his cap and his sweater off umpire Neil Pratt. 76 for 1 at the end of the over. Compton 31, Bell Drummond 29. The first quarter final that Derbyshire ever played in. It was an open draw, and they played away at Lancashire and got beat. Then they played Hampshire here and got absolutely smashed by Shade Afridi. Who opened the batting and scored a century, the only century he's ever got in T20 cricket. They went to Bristol and played Gloucestershire. And they also played at Taunton, but we don't talk about that. And they played somebody, and it's gone out of my head, on finals day and lost. So 5, I think. Anuj looks like he's caught something in his hands and he wants to show it to the umpire there, the way he's walking. Look what I've got. Yep, no, look what I've got here. And he said, and he's shown it to umpire Pratt.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a contact
lens. Yeah.
He does wear glasses. And I thought umpire Pratt was saying, well, go and show it to Shanmugam, will you? Which is bizarre, but he was holding it like you know when you used to catch frogs as a kid?
Yeah.
Like, I've got this frog. What should I do with it? Well, don't bring it here. So he's just sorting out his contact lens, is Anuj Dal, which is an unusual stoppage in play. Leicestershire have now lost 5 wickets, incidentally. They're 331 for 5, but lead by 125. Middlesex 77 for 4, trailing by 306 at Sophia Gardens, and Gloucestershire 62 for 1, 407 behind Northants. Is it me?
It's Anderson to Compton. So I was just a little bit obsessed with Ange Dahl and his contact lens. I was sitting on the camera picking him out as well, but
We didn't have his
no
camera
run, by the
either,
way,
so,
off the
yeah.
that first delivery. I was thinking, why would he show it to the umpire? But presumably he has to show it to the umpire to say, "This is what I'm doing. I'm not just messing around on
I'm
the."
just poking myself in the eye.
Yeah, like fielders normally do.
Yeah.
This is a proper delay. That's a good shot from Compton. Anderson's dropped slightly short, and Compton has pulled it from off stump through behind square. And I thought the microphone had gone off for a second, but it's just very beautifully becalmed. And
It is quiet,
I think
isn't
if I was watching today, it'd be pretty much the same, to be honest. You have a little chat with your friends and watch a lovely bit of cricket. But that was a nice shot from Compton. He's on a 35, 29 for Beldrum at 80 for 1, Kent, now.
It would almost be asleep by now. I'm not far off, actually.
Notwithstanding, as you say, that you might have had a big lunch and a couple of drinks outside the off stump. A hot chocolate, I'm thinking, which can be very soporific. It's left by Compton outside the off stump. No run by that description, of course.
David Griffin's taken up occupancy below the members' pavilion.
Oh, yeah.
It's relatively unusual to see him there. He must be after something specific.
It's not cake there, is there?
He was leading the hot dog hunt
was gonna say.
at tea. He was,
I'm not saying particularly for him it would be cake, but certainly at tea I was, just thinking about it.
be nice, wouldn't it?
Round the wicket comes Anderson to Compton, drives that. Hasn't quite got all of it. I think it's going to be enough. Perhaps I've underestimated that. It'll be 4, though fielder Harry Kame is chasing it. It'll be 4 through the covers. It's a bit of a throwback to COVID there, as the two batters put their bats out to touch the. That's like a low 5.
Well, they can't spit on each other anymore, can they? Or something. I don't know what it is.
Strange, I know what you mean. But yeah. As Anderson and to Compton. Would it go past Harry Kame? It will do at cover. Anderson head drops a little bit as they come back for a comfortable 2 in the wide open spaces of mid-on, and Zach Chappell has to come around from mid-off to sorry, it was mid-off to the beg your pardon, to the left-hander. Chappell come from mid-on. They come back for 2 anyway, and the score's at 86 for 1. I'm not sure. It might be a Kent women's team that started it, but certainly the men took it up as well, which was basically touching in steps as well, and it all looked like a bit like Scottish country dancing at that point for celebrations, and but through the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. They had to entertain themselves somehow, didn't they? During COVID, it was a grim old time for many reasons, but 86 for 1, so didn't begrudge them a bit of fun, that's for sure. Seems like another world now, doesn't it?
I remember turning up at Trent Bridge for the first game after COVID, and we were having our temperature taken, and they pointed the thermometer thing at my forehead and said, "Oof, you're a bit cold."
A bit cold?
Yeah.
Right.
He said, "Go and sit in your car and put the heating on for 10 minutes." And I'm thinking, well, that's not going to alter my temperature. It's just going to alter how hot my skin is, not my overall temperature. But, yeah, madness.
Yeah, I think
Not a good time. Here's Pat Brown, interval to Daniel Bell Drummond, who drives. And it's fielded by Harry Kame at mid-on.
yeah, there are all sorts of, with the best intentions in mind, but all sorts of strange regulations, and certainly at the corporation we ran into 1 or 2 of those.
Yes.
Not the best of intentions, but not even looking back at the time, were strange and surprising, has to be said. People getting wrapped up, I think, in the regulations. But
Brown bowls, quick delivery, left alone by Bell Drummond to go through to Brooke Guest. I remember reporting from home on when remember the German football started before anything did it. We all started watching German football. for no reason really, because it was the only live sport that was around, and I had to track down a stream of Osnabrück in the second division
Fantastic.
of the Bundesliga, because Derby is twinned with Osnabrück.
Oh, really? Oh, all right, okay.
I
What's it?
sort of reported on it from
Great
home.
reason.
Madness. Here comes Brown again. Balls. Oh, that beats Beldrummond. That's a good delivery. Beldrummond. Good delivery from Pat Brown. Flies through to Brooke Guest, because, as I say, he is sharp. He did pick up a fifer in the winter in red ball cricket, Pat Brown, for the England Lions in Australia, but it wasn't an official match, because I think it was 13 against 12 or something. I have seen an interview with him in which he said it's a bit of a shame it wasn't first class, because they would have been his best figures by some considerable distance. So he can do it. Can he do it here and become Derbyshire's hero? He's into Beldrummond, and he goes back up onto his toes and forces the ball back towards Brown. And there's no run. It's been a good start to the Pat Brown over. His second. Just Lewis Rees was windmilling his arms, and he's now tied his shoelaces. I don't know if he's going to continue to windmill his arms. Anderson's only bowled a couple of overs since tea, gone for 14 now. A little expensive.
Yeah, we ended up watching some European T10 and T20 games. There we go. It's in there at the cricket, because we're outdoors as well. We're also watching that on laptops in the breaks or rain delays.
Next delivery is played again off the back foot. There's a dive there by David Lloyd. He doesn't get there, and this one might go all the way to the boundary. Jack Morley is chasing, but the ball beats him to the rope. And 4 more to Beldrummond, who moves on to 33 now, 90 for 1. They're going along better than 4 and over here, Kent. The effects of the heavy roller will have long gone. Derbyshire are not... they are beating the bat occasionally, but not as often as they would like, certainly. And I don't think it'll be long before we see one of the 2 spinners. Still 28 overs left today, of course, so plenty of time for that to happen yet. We're around about 6:20, I would have thought, if anybody's watching the clock. This one is, as Matt seemed to be a moment ago, that one is pushed up to mid-off, where it's fielded by Lewis Rees. It's the end of the over, and Martin Anderson is not removing his cap, which suggests that, he's taking his sweater as well from umpire Shamnagam.
Yeah,
it's going to be Lewis Rees.
Less clock watching, and that, I don't know if you get that sudden panic when you don't quite know what time it is, and you know there are updates.
Yes,
so I was thinking,
I do get that a lot.
You mentioned the time and suddenly thought,
yeah. Has it been an hour?
yeah, I don't know. I've honestly no idea what time it is. That's the wonder of cricket. You lose yourself in it, can't you?
Also.
So it is Lewis Rees to replace Martin Anderson at this racecourse end. I know, going back to the European cricket, that Liam Knight, the media manager at Kent County Cricket Club, took a big shine to the Serbian team. He's got a replica shirt now, so yeah. We critiqued it. So.
It used to be on quite a lot, the European Cricket League. It
Yeah.
seems disappeared from English television at the moment. The Australians are big on it.
We were watching it. We were watching it online, maybe so. But Rees it is. It's a no ball as you start. So umpire Shanmugam announces it, and Rees makes as if to kick the ball in frustration. But they start with 2 to the total. He's defending away from Ben Compton, and there's no run. Watching the, I think that might start, maybe not drink over, but just after the T10 tournament, the international or the European Cup T10, which is a hilarious competition. Sorry, exciting and brilliant, but for all sorts of reasons. It's a single into the onside taken by Ben Compton. And Dow was a little bit uncomfortably on that one, just rotating the shoulder as he gets up. It's not a great sight for Derbyshire fans, but he's not looking for the physio, just holding that right shoulder a little bit, and there's a single taken. But yeah, a couple of Kent teams made it into what effectively is they like to bill it as the Champions League, basically, of club cricket, T10, but Bexley, I think, made it. Tunbridge Wells, I think, made it. So yeah, great fun. As Rees comes round the wicket to Beldrummond, driven, won't beat the fielder at mid-off, Zach Chappell. believe I'm right in saying our colleague Ben Watts' brother went as part of Thomas Juel's cricket club. He went as some kind of advisor.
Oh yeah. Well, you need one, don't you?
Out there, certainly with the team, and I think jolly good time was had by all. I think it's fair to say in Spain. Reached round the wicket on the full. Daniel Bell-Drummond has dispatched that. I think I've lost the flight of it, but yeah, it's more or less on the full.
Along the floor.
Driven out. Super shot. Almost no sound of the bat again. How on earth do you do that? It is timing, isn't it? But that's 4 runs. Yeah, there we go. Replay shows that. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
I've already seen one game on this ground with 3 double centuries in it. Not this season, obviously, when Shah Massoud was here. You just get the feeling that it's going to be very difficult to pick up 20 wickets, and if any of the Kent batters can stay out there are runs for them.
Yeah, psychologically this will be really important for them and for Derbyshire to try and get in their heads at this point to try and provoke a collapse. This next one's defended by Bell-Drummond into the onside. There's no run.
So the odd one has gone past the edge, but not many.
Yeah.
And the runs are flowing freely.
So the ball's getting one of those phrases, but you're always moving towards your high score. The ball is getting older.
It is.
Almost ball by ball, it appears. Right. Driven by Bell-Drummond, back at the bowler. Goodness me, that got caught up in Louis Reese's feet. He's smiling. He sort of flicked his heel at it. I think he was eventually trying to get his ankles out of the way, but almost dragged it onto the non-striker stumps. I think Compton would have been in because there was no great excitement, but if it had rebounded off him quicker, that might have been interesting.
He had to really be on his toes there, though, Compton. I think you're right. He would have been in as the replay coming up. It was a good piece of feeling, though. It's going to coincide. And
so Reese bowls to Bell-Drummond. It's a little nudge into the onside square of the wicket. Morley's making progress towards it. Will I come back for a very quick 2?
Sort of flicked off his heel.
Yeah.
Towards
we can get a replay of this again. Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen.
No, this is the ball you've just watched.
Oh, there we are.
We have had a replay, but it happened at the same time as the last ball was bowled.
It's very convenient.
When we get the live in-time feed through, it'll be a game changer.
Like the sound of that. I've worked with crews who've had that before.
Yeah,
and
had it at Lancashire.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I'm sure they seem very efficient. So will you be able to call for replays as you go along if it's live? Is that the idea?
There you go.
Yeah. Oh.
There it is. It's been shown again. Thank you, everybody.
Just flicked his heel up. I think it's quite deliberate, isn't it?
Yeah.
As he realises it's coming to his feet. But fantastic footwork by Lewis Rees. Just didn't quite work out.
I don't know what his football pedigree is. 2 slips and a gully, catching mid-wicket as well as Pat Brown is into bowl to Compton, and he plays it towards that mid-wicket who is Lewis Rees. And there's no run. 99 for 1. We're only in the 24th over. Derbyshire, who set off pretty well yesterday, got to their century in the 27th over. Well, Kent batting quicker than that by 3 or 4 overs. So that's how good this is from Kent so far. Still 488 behind. As Brown is in again, that one is once more. It's turned by Compton to Rees, who immediately takes the sweat from his brow. It's getting excited about football. It would appear that Sunderland have equalised in the Championship.
That was my intake of breath. I didn't realise that Ed has an interest in that game, but I just saw the goal on the ticker.
I don't think he does.
Oh, he's not?
No.
Exciting though, obviously.
No, I think he's very much Derby County centred. 99 for 1. Brown in and bowls. Oh, when he had a little fiddle at that one, Compton. As he goes past the edge of his bat through to Brooke Guest. It's the concentration levels that are required to bat for as long as Caleb Juel has already batted, but he didn't have the pressure of looking at the scoreboard and thinking, blimey, we're was still 488 behind. He was just piling the runs on. And you have to maintain that concentration. It's very difficult. I imagine. I mean, I've never concentrated on anything for as long as Caleb Juel batted, as people will testify. Here is Brown again, bowls. That one is kept out by Compton. Brown fields off his own bowling and tosses the ball to Harry Kane. There are 5 either substitute fielders, drinks carriers, people who just want to chat, or coaches wandering around the boundary now.
Veritable posse.
Not too far away from the old scoreboard. Chris Heighton and Ajmal Shahzad, Blair Tickner, Nye Donald, Alex Thompson, they're all there, all heading towards Jack Morley. He's hoping for the end of the over. In comes Brown again, and that one just bounces a little more than he was expecting. I think he takes his bottom hand off the bat. Heavy ball, possibly. Whatever they are. Quick delivery. But Pat Brown is sharp, as I've been saying. How long he can remain sharp, I'm not sure, because he's used to short, sharp bursts.
Yeah.
And used more to bowling slightly back of a length. And the slower ball out of the back of the hand. And I've always wondered why a white ball player just doesn't do that in red ball cricket. I mean,
I'd agree.
If he suddenly pulls out the back of the hand slower ball here, it could cause all sorts of problems for Compton. But this is another quick delivery that's defended by Compton, and Brown points at the ball as it dribbles towards his feet. That is the end of his 3rd over. 99 for 1 it remains. 3 overs for 13. Pat Brown has bowled, and that one was a maiden. So he's starting to get into his rhythm, just as David Lloyd starts to windmill his arms. And he's just done the little thing about, with his right hand, how he might bowl the first delivery. I think it's too far before seeing him. And Blair Tickner's on the field now. He throws David Lloyd some kind of... he's thrown him a ball. That's interesting. And now David Lloyd is practicing with the ball on the outfield, bowling. I'm not sure that he is. I've never seen that before.
No, umpire Pratt just calling across, actually to the other group, so he's not taking offence to that. But
yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that before. I thought he was throwing him some kind of gel or...
Yeah. I mean, if you could, why would you not?
Yeah.
I think almost just...
Some of the league cricket have some very strange rules. Once the game started, you can't even go in the nets. You can't.
Right.
You can't practice on the outfield before. I mean, it's ridiculous. Anyway.
It's a little group of 5 Derbyshire staff as Rees comes round the wicket to the right-handed Bell Drummond and plays and misses at that one. That's left him off the pitch. Bell Drummond ends up leaning on his bat, looking where his pad is, looking where the ball ended up. I don't think he's particularly impressed with himself, but an impressive ball from Lewis Rees to start. Compton 42, Bell Drummond 39. The partnership is at... I thought I'd missed the century there. It's the number of balls, isn't it? It's 105. It's a 70. There you go. There's only 2 columns on that.
It'd be very impressive if they'd had a century stand.
It would be, wouldn't it? Yeah.
At 99 for 1.
Considering I had no idea what time it was, like 3 minutes ago. I think I'm doing all right. It's Rees too. Bell Drummond, that's very wide indeed. From the sublime to the slightly ridiculous from Lewis Rees. It's a very good point. 99 for 1. Of course, there'll be a massive burst of applause when the 100 comes in there.
I imagine so. Yeah. From the changing room, presumably, but
yeah.
I'm not sure from anywhere else. Derbyshire have taken to... They did it at Old Trafford, and they do it here. They bang on the inside of the window.
Right.
Which is a horrible noise, and one day a window's going to go.
Rees now past umpire Shannon Newgum, and that's driven away by Daniel Bell Drummond forward of square. It's a spirited chase by the fielder out there. Anish down, throws it back in. Come back by relay, but it's 2 for Bell Drummond in the end. They might have been on the ground quite a long time. I would hate to be critical of their running. They probably just decided against it, the 3rd one. No immediate rush for runs here, 101 for 1 from 24 overs.
Sorry, keep ticking it over.
Yeah.
That will be sufficient.
Rees aborts the run up there. And, yeah, thank you for the shot of the scoreboard, just to emphasise how simple it is to read and how badly I read it. Quite right too.
Dear.
It's worth showing me again, to be honest, just so I've got...
Bad when the director's taking the mickey, though.
So it's the yellow ones, is it? It's the number of balls. So what's the other column? Here's Reese to Bell Drummond. That's tucked away into the onside very nicely indeed by Daniel Bell Drummond. The chase this time for Morley. Turns and throws in one movement, but they come back for two. It's quite a chase actually for Brooke Guest to come and grab the ball, but they're keeping on their toes. And they'll be excited by what they see. It's a no ball as well.
He's fourth.
Is it? Yeah.
Something like that, Lewis Reese. If that is, let's have a look. Yeah, he's fourth no ball, Lewis Reese, in just 6.5 overs.
Actually, I've realised what they were signalling the 100 on the board. There we go. That was a great bit of camera work, and I missed it. That's another no ball for Lewis Reese. And I can hear them muttering. What is this man going on about? We're just doing our best to follow the ramblings of a madman on day 2, session 3.
Well, even more impressively, I don't think they can hear us on the... No. So
it's just the voices in my head then. Yeah, welcome everybody. This is apparently the BBC. It's Reese to Bell Drummond. Is it going down there? Drummond.
Inside edge.
Maybe an inside edge. Can't really tell how far he is. Just pulled at his jumper, Daniel Bell Drummond there. Is he signifying to the 12th maybe he's warm enough? Not quite sure. Yeah, it might have been going down actually.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But yeah.
I think you're right.
All right. Just loosening the jumper. There we go, Daniel Bell Drummond. And 107 for 1.
Yeah, the angle's wrong, isn't it, for Reese, really?
It's now to Bell Drummond. He's come round the wicket to the right-hander, so really has to square up a bit, and the ball has to change line from that angle. I'll have to get an LBW decision. Dot ball, the next one. A bit of breeze going across it. The sun's not breaking through at the moment, lighter than it's been for quite a lot of the day, and the cloud probably a little bit higher as well. No sign of showers, certainly, though some grey clouds. But Reese to Bell Drummond. Defends that one back up the pitch. And that will be the end of the over. Kent 107 for 1. Compton has 42. He's been overtaken by his captain now. Daniel Bell Drummond has 43 from 58 balls. The partnership at 78. 107 for 1. Kent still trailing by, well, a round figure, 480 now after that mammoth 587 for 5 from Derbyshire, including a double century by Caleb Juel.
Ancient Leicester, they lead by 146 centuries today for Lewis Hill, who made 119, and for Rian Ahmed, who made 136. Tom Hartley taking both of the wickets there. No James Anderson. There is Anderson Phillip, but he's not quite the same as James Anderson. As Pat Brown is in around the wicket, bowling to Compton, who just dabs it into the offside. And there is no run. I hope his next match isn't Chesterfield. It could be. Ian Holland is out in the middle at the moment. What a signing he's been from Hampshire. It's been terrific for Leicestershire this season, and a very large part of their success so far.
Yeah, he's top wicket taker, isn't he, in Division 2? Is it single figures, his average as well? It's bowling average is astonishing, yeah.
They bowled really nicely against Derbyshire. Nicknamed Dutchy, of course, as this next delivery from Brown is defended by Compton. There is no run. 2 no balls in the previous over. There were a couple of runs as well, but wasn't such a bad over from Lewis Reese. They are going along nicely. 4.5 and over overall, but in the last 5 overs, more than 5.5 and over. Just too many. And Blair Tickner's back in the box next door now. Here's Brown in and bowls a full-length delivery that is driven by Compton for 4 runs. Glorious shot out towards the extra cover boundary, hits the rope now. Cursory chase from Harry Kane, but he was really going to fetch the ball. And it would appear the pitch is quite flat. I'm
Yes.
slowly forming the opinion
think,
that
yeah.
you only know what's happening when both sides have had a bat on it, and it looks a little flat.
Yeah.
46 to Compton, 43 to Drummond, partnership up to 82.
What I would say again, from a Derbyshire point of view, if you get a wicket, Kent have been
Yes.
they've been
Oh,
in trouble,
They'll,
and so
they'll keep plugging away.
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
sure they will. Still 24 hours to go today. A lot of cricket today. That's a short of a length delivery that's pulled into the leg side by Compton. They go through for a single.
a widely exaggerated Ian Holland's bowling average.
Yeah.
He's taken 28 at 15 so far, so he's been absolutely thrashed around. But he's taken a lot of wickets.
Hardly worth him turning up, really. Good signing. Good signing.
Yeah.
The happiest man in Derby is sitting right behind us, who isn't having to bowl on a very flat pitch.
Go.
I'm sure he'd bend his back.
You'd make it talk, though, would you, Blair? Out there.
Here's Brown again, over the wicket to Daniel Drummond, and he sort of slaps that down to a very wide third man for 4 runs. Pat Brown can't quite believe it, has a word with Drummond. I think Pat likes a little word with the batters every now and then. Keeps him going. Nicest man you could wish to meet off the pitch. He just looks nasty when he's out there.
Happens with so many fast bowlers as well. I don't want to look at Blair just in case.
I think present company accepted, really. But
just in case he fiercely comes on the mic and digs me out. But, yeah, it's a form of therapy, maybe. You get it all out there in the middle. Yeah, maybe so. Psychoanalyzing your guests here.
Brown in again, and that one is chopped into the offside. It'll be fielded by Lloyd. And there's no run off the final ball of the over. So 26 gone, 24 to go today. And Kent are 116 for 1. Both Compton and Drummond have 47, and Kent trail by 471.
Bring Blair in. I'm off to do an update in 5 minutes. In any case, so
it's
I don't know if you're just
entirely up to him.
Just here to hear Dave Fletcher's wisdom as I am. Although it's not bad. There we go.
So he is going to come on.
He's taken one compliment off you there, Dave, but never mind.
Oh, really? Excellent. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it. We can ask him how flat this pitch is. Pretty flat, I would suggest. Hello again.
Howdy, thanks for having me back. I must have gone all right.
It was but you didn't swear. That's the main thing, I always think. Here's Lewis Rees bowling to Compton, who goes back and guides it to backward point with a tumbling stop by Jack Morley. It looks pretty flat.
Yeah, it does. Looks like a little bit of tennis ball bounce when you're a little bit shorter above the stumps. Trying to threaten the stumps as much as possible, really. We talked about being a little bit fuller and getting hit straight down the ground. But yes, it does look like a Derbyshire wicket.
Yes, it does, I'm afraid. Here's Rees in again, bowls to Compton, who turns that one into the onside, which is fielded by Martin Anderson. A good one to miss. Might be a good T20 pitch, but I'm not sure it's it'd be a good 8-day pitch, probably.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of dry weather around, and the extra grass is just holding it together, really. So it's not really breaking up. We played on a hybrid next door to it against Middlesex, which spun a bit.
That's defended by Compton.
A little less grass on it, and it spun day 3 and 4. So this one's obviously just a normal wicket and holding together with that extra grass. So it's going to be a lot of hard work for the bowlers, I think.
Yes, the current run rate that Kent are going at 4.4 is just a little bit more than the Derbyshire bowling attack would like. I'm just a little surprised we haven't seen either Morley or Lloyd yet. But I suppose the bowl's only 26 overs old, but might be worth a shot as Rees bowls. That strikes the pad. Big appeal for leg before wicket. There haven't been many leg before shouts.
I've given that out.
But yes, I heard you giving out. There haven't been many leg before shouts that have been given out though so far in this game. We will see a replay of it shortly on the stream there away to the left. Lewis Rees can't quite believe it, and he hasn't moved yet.
The statue of Derbyshire.
Well, Wayne Madson's having to persuade him to move by the look of it. This is the delivery, the 20s. No, I don't think this is the delivery. I think it's the one after. The stream seems to have slipped a bit. No, it's the
There's
next
one
one.
before.
It's the next one. I'll try and get the stream up to speed in a moment.
It looked good
It did
from
look
here.
good, yeah. But we're not quite in line.
It looks like he's getting it to drift back. The ball before drifted back into the left-hander, which would say it would be very close.
He's going to bowl the penultimate ball of this over before we get a replay on the stream, as that one is defended into the offside and fielded by Pat Brown. Here we go. And
Oh, he's quite far down, maybe outside the line.
I'm just going to say, as he got outside that, I was
Yeah,
going
he
to
sort of
try and sound clever there, but
Yeah, no, he walked down. That was well played, actually. He's walked down the wicket and got outside off, but it was a good delivery. He seems to be swinging it back, which is different for just outside, I'd say.
yeah, outside the line. But we're all in agreement. Let's get this thing into some kind of. So we're only a ball behind. That'll be better. Here's Rees in again to Compton. He goes back and just guides the ball out towards the cover boundary. Pat Brown will catch up with it now. He knows they're only going to run two, so he just slows up before underarming the ball in to Brooke Guest. 2 to the total, 118 for one. Compton moves to 49. Bell Drummond has 47, and Kent still trail by 469. That 438 is their main target, so they're still a little way away from the follow-on, but a bit like that Middlesex game, if they get even remotely close to it, it's going to be a tall order to get the bowlers to go back out there again. And it took 140 overs for Derbyshire to get to 587. Imagine bowling. I know they've got a few more options, Derbyshire, than Kent have, and of course Kent unsure as to whether Jake Ball will be able to come out and bowl again after looking like he had some kind of stomach. Just pulled him.
Yeah, I think it was his side strain, it
Yeah.
looked like. And a fast bowler's worst nightmare, really.
Yes, I'm told that. So Zach's back, this time from the City end.
At least he's a little bit of swing. That's the one thing. So hopefully he can swing the ball away to the right-hander here. Changed end, so his preferred end. So hopefully with that he can get some outswing.
What is the difference? But I'll ask you after the first ball. You can perhaps answer the difference between the two ends. I know bowlers have come here over the years and said, "Oh, I prefer." Tony Palladino used to bowl a lot from the racecourse end here, as Chappell is on his way in and bowls. That one is defended by Bell Drummond. The scoreboard now appears entirely to be a video of what's happening out there in the middle. I'm sure that's deliberate from the boys in the stream room. What's going on? At 118 for one. Is there a difference to the two ends? Have you bowled from both? You
Yeah,
must
I
have.
bowled from both. I don't mind either end really. For me, it doesn't make much difference. There's not much of a hill here in Derby. I don't feel like myself, but
No.
some guys, Zach does like bowling from this end.
He's in now to bowl to Bell Drummond, and that one's left alone outside the off stump to go through to Brooke Guest. They talk to me about the slope, and my eyes aren't great anyway, but you can see the slope in the members' pavilion on the far side, the way it does just slope down a little bit, but it's not exactly hilly, is it? I mean, the outfield's not as flat as it might be, but
I thought it used to go the other way, so
yes, no one.
so it must be pretty flat.
I've got no idea. I would have been watching them for 10 years. I still don't know which way the slope goes. As Chappell is in, that one is guided off an edge down to third man. There's a chase here for Morley. Well, it's more of a fetching job, really, as the ball hits the rope now, and Jack Morley continues over the rope, and it's a half century for Daniel Bell Drummond. 47 off 47. That wouldn't be a half century, would it? 51 off 63 deliveries. That was his 10th boundary. So a very high proportion of boundaries in Daniel Bell Drummond's 51. Partnership up to 93. 122 for one. They teased us, Derbyshire, by getting that early wicket. I thinking, oh, they're just going to go straight through them here. It's not quite that easy on this surface. As Chappell is in again, that one's left alone. That's a good leave by Bell Drummond, who actually dances up and down on the spot after he leaves it. And the cloud covered, that'll be why we've got a bit more swing possibly.
Yeah, I think so. It's the length that makes the difference really. Obviously, we've been a little bit short to both these guys, so they've been able to cut and pull pretty easily. The ball's like the ball that Chappell just bowled there, a bit more challenging. Top of the stumps, around fourth stump, are the balls that are going to do something for us. So hopefully we can hang around there for a bit longer.
Chappell bowls to Bell Drummond, who pushes it out into the offside. Came Fields. Did you get told off when you threw the ball to David Lloyd and he bowled 2 balls at you?
No, I didn't get in trouble. I don't get in trouble.
You should have done that, shouldn't you?
I'll just help him warm up.
I've never seen that before. In all my time covering Derbyshire, I've never seen somebody lobbed a ball and then I thought it was remarkable. Oh dear, I've stopped the stream now. I shouldn't have done that. It's Chappell bowls. That one is pushed up to mid-on by Bell Drummond. And there's no run. Oh dear, what have I done? I've made a terrible error. There it is. So there's news of his 50, Bell Drummond, given by Jane. 66 balls he's faced now. 64 for his half century. I just thought it was a bit naughty. 2-1 in the football now, but I don't know who to. Ed next door keeps giving me, he's doing his programme from here. Has he not collared you to go on yet? It won't be long. Sheffield United are 2-1 down to Sunderland, and they're into 7 minutes of stoppage time, and they've already played them. This is, wow, Tom Watson with what looks like the winning goal in the 5th added minute of the game, and Sunderland, who a couple of years ago were playing Burton Albion in League One, look like they're going to be in the Premier League next season. That's remarkable.
I have a feeling this over actually, either a catch in mid-wicket with that swing or an LBW. Feel like there's a little bit of movement for Reece here, so I'm feeling it.
Are you?
Yeah, I am.
like that. We like that. Here he comes and bowls, and that one's down the leg side.
Oh
so
no, it was just a leg side drop catch.
Was it a drop catch? It looks like a drop catch the way everybody's down on their haunches. Little tickle and
I had the feeling, and it only lasted 1 ball.
let's have a look on this replay, if he's got a big bit of it or not. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got quite a lot of it. So Compton dropped on 49 down the leg side. Tough for wicket keepers that, but I'll say it for you. That's what they get paid to do. 122 for 1. In comes Reece again and bowls. That one is carved into the offside and nicely fielded there at backward point by...
Got a good hand on it.
Yeah, he did. He did. And chances are few and far between, I think it's fair to say. So I can't afford to drop too many. I didn't stop them last season, of course. They barely held on to one. As Reece is in again, and that one again is on leg stump, turned away nicely by Compton out towards Anuj Dal, who's out there in the far distance. And it's 50 for Compton as well, off 88 deliveries. With 6 fours in his half century, just holds his bat up and waves it in the air and gets a congratulatory handshake from his skipper, Daniel Bell Drummond. 94 the partnership. And Tomo's on again. Alex Thompson is on at mid-off.
Burning off those caramel Tim Tams he just said in the dugout. A few biscuits.
They're an Australian thing, aren't they?
Yeah,
Tim
yeah,
Tams?
yeah.
Yeah. Are they're freely available in New Zealand as well?
They sure are, yes.
I don't think they've reached these shores really, apart from in specialist shops. Certainly if you go down to your local supermarket, I think you'd struggle to find them. Reece around the wicket, bowls to Bell Drummond. That one is jammed out into the offside. Fielded by Pat Brown.
Still a little bit of swing there around the wicket and just straightening there. He might trying to get the nick off. It's good bowling.
2 slips in the gully. Man out on the point boundary. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a long leg. for Reese, who comes around the wicket to Bell Drummond, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. Compton wants some gloves, I fancy. He wants something anyway. He's waving furiously at the changing room. Nobody's looking. Oh no, he wants something for his back. I've not seen that before. So perhaps he's got a little twinge in his back. Ben Compton has got a lot of runs early in the season. Not so many recently, but he's already got 50 here today. 123 for 1. As Reese is in, and that strikes the pad of Bell Drummond, drops down to his feet. He picks up. I hate that. Well, it's just, well, no. Let the fielder pick it up. If the bowler goes, picks it up and cricks his back, you don't touch that ball. It's got nothing to do with you. Not you, but the bowler. I'm still waiting for the full-time whistle to tick over at Wembley. I don't really care because I have no interest in the Premier League whatsoever. But my team couldn't be much further away from the Premier League if they tried. 123 for 1.
Well, there you go, full time, all over.
Full time all over, and indeed, Sunderland are in the Premier League. I've been asked a question by Nick Hartshorn for you, who is a regular contributor. He says, do you know the Kiwi pro at Elworth, Jared McKay?
Yes, I do. Otago, yes.
Yeah.
Fast bowler.
So there you go, Nick. He knows him.
New Zealand is a small country, so.
Yeah. First a new over from Zach Chappell begins and Compton defends. It's a small pool that they choose their professional athletes from, certainly, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
And yet, like the New Zealand Warriors are doing well this season in the NRL. Auckland have just topped the A-League in their first season.
Unfortunately, they lost 2-1 on aggregate this morning.
They're out,
yeah,
are they?
Yeah, they just got knocked out at home.
I've recorded that. No, you've ruined it for me. No, I haven't.
So, sorry.
No, I haven't recorded it at all. I just was fascinated. Is that what
I just
pushed
looked
into
it
the
over
leg
this morning,
side?
yeah. No, we do very well for the population.
So here's one for you. This is left field. You probably won't, but Max Crocombe, who's the goalkeeper at Burton Albion, who I also cover.
Yep.
He's the New Zealand #1 goalkeeper, but he spent a lot of his time in this country. He was born in New Zealand, but sort of grew up in England, I think. As Chappell is in, and that one is cut away, but into the ground by Compton, straight to Anna's Dal. But it seems to me that New Zealand would do well not to qualify for the World Cup these days. Big games against Tahiti and
I think they'll
some other small islands.
Some of the islands, his big score lines, and we feel like we're going really well until we play someone good.
I think they beat Tahiti. I think it was Tahiti 8-1, and all I could ask Max was, how on earth did you let one in? As Chappell bowls grunt of the effort ball, and it's pushed out into the offside again by Compton. But New Zealand punch above their weight. What's the population?
5 million, I
Is that
think.
all?
Yeah, 5 million, yeah. Obviously, big push in rugby union with the All Blacks and all the Super
Well, they
Rugby.
used to be good, yeah. They used to be
They
good,
used to
didn't
be
they?
good, yeah. They still go all right. And then obviously there's been a massive push for rugby league at the moment with the Warriors, and they want to push for another South Island team.
Do they? Oh, that'd be interesting. Chappell bowls. That one's cut away by Compton. That'll be 4 runs, and he'll move on to 54, 127 for 1. I didn't realise that because I know that Norths, who played obviously in Sydney, are going to become the team in Perth.
Yeah, the Bears, yep.
And I didn't realise that because they want a team in PNG as well, don't they? The NRL.
Port Moresby, yeah.
I love a bit of NRL.
Yes, I'm a big NRL. South Sydney, though, in New Zealand, that goes to
okay.
South Sydney, yeah.
But they're owned by a New Zealander, aren't they?
Russell Crowe.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sometimes mistaken as Australian.
Yes, but not by me. Don't worry.
Thank you.
Here's Chappell, bowls a full delivery. It's driven out into the offside by Compton, straight to Pat Brown, and there's no run. That was the last ball of Chappell's 8th over, 1 for 25. His figures. Yes, no, I'm very much aware of the difference between New Zealanders and Australians, and of Canadians and people who live in the United States of America. The accents are completely different, and like Melanie Bracewell, who I think is a brilliant comedian. She's from New Zealand, isn't she? I think she,
all the Bracefuls
I was going to say,
yeah,
I think she is related somewhere along the line to the Bracewell family, who are, I think they make up half of the population
yeah,
of
they do.
New Zealand,
Oh,
don't they?
sporting population usually.
Yeah, yeah. No, she keeps popping up on my Facebook at the moment because she's touring this country. I think she is anyway. Here's Lewis Rees around the wicket to Bell Drummond, who drives but doesn't quite time it. Alex Thompson, good stop from Tomo, diving away to his left-hand side. It's not very flattering, that picture of me, is it, on the screen at the moment?
No, me either, actually.
I think you've got away with it there. When you're a far better physical specimen, of course. 128 for 1.
Still a bit of swing there. I'm hoping for an
Are
LBW.
you feeling anything at the moment?
Not as much as that first time I said it, but I just think they mid-wicket catcher, even 2 mid-wicket catchers. I put in a leg slip in here as well as a mid-wicket catcher. Don't mind it.
David Lloyd's coming to mid-wicket catching, and that'll be Martin Anderson at leg slip. Wayne Madson at slip. There's a backward point as well. As Rees is in and bowls. That one is pulled. Short delivery out towards Anuj Dal. And they go through for a single. Compton moves to 55, 129 for 1. I think I should let Matt come in and sit in my place, and you could do 5 minutes with Blair. As as you don't mind that, Blair, do you?
No, I don't. All my rehab's done, all my gym, so
You're done.
I'm a free man.
You're done for the day. Are you?
Yeah, I'm done for the day.
Right. Well,
given as much bowling advice as I can, but it's obviously not working very well.
We spotted that you were wandering around the boundary giving some advice as Rees is in, and that one is driven into the ground and straight to Pat Brown, who, without looking, throws the ball out the stumps. I'd like you to explain how Derbyshire are going to get a wicket.
Yes.
And then I'll bring Matt Cole in.
Well, Lewis Rees is coming around the wicket and hopefully still a little bit of drift or swing away from him. Still got the slips in play, but yeah, it's looking like hard work today. The wicket's holding together well and runs are plenty actually, so hopefully I can come up with an idea up here so I can go tell the guys.
Rees bowls 2 odd. Press the right microphone, that'll work, won't it? To Danny Bell Drummond to the offside. Dave's trying to teach me the ropes, but it's not working very well, to be honest. Well, there we go. Keep pressure on. I was saying before, Kent had been through a couple of batting collapses in recent times as well, so 1 brings 2, perhaps. I know it's the old cliche, but
yeah, I think it's just like you said, pressure, but putting the ball in the right spot over and over again. Obviously, we've been a little bit short this session again. We're big on our front forward defence and keeping that percentage up. So hopefully we can bowl well this afternoon.
2 slips in a gully and full pitch delivery from Rees, driven up to Harry Kane mid-on. So no ball. And Louis Rees has really struggled with the no balls, hasn't he? Not sure how many that is for him now, but another one from umpire and Mugam. So 131 for 1. But it's been great, Lewis Rees, though, hasn't he? 19 wickets so far.
Yeah, he's been really good. Obviously, 10 for in the first game does help. It does help the tally, but no, with bat and ball, he's been amazing, I think. Averaging over 50 with the bat, and same with very, very good with the ball. So
yeah, that one on off stumps, defended by Danny Bell Drummond, who looks at the willow. Not sure what he's inspecting there. Just looking at the back of the grip, but defended. There's no run. 131 for 1, 55 for Compton, 52 for Bell Drummond. As Derbyshire look for wickets here, having racked up a massive one. 587 for 5 with 232 for Caleb Juel. Interested to hear you speaking about, is that Auckland against Melbourne victory today? Is that right?
Yep,
But,
that is one. Yeah, I was just flicking across actually. I was watching a bit of rugby union, and then I turned it on the last 10 minutes. But yeah, they lost 2-0 at home, and they've been kicked out of the old final. So after being minor premiers, so a bit disappointing, but it's pretty exciting for them first year in the competition. So
I didn't realise that.
to be minor premiers, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, good start.
I mean, I noticed they have one of the a footballer that was on the bench today, actually, called Tommy Smith, who's a former New Zealand international, who's played for one of the greatest football teams in world football, of course, Ipswich Town for a long period of time, but now gone back to his native New Zealand. So just thought I'd crowbar that in, listeners. So there we go.
Well, David Lloyd's got me to come across to Wrexham, so I'm
Has he?
now a Wrexham
Wow.
fan. I think a lot of people...
There are worse teams.
yeah.
Absolutely fantastic upward trajectory. Great story.
Obviously, he's from Wrexham, so...
Yeah. Off the hip, this one from Compton. He'll take 2 down to Alex Thompson, reserve fielder. Backward square, throws the ball back in. But yeah, incredible story. Fletcher telling me that David Lloyd was on the staff there, I think, at Wrexham. Was a player there, maybe in his youth? But
I wouldn't know. He hasn't spilt the beans all the way there, but no.
But he's not there via the Disney documentary, that's
no,
for sure.
No, he's well before that. Well before that. He makes sure he tells the lads that.
Incredible journey that must be for him, and other Wrexham fans have been there for many years. But this is dabbed just outside off stump by Compton. It's a good shot, just cut away for 4 runs, and they move on to 137 for 1, I think. Yeah, indeed, 61 for him off 97 balls, Ben Compton, which is relatively speedy for the Kent Open, of 52 from 75 for Daniel Bell-Drummond.
I don't think we're far away from a little bit of spin, I think. The pace bowlers obviously been missing their length, so I think we'll be bringing one of the spinners on very soon.
Jack Morley, just to that effect, you're the expert, and just loosening up the thighs there and doing a bit of twist as well. Zach Chappell from the City end bowling to Compton, and that's pushed down the leg side to is that Alex Thompson 15? I think it is.
He's been busy.
Just make sure. Yeah, absolutely. It's a sub fielder. Caleb Juel obviously spent a long time at the crease, 232. I mean, we've obviously got through a number of superlatives for him, an incredible innings for him. But what a performer.
He's been really wanting that 100. He's obviously started really well, and to go to a double, stoked for the guys. Great bloke, and he's been a great addition to the team.
Chappell to Bell-Drummond, drops on that late, but it's gone through third. That's a characteristic shot of Daniel Bell-Drummond, which makes bowlers very irritated, I'd imagine. Zach Chappell's got his head in hands, but have you bowled to Daniel before? But
no, I don't think. Someone said that he came over and played for the Auckland Aces in a Super Smash competition, but I can't remember. Probably showing my age, can't remember. But no, it looks like he plays it very late, and he looks like a good player. So it's going to be a hard one on a flatter wicket to dismiss him.
Yeah, it's one of those, can't get him into trouble, but he's got obviously good hands and prepared to play the ball late through third, and does that a lot in the T20. Actually uses that as a weapon to when they're taking the slips out, just to run it past slip or third. But it's 4 runs for him, 56 he's on to now, 142 for 1. Derbyshire looking for wickets. You do think if they can get one, maybe that'll bring 2 or more with Kent's recent batting woes. But on scene off a back of the length delivery from Daniel Bell-Drummond, goes to Martin Anderson at mid wicket. So what was you? I mean, obviously you're kind enough to join us in the commentary box. What do you like as a watcher of cricket? Do you get a bit antsy thinking?
Yeah, a little bit antsy. Yeah. I'd rather watch us bowl and give some a little bit of advice.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'd rather be out there playing.
It's Chappell to Bell-Drummond. Just defends that one. Compton was backing up a ways, but goes back into his crease at the non-strikers end of the over, 142 for 1. Kent still trailing by 445, 32 overs through their innings with 18 remaining, so around about an hour, depending on how quick the spinners bowl. Time at 21 minutes past 5. I'm Matt Cole. Beside me, New Zealand International and Derbyshire's Blair Tickner. Joining us in the commentary box. And
here comes the spin.
Yeah, called by Captain Tickner there. It's great to have the experts here.
Yeah, I got my walkie-talkie down, Wayne Madson, I think. Played a bit of cricket with him now, so I think we're on the same wavelength.
Yeah.
But yeah, hopefully we can see a little bit of spin to open up this game, but with the grass cover, I can't see too much spin from straight. Maybe with a left-handed batsman, he might be a tiny bit of rough out there after 2 days, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah, we saw, I mean, literally 2 or 3 from Matt Parkinson, who's at the most tweak for Kent, turn and bounce a little bit, but I think it was literally probably counting 2 or 3 times during a long Derbyshire innings. So,
Yeah.
but change of attack for Derbyshire. Spin brought in for the first time. Left arm at Jack Morley. And, so I'm sure Dave has asked you this already, but how are you feeling? Are you back on it? Are you playing T20 as well?
Yeah, I'm playing T20s as
Yeah.
well. I'm obviously out for this game and a few T20s, I hope,
Right.
and then I'll be available. And then obviously we've got some 4 days in the middle of that
Yeah.
block as well, so I'll be ready to go. We've got 2 overseas as well as me, so there's options. So hopefully we all play a few games, and I feel like our balance in our team is very good this year, going into T20 cricket. So hopefully we can go all right.
Yeah, it's going well on the 4-day stuff at the moment. Second in the table, Derbyshire, and hoping for a win here against Kent as well, of course. One slip in behind Compton as Morley starts, and this one's it's a full toss outside the off stump, pretty quick outside the off stump too, taken by Brooke Guest. Just, Jack Morley pushes the sleeves of the long sleeve shirt up as he bowls to Compton. Uses his feet, plays it just outside off stump, back to the bowler. And there's no run.
Yeah, the rough looks quite full there, so he's going to have to try to bowl full and outside off, but I don't think he'll be too much there.
So yeah, that's why he's started outside the off then to try and bring that into play.
Yep.
He's defended again. And, as Dave was encouraging me to watch videos of you yesterday for your run up, but
Highly entertaining.
I was more interested in you running through Pakistan in one of the clips I saw, so it's kind of been bad.
Yeah, it can't be bad.
It's Morley to Compton pushing the onside, and there's no run. Obviously, Kent have had a lot of bowling injuries this season. I guess it is just part of the course, isn't it? Part of the job as a fast bowler, you're going to pick up strains.
We were talking about it the other day, actually. Sorry.
No, not at all. Cut away for at least 2. It's going to be held up from the boundary. As Zach Chappell will complete the fielding. They're coming back for 3, in fact. Sorry, asking you a question before the spinner bowls.
There's obviously been a lot of dry weather in England, and all the fields are grounds are quite hard, which is different to usual. There's been a lot of hamstrings and knees and injuries. It's just that extra hardness of the soil, and like even after a few games here, I felt my feet coming from my feet up my legs. It was more coming from there, so I just think it's very dry. It was actually nice that we got a little bit of rain the other day.
So Morley bowls to Bell Drummond, blocks that back up the pitch, and Came Fields end of the over, 145 for 1. Bell Drummond has 56, Compton has 65, with playing Tickner, and so it's almost a jarring feeling, is it? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. You just obviously it's been very dry. It's just a lot of time on feet. You play a lot of county games in a row, and it just sort of builds up on you. But yeah, and the footmarks can be incredibly hard. Last week in Manchester, it was almost like cement after a few days when they fill it in. You get used to it, but obviously when you're trying to bowl fast every day of the week, it does hurt. But it's part of the job, really. You just hope you don't break down. But it's seen a little bit of a trend there.
And there's been talk from the PCA and trying to protect the players that coming off what can be a quite short run up in terms of the weather in March in the UK, and then bowlers particularly hitting a run of 6-7 fixtures almost on the bounce. It puts a lot of strain on.
Yeah, we obviously play a lot less 4-day cricket in New Zealand. We only play eight games now. Came down from 10, so we don't get it at home, and obviously coming here and seeing the amount of games over and over again, it's hard, especially for the guys that you're trying to bowl reasonably fast over and week out. And to be an international cricketer, well, I believe that you have to be fast or very on the spot accurate. So that if you've got developing fast bowlers in England, it's so hard to keep going every week because you're going to have injuries, or it's just not possible.
And I guess in Kent's situation, having bowled whatever 130 overs in
Yeah.
at a stretch over a couple of days. That might be all they get to bowl, but
Yeah.
you take sort of residual tiredness maybe into the next game. Or
Yeah, for sure.
so Anish Dowell is replacing Chappell at the far end. It's driven by Compton into the offside. And there's
Yeah, I've never really had it too much. Obviously, in New Zealand, we have a bit more of a break. But before we had a Middlesex game here, I think we had 220 straight, and I'd bowled nearly 50 overs, and then 3 days later, I'm having to bowl first against Glamorgan down there. It was the first time I've bowled my first spell, thinking I'm still a bit tired here.
And he's down wide of the crease there to the left-handed Compton. He's coming round the wicket. Compton back at the bowl with no run. I suppose that speaks to what the Cricketers Association have been saying. Is
I think so. Obviously,
let alone playing at your best, it's a worry about injury.
You want the game, the teams to be playing at their best for the best product for everyone. And if you're coming into the game tired on wickets that have been pretty flat, it's very hard for the fast bowlers.
So it's down now bowling to the wicket to Compton. Compton plays a deliberately square of the wicket on the offside. He'll take himself a single, and the score moves on to 146 for 1. It's your first spell with Derbyshire, is that right?
Second, I came last year for a few months, and the relationship's been great. So hopefully, continue to be a Derbyshire player.
Yeah.
Wait and see.
I suppose it's about cementing those bonds. We see that with not as it was in the past, where you'll have an overseas pro that will stay a decade or whatever and play all forms, because that's gone out the window now, isn't it?
Yeah, there's obviously so many opportunities around, especially in T20 cricket. But me and Derbyshire have talked the whole time, and our relationship's strong. So hopefully, like me and Caleb, obviously come back for many years to come.
That's great news.
If they'll have us.
Yeah, well, this back, I'm sure it's looking good, I would say. Back out of there's no one.
It looks good for him after 200, I think.
Yeah, quite so. Blair, all I'm saying is I don't know how much you've been to Kent, but it's a beautiful part of the country. The Garden of England, they call it.
Yeah.
And
it's nice.
I don't want any messages from Derbyshire listeners for the moment. Just talk about Kent for a minute, and the beautiful places. We talk about the cathedral city of Canterbury with all its history. And that's run by Daniel Beldrum. I'm not sure how much control he was at that. It's high on the bat. It's gone through past third Martin Anderson, diving at the gully position. That'll go for 4. I think that'll be reasonable encouragement to manage down there. I don't think that was quite a...
Yeah, he played it late, but a little bit too late, I think. Went through gully along the ground, though. He does play it very late.
It's 4 more. Daniel Beldrum, and he's on to 60 now. Compton 66, 150 for 1. And I don't tell you to tell us any secrets, but in terms of approaches from clubs, does that go through an agent, or they approach you direct? Or?
Go through the agency. But luckily enough, Ben Smith, the batting coach here, is also the Central Stags T20 coach. So we had a little bit of a relationship before then, so that always helps. But usually just agent.
Star bowls to Beldrum and gets a bit of lift outside the off stump, playing a miss by Beldrum, and with very decent deliveries from Anish Dowell there. Finishes the over though, 150 for 1. Kent, 150 is up. And obviously the life of, we're talking about in the past, overseas professionals staying for whole seasons, and obviously the demands on your time and the opportunities as well around the world are so different now.
Yeah.
I mean, it almost feels head spinning at times for players like yourself, internationals that could end up at different franchises around the world.
Yeah, the cricket has changed a lot over the last few years. It's a lot of cricket as well, especially if you come over here. I think I had it was 3 days between our last 4-day game and the first one here, so I missed the first game, but going straight into it, and then we have about a month off between seasons.
Yeah.
Whereas Caleb in Australia with the Sheffield Shield, they finished earlier, but then they go straight into the season. I think the last game of the county season is pretty much the first game of their one-day comp. So it's very tight now between countries.
That's Morley bowls to Compton. That's driven up to mid-on, but fielded, because Wes Agar was going to be with Kent at the start of the season, but played quite a lot of Sheffield Shield cricket, I think, and so his workload's being managed by his team in Australia in a similar way. As you say, the overlap between the two.
You don't know how much cricket you're going to play, if there's a different league, or you sort of sign these deals and then you're trying to juggle everything, and it is so hard because you obviously want to be. I want to be loyal to Derbyshire cricket, and I've loved my time, so it's hard when there's so many moving parts now.
Morley to Compton, and that's defended into the offside. There's a dot ball the previous one as well, 150 for one, and obviously takes you away from your home as well. But I guess that is the lot of an international cricket.
Yeah, long time retired. I keep telling myself.
Fair enough. It's Morley bowls to Compton into the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, it's obviously hard on family members and everyone involved and being away, but it's nice coming back to a familiar place and where you know the guys and you know the culture of the team. Makes it easier.
So Morley, quicker delivery, but pushed on the leg side by Compton. And he'll take a single to a long leg Anish Dal. Fields, 151 for one. I mean, I have enough trouble organising myself just to get to cricket fishes during the summer, but trying to work out your timetables during your winter or the must be tricky enough.
I just make sure I get my plane fare over and then I get told where to be. I'm not very good at that as well. Someone asked me where the first T20 game was the other day and I had to rattle it off the top of my head.
It's Morley, this one keeps it a little bit low, coming around the wicket, the spinner to Daniel Bell-Drummond. There's a good stop by Harry Kame, an absolute no from Daniel Bell-Drummond to that single, 151 for one at the end of the over. Economical one by Morley's, none for four from two now. But yeah, just in the course of reporting, commentating on cricket, you do see the overseas professionals who are literally packing their bags at the end of one T20 and getting on a flight pretty quickly for the next one.
Yeah, those guys. Yeah, well, obviously it's a great lifestyle, but it sort of wears you down over time. Going different countries, different teams, it's different environments you have to get involved in, and for me, I like to play in a team that I sort of know the direction of where they're going, and play for a longer period of time. Every player is different, really. There's a lot of opportunities out there, so, and like I said, it's a long time retired, so you got to take those opportunities when they come. But yeah, it is tough going into new teams over and over again. I'd say, yeah.
And we noticed you chatting to your teammates as you go round. You've got Morley to bowl a couple of balls to you as well. Do you see that as part of your role, or is it just the kind of guy you are?
I'm sort of that guy.
He's Dale to Bell-Drummond.
I sort of
to Compton. No run.
Become a bit of a leader for the bowling team, especially in 4-day cricket, and me and Wayne talk a lot on the field about what we're going to do next. So it's a bit weird me not being beside Wayne talking to him. So we had a good chat at tea, and then obviously trying to pass the message on how we started to the guys on the boundary, and just staying on top of them really, like I would if I was playing.
Double bowl round the wicket to Compton now. Two slips in. That's Madson and Anderson. This one's cut away by Compton. That'll take a single. So 152 for one. Do you see coaching in your future at any point?
Being a little bit. I do enjoy fast bowling coaching. I enjoy the biomechanics of fast bowling. I've done a lot with myself and with other bowling coaches. I do enjoy that, yes, but straight after my career, unsure. Yeah,
sure. So I'm not wishing the days away. You've got plenty of bowling to do yet. Single from Danny Bell-Drummond to the offside, Anderson Fields, and there's 153 for one. Compton 68 now, Bell-Drummond 61. And these are hard days for, I think Dave Fletcher's already said this, for quick bowlers, for bowlers of all types, aren't they, when it's a bit flat out there?
I saw a report saying it's one of the flattest wickets in England, most runs, so I didn't think about that when I'm a bowler here, an overseas bowler. But it is tough work, but all the more enjoyable when you get a wicket, I guess.
Down to Compton. Just plays that into the offside, and there'll be a quickly taken single. Talking to Adam Hollier, the Kent coach last night, he said they expected it to to deteriorate, to break up a little bit over the 4 days, but not really any sign of that, I suppose, yet for the Scottish
Nah,
team.
obviously he was about 10 mil left on the wicket. You've got obviously very dry weather at the moment, and underneath it's quite dry, but the grass cover's so thick that it holds it together.
It's just outside the off stump of Daniel Bell-Drummond. I think it's a play and a miss. Anuj Dal is ready to celebrate if that got edge to wicket keeper or slip, but goes back to his mark there. You become I guess you are, have to be a student of pitches, don't you, of grass,
Yeah.
and
You're,
the way that...
you're wrong more times than you're right.
Oh, fair enough.
I'd tell you, but no, we've sort of seen a little bit of a trend. We've played on hybrids here that have spun. I've obviously kept a little bit of grass on it because the normal wickets don't usually turn here.
Down to Bell-Drummond. Has he got an edge to that one? Yes, he has, indeed. His hold at the crease isn't because he doubts the catch or the edge, but out of frustration, I think, and they have a second wicket. Derbyshire, 154 for 2. They have the Kent captain, Danny Bell-Drummond, for 61. He'll be immensely disappointed having made that start, but a breakthrough with 14 overs remaining of the second day might just give Derbyshire a way in to breaking down this Kent first innings. 154 for 2. The previous delivery from Dahl, I think, asked questions of Daniel Bell-Drummond. He's edged that one behind to Brookguest and goes a 61 from 86 balls. There we are. There is the breakthrough. And Blair Tickner has helped, I think. There we go. You should tell them you called it.
Definitely didn't call that, and I haven't been down there for about an hour, so I can't claim any sort of bowling, but it was obviously pitched up. There's a little bit of movement in there, and he's bowled quite well this spell, so well deserved, and hopefully that's many to come this afternoon. Obviously need to break the back of this line-up to hopefully have a result this game, so I'd hope to see them 4 down at least tonight. That would be nice.
Yeah, Kent obviously on the other side of that. Want that to be the last one, most certainly. 36 overs gone in the innings, 14 remaining, with a ball that's 36 overs old as well. I think again the Kent coach saying thought first 30 overs, bit of life with the ball, the new ball. But Anuj Dal getting it to swing outside the off stump. Daniel Bell-Drummond obviously very disappointed. To Underby, he comes in next. Young Kent batter to replace him, and. We'll have Jack Morley continuing from this racecourse end. A little bit of gardening from me, I think. And Compton puts his gloves back on. He's had the painkillers out there, I think. He's got maybe a bit of a back strain he was indicating. But will we see the replay? Oh, the replay's gone. Unless this is a replay of Jack Morley from a previous over. It's paddled by Compton down towards deep backward square. Good fielding by Dahl, and they'll just come through for a single. And I guess it's just about persistence, is it, for fast bowlers, particularly on pitches like this?
Yeah, obviously we like to target the first 20 balls of anyone's innings, so hopefully we can bowl the best possible ball and get a mistake out of that. Obviously after the first 20 balls on a flatter wickets, it's hard to get them out. Yeah. So, counting down the balls here to hope that we can get them early.
He's an attractive cricketer as far as stroke making to under me, but we're looking to hone in on him then. That's a decent shot to start. He takes a single off his first ball out towards Anuj Dal, who's absolutely at the centre of the action at the moment, fielding and bowling as well. Taking his first wicket of the piece, and Kent 156 for 2, trailing by 431. 438 is the first target for them, just to make Derbyshire bat again. That's short from Jack Morley, and actually, I thought Compton made a bit of a mess of that for a second, but he has managed to paddle it away for 4 runs fine there. I thought for a moment it was going to go straight into the wicketkeeper's gloves.
Yeah, it's obviously he's trying to bowl outside off there, but he's gone a bit straight, and he's got no 45 short fine leg, I should say, and easily put away. Hopefully he can hang it out there, and hopefully a little bit of rough can put some doubt in the batter's mind for a little bit.
Yeah, it's a little bit short of a length, and
again,
Compton goes, again, it's very similar, better length, but as you say, he's taking advantage of that big gap down the far on the leg side again as Ben Compton. 4 more for him. He moves on to 78. So it's a risk reward, I guess, though, for the spinner at this point.
Yeah, I think they might just put a 45 on if I was Wayne. And then just bowl a little bit wider, obviously bowling a little bit straight there.
So I wonder if Pat Brown was going to go down there for a second,
Yeah,
but comes around.
that's why I'm not
square.
the captain.
Well,
It is all
I'm not
about.
going to argue with that.
It is all about line, obviously. It was a
Yeah.
bit straight.
So a slip in. Actually, Brown goes back to mid-wicket. And there's 2 of them, one of whom, Caleb Juel, picks the ball up. And, of course, batters will tell you how exhausting it is to bat all day. And
Yeah, they don't understand the real game.
I was going to say the eternal struggle between the two. Keeps a bit low from Morley, but not at any great pace. Quick run taken. Mieye is very fast, and so is safe. Or thrown in from Pat Brown. It's holding the back of his head.
Yeah.
I don't know quite how what he's done there. Has he fallen and landed on the back of his?
It did stay low, outside off. It must
Yeah.
be a little bit there.
Maybe as he was throwing it in. He's just gone to ground there. But end of the over then. 165 for 2. Had a breakthrough from Derbyshire for their second wicket. And Darner's 1 for 17 so far of his 6. Going well, economical as well, which has been tough on this pitch.
Yeah, he's been bowling well of late, so hopefully he can, like I said, in the first 20 balls to the new batter, just test his front forward defence. I think Jack will probably have another over, and then we might see a bit of off spin if he can't make Wayne Madson happy.
9 for 15 off his 3 so far. Lots of gardening from Tuanda Mieye and from Ben Compton. Will take straight to Dahl for the first ball of this 38th over in the Kent innings. And just run down through backward point from Compton. Plays well within himself. Suggest let's keep things ticking over. 80 from him, 1 from Mieye. Of course, we go from this to T20 cricket now, and how hard's the adjustment period for?
Oh, you don't have much time as well. It's quite hard adjusting, especially if you haven't had the time with so many games to really get your white ball skills in place. But it can't be hard as a batter. You just swing as hard as you can, I think. Bowler's a little bit harder. A few style balls.
It's a batter's game, T20, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, ideally you'd be playing a couple of warm-up matches with you and...
Yeah, I think they are. We are playing one warm-up game. But, yeah, it's not much time at all.
Yeah, this one to finish at Monday, and then first fixture Friday. I think everyone's saying so for Kent.
Friday,
yeah. Gets underway. This next one defended by Mieye, and there's no run. Floodlights are on. You may well tell me, Blair, they've been on for about half an hour.
Yeah, I think they've been on for about 20 minutes.
Ever observant.
Yeah.
I'm just noticing that it's, just a little bit gloomier, and we were forecast some sun, I think, late in the day, and it was going to be a little bit warmer. That's not emerged. The sun through the clouds a couple of times, but Mieye is forward defensive. Back past Dahl, there's no run. He's a player that can play a lot of very attacking shots to Anna Mieye. Suggest earlier in his career, and it's pretty young already, looked absolutely purpose-built for T20. He's been on the Oval Invincibles staff as one, of course, of T20 Blast for Kent. Just organising himself. So, you're not getting heckled by Fletch there, are you?
No, I don't know what he's doing next.
Oh, no, there he is. He's on BBC Radio Derby live now. There we go, on the radio. Here we are online on BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio Kent, on the BBC Sport website and app. And with the pictures, of course, courtesy of Derbyshire County Cricket Club. The employers are the man to my left, player Tickner, New Zealand international. As Darboz always an edge. I think it bounced before Wayne Madson could get a hand to it anyway. But a definite edge from Mieye, and he survives that. But Dahl, double teapot, hands on hips. Knows he was very close there to a second wicket in short order. Yeah, he's got the edge there, just short of Wayne Madson. It's difficult times for Kent here.
Yeah, it died a little bit there. He went quite hard at it, so I thought that would have carried, but shows the pace of the wicket. He's been in a little bit of tennis ball bounce from a bit shorter, so obviously Nick's carrying is sometimes just die on them.
Dahl now to Miye, who's just a push into the offside there, fielded by... it's not Jack Morley, it's David Lloyd out there now, isn't it? It's been taken out the slip cordon. Number 8 on his back. His shades on the wrong way around. Is that Caleb Juel just turning around?
Yeah, he's probably thinking, what am I doing up here?
All the analysis, calling the shots. Should get your walkie-talkie next time.
Yeah.
As you say, it's a decent position, this one, isn't it? Down the, not quite down the barrel, but the second slip position perhaps. Good shot from Miye. He's up on his, taking it on the bounce. On the bounce and back foot out towards the offside for 2. It was prolonged applause there, but 170 for 2. I'm not quite sure why. Good fielding. Harry Kame and David Lloyd combining end of the over from Anuj Dahl. Got the edge of his bat. It will be Morley once again. The conference between Wayne Madson and Lewis Rees there. When next time he'll come on. Yeah, not quite as bright as we thought it might be late in the day. Not sure. Always think it must make a difference to batters being out there in the sunshine rather than the cloud.
Yeah.
It makes you feel better.
Usually when I come on bowl at this time, they pull us off because I'm trying to bowl bounces. So makes it a shorter day.
Just too quick. No danger of that with Jack Morley outside the off stump, the spinner. And it's actually done again by Ben Compton, who's just cut him away and he'll come back for 2. A long chase out there for David Lloyd again. And I'll come back for those 2. 82 for Compton, 172 for 2. Miye has 5. So you stationed in Derby? You've got an apartment here or something?
Yeah, well, me and Caleb got a apartment, separate apartment. I couldn't live with that Australian.
Yes.
No.
It's good to know hostilities.
No,
Keep him going. Double
No,
is this one.
He is a good mate.
Yeah.
But yeah, just the south side of Derby. Walk into town for a coffee.
Nice.
So can't complain.
It's Morley to
Oh.
Compton, trying the same shot again and just tucked up a little bit by Morley.
Yeah, a
Put him down on the
little
stump.
bit fuller, I think. But it did turn a little bit out of the footies.
Dave Fletcher was saying that Caleb Juel is quite calm, quiet, composed sort of character. As Compton comes down the wicket this time, takes it on the full, straight at the fielder at mid-wicket, and there's no run. And
Yeah, he's
that was
very
Fletcher,
much
wasn't it?
like a calm New Zealander.
Yeah.
And I'm more the opposite. I'm more like a... So we've sort of traded roles. I'm the more Australian one, and I think he's just a chilled Kiwi, actually.
Yeah, Fletcher was saying that he did check Caleb's birth certificate there. Oh, that has tied him in knots. Compton. Not sure what he's got today eventually.
He's
Is it a bit
found
of bat?
something here. It's a little bit of
Yeah.
spin late.
Which is good news for Derbyshire. Jeopardy for Kent outside the left-handers off stump. That one's too short though from Morley and helped around the corner again by Compton for a single. But yeah, that last ball straightened him up a little bit. There's going to be a replay of that one, or maybe it will be the ensuing shot. And no, that was the just the gentle work away down behind square. So 173 for 2 at the end of the over. Compton is showing a little bit of discomfort there. Morley might get himself another over perhaps from that. What do you say as a captain?
Yeah, obviously found,
got something
we just got a
out. Oh, there
replay
you go.
there. There's a few foot marks a little bit shorter that he hit there. I'm not the captain, but I might bring the off spinner on just to see if he can do something different to the left-hander. But I think Jack might have one more over.
Yeah. The off spinner would spin the ball away from naturally away from the left-hander. Compton now facing Dahl. Just he's done a number of times actually. I think of the seamer has just opened the face of the bat slightly, run it out towards point, and taken a single, so Mieye will face. Compton's faced 127 balls for his 84 so far. Mieye has 5 from 6, has edged. Rothesay just short of Wayne Madson. We're hoping for more of that. Juel comes in at slip 1. Madson at 2, Allison at 3. David Lloyd out at point now. Rothesay comes in straight back at the bowler. It's a good looking shot, and that'll hurt.
Taken his watch off.
Is it really?
I think so.
Oh yes, bounced away. You're absolutely right. He lost a contact lens earlier in the piece, and well, has that broken the strap? He just followed through.
I think
Yeah, you're right. It's
It's
just
the
gone
new
straight.
craze of the, is it Whoop or the thing that tracks all your steps?
Oh,
I think he's
okay.
got on, yeah.
Does he really need that? He's a professional athlete. Is he worried about not making enough steps in the day as a bowler?
I have no idea. We've got GPSs on our back as well.
Oh,
so
of course, yeah.
maybe he just needs double.
There we go. I was going to say, shorty bowlers, you don't need to worry too much. You can tell by the number of overs you've bowled. It's
Yeah, you're
the way you can throw
burning enough calories, I think.
there's sports science involved. I shouldn't make light of it, obviously. All sorts of analysis on you guys these days. There's Darryl to Mieye. Just defends that into the offside. Lloyd Fields. So not content with tracking every ball that you bowl, exactly where, in all the areas you bowl.
No, I like to see
GPS
how
across
far
the
I'm
outfield, so-
going. In a day, we usually, if it's a big day in the field, you're usually going around, well, I use kilometres but
Yeah.
instead of miles, but yeah, like 20 Ks in a day would be a normal day out in a 4-day game for me as a bowler.
Darryl to Mieye, plays that late perhaps around his pads, but he's looking short. He's coming back for 2, challenging the arm from the deep. Pat Brown thought that was very close to the stumps. He may be right, but Compton is safe in any case. 176 for 2. Is that about literally about the GPS, about looking at your workload?
Yeah, workloads, and also I like to look at my run-up speed.
Okay.
So, yeah, it obviously varies between spells when you're feeling good, but for me it's between 22 and 24 kilometres an hour running in.
Crikey, that's fast enough. I couldn't do that once, I don't think. As Mieye plays that into the offside and there's no run.
And obviously now with the body cams of the umpires, you can track also the bowling speed. So if you compare them over a spell, you can usually find out what run-up speed's best for you if you're into that sort of thing.
Yeah, fair enough. As Darryl bowls now to Wannabe. He turns it into the onside, but fielded at mid-wicket. That'll be the end of the over. Dave Fletcher is at my shoulder, so I think he's taking me out of the rotation. I don't know how long you've got, Blair. Do you want to stay with us? Or?
I'm happy to stay. I'll give you another few overs.
Fantastic. I shall make way, and Dave Fletcher will join Blair Tickner in just a moment.
Thank you, Matt. It's interesting that somebody at 31 years of age can run at 24 kilometres an hour for me, but there we go.
Yeah, well, not at the moment. I'm not running anywhere.
No. How long is this rehabilitation? Have you covered that yet?
Yeah, a few weeks. I just keep saying a few weeks.
A few weeks.
Yeah.
Excellent. Don't want to put any dates on it.
No.
Jack Morley bowling, and that is pulled violently by Ben Compton for 4 runs out towards Cow Corner, and the score moves on to 180 for 2. We all got excited when Anuj Dal took that wicket. I love seeing Anuj get wickets.
Yeah, he's bowled well.
It proves that dibbly-dobbly bowlers can have their place in the game, doesn't it? I would never call him that to his face.
Oh, yeah, he can bat as well, so it does help.
Oh, he certainly can. And field.
Yeah.
He's as quick as anybody over the ground. He's currently down at long leg, which seems a bit of a waste, but he is in the middle of a spell. This one's been pulled into the leg side again, and it's just over the top of, that's Caleb Juel, isn't it? He's fielding at mid-wicket. It's gone for 4 more. Compton moves to 92, 184 for 2. Because we've made a huge error here. With those 8 runs, Compton's within 8 of a century. And your man at the back
I
here.
might have to get out of this hot seat.
Yeah, your man at the back has got the convention amongst the BBC radio commentators is that you commentate on the
Yeah, that's fair enough.
on the centuries
Well,
for your
hopefully
players.
Jack just brings one through the gate here and he
Absolutely.
doesn't have a
Yeah, no,
daft
you
job.
can stay till the close of play then. 9 overs to go after this one. I'm sure the Kent fans will be delighted that you said that. That's Morley bowls to Compton and pushes it out into the offside, fielded by, I say fielded, picked up by Harry Kame. Have you ever been run out at the non-striker's end by a bowler touching the ball, or have you ever run anybody out? Well, there's a question for you as Morley is in, and that one's defended by Compton against
I don't
Harry
think
Kame.
so, and it would be one to remember, I think. So I
Yeah.
don't think so. I remember getting run out at the non-striker coming back for two in a Plunk Shield game, and I told the umpire what I thought about it.
Oh, really? Excellent.
And the next day in the front page of the newspaper, I saw myself about half a metre out of my crease, diving, and I had to go apologise.
Did you apologise?
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
fair play. Oh, fair play. I was fascinated by half a conversation that I caught. I was in the stream room at the time, and you were talking about this extended stay at Derbyshire. It was news to me. I like it.
Oh, well, I was trying to get a contract with Kent for a second. Suppose it's a nice place.
It's warmer than here. That one is pushed into the offside by Mayeye. Final ball of Morley's over. Well, it used to be the case. I mean, Michael Holding came back a number of seasons. John Wright, a fellow countryman of yours, of course, he came back. Peter Kirsten came back from South Africa season after season. And other clubs had professionals. And you knew, when I was growing up, you knew who the professional or the overseas professional was at every county because they used to come back year after year. And that simply doesn't happen anymore, which is, I think, is a real shame.
Yeah, obviously 2 years in a row, so hopefully next year it's 3 years in a row for me. But the relationship that I have with Derbyshire Cricket is pretty good, and I do like to stay in the environments that I've created a bond with and know the direction of the team. So never saying never for next summer. But
It must be easier as a professional sportsman going back into an environment that you're familiar with. You settle in straight away, despite having Plunket Shield business to finish off in New Zealand. Second game of the season, you're straight in because you know the personalities of everybody. You know how you're going to be treated and all the rest of it. Whereas a lot of players now with the franchise cricket. Mohammed Amir played 3 matches last season in a week on 3 different continents.
yeah.
I mean, I don't know how you can possibly know where you are.
Yeah, I think different players, especially in T20 cricket, like to travel around, do different things. For me, I like I said before, I like coming back into the same environment. So I think each player is different. I obviously love 4-day and county cricket. So I like playing T20 cricket as well, but this is what I love the most. So.
New over from Dal begins and Compton leaves a ball that just moves away a touch. It seemed from this distance, although we're not perfectly positioned. You'd have enjoyed the first commentary position I had when I started 10 years ago. You remember the little old building over there where the new stand is now?
Yeah.
It was an old scoreboard with a toilet underneath it. We were side on for 18 months.
And probably not with much video coverage.
No video coverage whatsoever. We were very good at run-outs. As Dal is in and bowls to Compton, who pushes this end to the offside. And when it got warm, it wasn't nice. It's about T20 nights in the middle of summer, which they were played in the middle of summer then. It was probably better to dangle a wire out of the window, which I did on a number of occasions, and sit down on the grass, like we do at Chesterfield. Did you play at Chesterfield last season?
No, I haven't. Obviously, is that
You've gone back by then?
Yeah, I had, but obviously we've got a 4-day coming up.
Against
soon.
Lancashire.
Thanks, yes. I'm excited to play out there.
The atmosphere is terrific at Chesterfield. Oh, he's
it's
fiddled at
well.
that one, Compton, and he almost got the edge.
He's finding something here. He does
He
like to
is.
go away from the left-handed batsman from around the wicket, so it seems to be got a little bit darker here, and it seems to just be doing something for Dal.
Yes, well, the lights are on, but you'd never know. That's just the way it is.
They
here
went quite big.
here at Derby. Yeah. And Anna's seems to me to be not streaky is not the right word, a streak bowler almost. When he gets into a rhythm, he can go through a team quite quickly. That one's on leg stump now, and it's turned into the leg side by Compton, who moves to 94. He's yet to hit a 6, so I think we'll risk another couple of runs before we kick Blair out. If he does hit a 6, I will do my best to do him justice. Nick Compton, he moves to 90. They get 2 there, 95. He moves on to 187 for 2.
Yes. Little misfield that we thought it was a single, but it was
I missed the misfield.
misfield from.
There's Jack out there, isn't it? This one is turned into the leg side again. It's not Jack Morley at all, it's David Lloyd. Let's name and shame who misfielded. He has been patrolling one boundary or other at many grounds over the course of the season, despite that knee of his. 188 for 2, Compton to 96, but he's not on strike at the moment, and we only have one ball left of the over, so this might be
last ball.
Might be a last ball player.
Hopefully a wicket.
You know where we are, though. Don't be a stranger.
Yes. I'll be back here tuning for tomorrow. I'll be walking around the ground hoping for wickets.
Well, you do strike me as somebody who can't sit still for very
No,
long.
I can't. Ask my wife.
Darley's in. Mieye defends it back to him, and that is the end of the over. Thanks, Blair. Great to have you on.
Thank you.
We'll see you
Thanks for having
tomorrow.
me. Cheers.
Blair Tickner, everybody. Derbyshire's injured, quick bowler, but he'll be back. He will be back. And it'll be great to see him back out on the field. As much as it's great to have him in the commentary box, I'd much rather he was out on the field, I have to say. We're going to see a change of bowling here. The spin experiment, if indeed it was an experiment, has come to an end. And we're going to see Zach Chappell return just in time for Ben Compton's century. Matt Cole returns.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure. He talked about another spell for Blair at Derbyshire, as he said. I think he's had his head turned now towards the God of England and Kent. And
Yes, that worries me a little bit.
just put out the basics. It's a beautiful part of the country.
Well, it is.
You'd be playing at a place called Canterbury, which also will feel close to home, obviously.
Oh, no, you didn't pull the Canterbury card.
Well, one does one's best.
The top one, you took, I don't know if you took Viljean or Viljean came here and then went back. But he's certainly one of the players. He took Hamadullah Kadri from us.
Yeah.
No, I don't think Dave Houghton
Viljean was great.
fancied him. Yeah, no, he's a good player. Hardus. Never got to the bottom of why he's called Hardus, of course. GC Viljean.
Yeah.
I thought it might have been Gahardus, but he said no. Here we go.
It's Chappell then to Compton. Faces now off his pads for a single. He's on to 97. There we go. It might be a bit of a wait with Ben Compton. You said he'd unlikely to tee off at 94 to
Yes,
to try and
I
finish
thought we were
in the sixth.
relatively safe there,
Yeah.
but I didn't want to push my luck any further. He has hit 12 boundaries, so
Yeah.
that's not beyond the realms of possibility that he could get to 3 figures with a boundary. These lights, one of the first things apparently over on Radio Derby today, he said it again, Ryan Duckett, the chief executive, that with the money that, if it ever is negotiated and sorted out with the sale of the 100, new lights are reasonably near the top of the agenda.
Fair enough. Here's Chappell to Mieye. Takes that one on. It's a pull. It's aggressive as well, and that will go for 4. That's a fantastic stop by David Lloyd. Goodness me, and Blair Tickner, who's just been in the commentary boxes behind him, comes onto the field to give him a low 5. And
Are there 2 Blair Tickners?
I was going to say, has it got out there so quickly,
He's
firstly?
everywhere.
But
Don't be surprised to see him loom behind us at some point tomorrow either.
that's a fantastic bit of fielding, though. Obviously, delighted to see Blair there, and he's delighted to give the credit to David Lloyd. This one from Mieye just deflected down to backward square, but that was hit so hard by Tawana Mieye. I thought every inch of 4. David Lloyd has scorched the turf more or less, dry as it is. Watch out for the forest fire coming off him, but stopped it. Blair Tickner is still having a chat to him. As you say, can't sit still for very long and moves pretty quickly when he's not. So
Too hampered by a hamstring, is he?
no, that Chappell coming round to wicket to Compton leaves that on length as much as anything, as well as lying outside the off stump. He's on 97 from 138 balls. You say 8 boundaries so far, Dave?
12.
Been near my
Yeah, 12.
Near my pad for a while there. But yeah, so if Blair's agent wants to get in touch with me, I'd only take a small fee for...
Screaming conflict of interest here.
No, really? Here's Zach Chappell to Compton, defended up towards Lewis Rees at mid-off, and there's no run. I'm pretty sure he said earlier on that on the internet anything goes. Is that right? All the broadcasting rules just disappear.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
But,
I think you might be right.
I'm just going
He's
to
part of the family here.
have to change my declaration of interest status if that happens, obviously, when I achieve it to international cricket wrangler around the wicket to Compton. I think I'm bigging up this part too much, but into the offside, it's Harry Kane who fields the ball, and Ben Compton goes on to 97 from 141 balls in that over. Yeah, a rather more sprightly, 10 from 15. It doesn't look like a 10 from 15 innings so far. He hasn't looked particularly antsy. He's hit one or two nice shots, but also one off Anuj Dowell that fell just short of Wayne Madson. That second slip could have been another breakthrough, and Derbyshire would have loved that after the dismissal of Daniel Bell-Drummond for 63.
Yes, that particular wasn't even a half chance, was it? But happened while I was talking to Ed on air next door. I got very excited for a moment. Not sure whether the good folk of a program that is apparently now called Total Sport. We're getting overexcited. Oh, that one keeps low from Anuj Dowell. He manages to pull it into the leg side, Muyeye. And he'll come back for 2 and move on to 12, 194 for 2.
Had to react very quickly to that, didn't he? Just to get the ball away from his stumps, apart from anything else.
It didn't really bounce as he was expecting it to. It'd be nice to see Blair back next year. Of course, it'd be nice to see Blair back tomorrow. But any time you talk to Blair Tickner, you know you're in for a good time. But what would be really nice, and I hope it will be possible at some point, is to see Sarah come back to Derby, because she was enjoying it up until the moment she no longer enjoyed it for obvious reasons, and it'd be great to say hello to her again. As Dowell is in me, he ages and is caught by Caleb Juel at slip, and Anuj Dowell's got another one. Muyeye goes for 16, 3 down now, Kent, 194 for 3, and Dowell has 2. How big could that be? They're just chipping away now, Derbyshire, a partnership of 40 between Compton and Muyeye, who made 12 off 17, and just couldn't resist hanging the bat outside the off stump, and it was a fairly straightforward to the man of the moment. And Wayne Madson immediately turns around, looks at the scoreboard, and has gathered his troops together in a big circle and is clapping and certainly giving them a little bit of a pep talk as Nia Donald finally gets out with the drinks. And that was, as I say, a relatively straightforward catch. They have to be taken, of course. And Anuj Dowell, I wanted to be very careful in what I said, because I didn't want to call him a streaky bowler, because he's not. He's a good bowler, but he gets on little streaks of wickets. And if you're on a streak of taking wickets, you want to stay on. And he's just about the pace where they're not going to worry too much, I don't think, the umpires, about taking them off with the lights on, and it getting a little gloomy as well. We're expecting rain about 7 o'clock this evening. So hopefully the ground staff can get out there in time and cover the square and all that kind of thing. As the night watchman walks out, Matthew Parkinson, who's got a certain amount of stickability, hasn't he, as about Matt Parkinson, as he would do. He's a Lancastrian and a Boltonian. I think I've mentioned that before, and I will continue to mention it.
Once or twice. Certainly showed that.
But
so when I mentioned rain, I'm suddenly looking at it and thinking, is there some in the air? But no, probably projection at that point. It's probably just the windows, but no. It's just a slight patina on the... is that right? Patina?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, no, it is. Wait, there we go.
We're not as cosmopolitan up here as you are down in the south, you know.
I've seen the word written. I've no idea how to pronounce it, so probably just not do it.
That's a bit like quinoa.
Like you'd have no idea unless you were told it, would you?
No.
That word.
No, I have no idea what it is, in all honesty. So there are still 6 overs and 4 balls to go today, so plenty of time As Dal is in, bowls wide of the off stump, and Parkinson leaves it alone. His job now is to take most of the strike, of course, protect Ben Compton for tomorrow morning when we come back at 11 o'clock, and we will be back tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. That's the 5th bonus point, incidentally, for Derbyshire, the first bowling bonus point as well. So now a draw guarantees them 13 points from this game, which is a fair old chunk. And would almost certainly keep them in 2nd place going into the mid-season break, if that's what it is, as we break for the start of the T20, then we come back, and then we go away again, and then we come back a bit, and then we go away again, and then, of course, we come back. We're at Canterbury. Derbyshire at Canterbury in the final match of the season. Winner takes all, I'm guessing, as Dal is in, left alone by Parkinson outside the off stump. I don't know what they're going to take, but they'll take it all. And that goes through to Brooke Guest.
Somebody out and back, so I thought of waiting for the shake it all about at one point. From you, Dave Fletcher, but
Well, that's just, it's the madness of the schedule, isn't it, really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Another suggestion that Vic Marks made was that he saw no reason why you couldn't play a championship game and a one-day game in the same week. That was interesting. As Dal is in bowls to Parkinson, who leaves this one alone, and it goes through to Brooke Guest. 1 ball to go in the 10th. Anuj Dal over 2 for 30. Really nice figures for Anuj Dal. Got a 4 for in the opening game of the season against Gloucestershire, helping win that game. And suffered a little bit of a back issue, had a back spasm in one game, and looked in all sorts of trouble. I do occasionally have back issues. The reason Anuj gets them isn't because of his height, as that one is wide of the off stump and goes through to Brooke Guest. So he finishes, gets a wicket made in there, doesn't he, Anuj Dal? Funny how wickets fall. No, they got 2 off the first ball of the over, so that's a load of old nonsense. End of the over, though, 194 for 3. Parkinson, the night watchman, yet to get off the mark. The second Lancastrian night watchman I've seen in successive matches after Jack Morley did a very successful job up at Old Trafford for Derbyshire last week with his 41 of 100 deliveries. Now Parkinson's job here is to run a single and then face 5 deliveries from Zach Chappell. I wonder if that's how it'll work.
With stickability from that Parkinson last season of 25 against Somerset, 39 against Surrey, 48 against Essex in the County Championship, 29 against Hampshire. This one is Ben Compton, though. He's very much number 1 in the order, 97 from 141 balls so far.
I think you have to be somebody who puts your hand up, don't you, to do this kind of job. And it's funny that it's a leg spinner and a left arm spinner I've seen be night watchman over the last... I think they're just saying, look, I'm useful with the ball, but if I could be useful with the bat as well.
Yeah, that's fair, especially in English conditions. You never know when you're going to get a bowl, do you? Chappell to Compton, up to mid-off. Reese takes the ball, shines it on the back of the trousers, and then his jumper as well. Chappell with the blonde beard. Runs away from us now. Compton steadies himself and cut away. 1 bounce to the man at Gully, who's Caleb Juel now, so just a single slip is Wayne Madson, but Juel goes over for a chat with him. I'm not sure if he's changing position. Just passing the time of day. But I did mention, as you said, that there were questions, perhaps wanted to see Caleb Juel's birth certificate as to whether he's a proper Aussie, because he was quiet and conservative and calm and...
Proper Kiwi.
Yeah.
Careful.
Oh, sorry, Kiwi. And, yeah, beg your pardon. What did I say?
Aussie.
Yeah.
He acts like an Aussie.
Into the offside. No, I'm saying Caleb Juel. You have to
Caleb
yeah,
Juel. Sorry, I've got the...
Single
No, he
ticket.
is an Aussie.
They were saying I'm exactly the opposite. I'm more like an Aussie. So, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I think it's something that's very striking, really. And that every Kiwi, I covered a lot of rugby league back in the day, and all the Kiwis who came over were very, very tough, but very, very quiet. Whereas the Australians, who were also tough, were very loud. I think it's the same. We're making generalisations about an entire nation, but two nations. But you get the drift. They're going to reinforce the slip cordon here for Parkinson.
Martin Anderson goes in as a fourth. There's a little bit of a gap between first and second slips there. This is Juel and Madson, but here's Chappell to him now on the leg side. That really has flown. He's put effort into that one. Make it quick, and it's buys. I don't know if
It's harsh on the keeper.
I was going to say people talk about that, but does anyone really look at keepers anymore?
No, I don't think so.
See, not first class, but maybe your village keeper if who's going past them too often. But yeah,
first buys of
as
the
you say.
innings. Yeah, it used to be there was Godao as a black mark against the wicket keeper. Well, he had absolutely no chance there. They're struggling to find the ball here. For some reason, it's must have gone underneath the stand. There we go, it's back.
It's behind the bins there.
Yes.
It's a glamorous job being a cricketer sometimes, isn't it? It's got a half trip. Rummaging around behind the bins. 199 for 3. Kent and Compton is on 98 at the non-strikers end at the moment. So Kent at least are in sight of the first batting bonus point at 250, but let's not put the cart before the horse. Parkinson is putting his bat right in front of the stumps, and that is the end of the over for Zach Chappell. We've got 5 remaining here on BBC Radio Derby and BBC Radio Kent with Matt Cole and Dave Fletcher, or host Dave Fletcher, of course, and very much the interloper here.
Not at all.
Heard from Blair Tickness today as well, who was very welcome.
Yes, I don't think we'll be able to keep him away tomorrow.
You think he'll be back? Excellent.
I think he will.
I was surprised he sat down for so long.
Yes, yeah. I think he almost feels tethered by the headgear, doesn't he?
It was literally the lead on it, yeah. It's always great to have players, and not decrying any other players, but I think it's fascinating to talk to overseas players, particularly on their working life, what that means for family especially as well, I suppose. Compton facing Dahl now. It's a couple for his century. Defends that. And he's not one much for hurrying Ben Compton, and I mean that in the best possible way. So
Big win for Blackrod.
really,
Yeah. Won by 105 runs, I think.
the boy Fletcher is instrumental in that. Did he get a bowl as well?
He didn't get a bowl today, no.
Okay.
It's just slightly disappointing, but 4 wickets for Matt Reedy and 5 for the pro, Navod Paranavithna.
Dahl to Compton. Like a late decision, but decided not to play that. Just made a movement towards it. I was going to go for a baseball analogy as well. I'm watching too much of that at the moment, but
You can never watch too much baseball.
saying he's not. He's moved the bat towards it, but not enough for a strike. There we go. It's is it past the? It's past the angle, isn't it? But
Yeah.
it's ahead of you.
Yeah.
If your bat goes ahead of you, then it's
Appeal to the umpire down the line.
yeah. It was the equivalent, I suppose, of a square leg umpire. But Compton drops the bat on that one. It's not very baseball. Might be a bunt into the offside. Who knows?
Yeah, don't mind.
Single
don't mind the
taken.
bunt.
I know there are listeners who are not keen on cross sports analogies, but there we are. 99 for Compton, 200 for 3. Can't get to that landmark, and Compton's one away from the century.
I'll be there 9:10 tonight, listening to the Padres.
There we go. Yeah, we did have the subscription service that it's on, but with the American sports broadcaster, but so many subscription services. And that's a great delivery from Anish Dal, and Matt Parkinson makes a big show of taking the bat away from that, but about 5 seconds after it's hit the wicketkeeper's gloves.
Yes, it was very much.
Played at that one. Go. He's learnt it off the proper batters, I might say. And I'd say that I've no disrespect to Matt Parkinson. As you say, it shows big character, doesn't it, to come in as a night
Oh,
watchman.
no question. In these conditions as
Yeah.
well, with the lights on, it gloomy. Dahl with his tail up.
Yeah. So 4 slips range behind Matt Parkinson beside Brooke Guest. And that's a good length delivery, but seen as the offside by Parkinson. 1 to come then of the 46th over. But That's what I like about baseball. It's got so much akin to cricket. There are so many similarities
There
in
are.
the use of patience as much as skill, I suppose, in some respect, isn't it? And the psychology of bowler or pitcher against batter. And similarly, when you go and watch it live, you can sit down with a hot dog and a beer and have a good old chat. There you go. It really appeals to me as a sport. Is Dahl then, last ball of the over. Parkinson runs it down through the vacant gully position. It was more or less in control, I think, from Matt Parkinson. Soft hands, he comes back for 2. And he goes on 2-2. That's his first runs, and Compton will take strike for the next over on 99 from 148 balls.
I'm not sure he's understood the meaning of night watchman completely there, though, because you run one and then you take the next over, because the whole point of him being there is so that Compton doesn't get out. I know Compton wants to get to his century, but there's still 4 overs to go. An opportunity just to pinch the strike there. Now, they're bringing Zach Chappell back, or are they? Because the umpires are having a chat.
It's a bit gloomy, but...
I think he... Well, or was he already bowling? No, he wasn't already bowling, was he? He was already bowling.
It can only be about the light, surely,
Yeah,
this.
and at the moment they're happy, it would appear. So Zach Chappell rests his sweater on the stumps for Surrey Shamagam to put in his pocket, because he's knocked a bail off now.
Matt Parkinson has just gone for the compulsory "who's there" as the umpire walks past.
Looking up at the sky.
He can't see a thing.
No.
Who's that now? He looked over his shoulder. I can hear someone behind me. 2-2-3. You'll hear the pounding of, I was going to say tiny footsteps, but large footsteps from Zach Chappell very shortly. Ben Compton is on 99 from 148 balls. Kent have 4 overs to see off. Oh, another one for Derbyshire. What price that? 202 for 3. As Chappell bowls to Compton. Well, it's into the onside. They've got 2 men at mid-wicket for that very shot. And there's a no from Ben Compton. I mean, it doesn't strike me, as I said, as a man that gets overly nervous on particular scores, such as the phlegmatic character, but psychologically, it's got to be in the mind somewhere. He'll know what score he's on at this point. 202 for 3. Chappell glides in, and Compton sees that one off into the offside, fielded by Harry Kamen. There's no run.
The other question sorry, Matt, that we didn't ask Blair was, why is he wearing Nye Donald's sweater? And I didn't I noticed it when I was next door, but then forgot about it when I came back in here. But he's got the number 12 on his back. He is number 13.
Just pick one out of a bag, is it? Like lost property. Oh, sure. Did not bring his own jumper. It's Chappell then to Compton, cuts it away, and that is 4. A little punch of the air by Ben Compton. It's his 13th boundary. He goes on to 103 from 151 balls. There is generous applause from this Derbyshire crowd, and a couple of Kent supporters, at least at the far end, have risen and applauding over their heads. Yeah, there's a little section of Kent supporters near the stand at the far end.
A knot of fans, isn't it?
Yeah. And he salutes the dressing room and the fans around the ground as Ben Compton. Another great innings, his 3rd century of the season. That's 16th of his career. He's a bit of a late starter effectively in first-class cricket in this country, but having been in the Nottinghamshire second 11 for years and years, trying to make a breakthrough, but defends this next one up to mid-off. It's another great innings from Ben Compton, and boy, how Kent have needed him, and often he has repaid them with this kind of innings. 206 for 3.
Came from Nottinghamshire. Anuj Dahl started there as well. They may well know him.
It's, Chappell round the wicket to Compton, drives that one. Bit of a thinnish sound, I think, off the turn to the back. It's not moving that well, but as you said, I think, pointed out, I think he might have a little problem in the small of his back. He took some painkillers about an hour or so ago. Obviously, I mean, it must be terrible for Nottinghamshire to see these players go elsewhere, but one might say, if they didn't keep acquiring players from other counties, then they'd have more room for players their own.
One might say that, yes. One might have said it a number of times in the past. They scoop them all up. Spit them out.
Chapel bowls to Parkinson. That's a nice looking drive. Will he take the signal there? He might come back for 2. Yeah, actually, Compton turns quickly. There's no doubt about it. And so that's up to through mid-off. And 2 taken. Compton will take strike for the next over. And there'll be 3 remaining. One of my good friends is a Nottinghamshire supporter and was bemoaning the departure of Joey Everson to Kent, especially as on loan he was man of the match of the One Day Cup at Trembridge, not against Nottinghamshire, but I did point that out to him. Well, if there was room,
give him a go.
Yeah, that's the way it is.
Give him a
You can't
go.
have all of them.
No.
Well, you can, I suppose.
Yeah, well, they can. Yeah,
If you're
that's the
Surrey,
issue.
you can have 25 bowlers in your staff.
But you almost know at Surrey, don't you, that because of the England call-ups and all the rest of it, you're going to get an
That's true.
opportunity.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily the case at Notts. Anyway, David Lloyd, I'm going to get myself into all sorts.
No, I'm enjoying being grumpy with you about it, to be honest.
David Lloyd's warming up. Now his Dahl begins a new over, and the first ball is chopped into the offside for a single by Compton out towards Pat Brown. Pat Brown bowled 4 overs for 22. He's been used sparingly, along with Martin Anderson, 5 overs for 27.
I would say, just very briefly about that, I think the same with football and huge squads for Premier League sides. What a shame it is that a lot of very good footballers and cricketers are just not playing regularly in front of people, it being an entertainment business and all that. But there we are. There endeth the sermon. My apologies.
Tick. In comes Dahl again and bowls very wide of the off stump to Parkinson, who leaves that one alone. The car leaves. Has thinned out considerably the crowd in the last half an hour or so. Understandably, Saturday night, 6:30. The over rate is -1, but I think that's too much to worry about. We are going to see David Lloyd, I think, just for 1 over. So we'll see the 7th Derbyshire bowler because he's just called for the helmet, Brooke Guest, who crouches down now and Dahl bowls. Parkinson gets a bit of a leading edge into the offside, and they decline the single as it's fielded by Morley.
Yeah, he's just sent Compton back that time, didn't he?
Yeah. Just see the front in front of us. As it turns out, the rain is due in the next half hour or so. So I'm sure the ground staff will be getting a little bit itchy with, 2.5 overs left in the day's play, and it looks like we're going to get all the way through. Which, given the forecast we saw earlier in the week, is something of a surprise as Parkinson defends this next delivery up towards mid-on. Wagtail on the outfield. All is well with the world. Looking for the odd grub who may have come close to the surface. And in the case of the ones that are eaten too close to the surface, the perch on the boundary rope, it's brilliant. There was a baby one in front of us at Old Trafford on the gantry as Parkinson turns this delivery from Dahl into the onside, fielded by Harry Kame, who starts polishing the ball furiously. I need to get the binoculars on there. David Griffin is deep in conversation away to our right. I can't quite make out who he's talking to. I'm sure he'll tell me when he comes back. Here's Dahl in again, balls to Parkinson, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump to go through to the keeper. And it was the final ball of the over. So 2 overs to go. 210 for 3, Kent. Still 377 behind. Their first target is 438. They've made a decent inroad into that. As Blair Tickner is acting as 12th man, of course he is, bringing out the helmet and the fielding pads for, it is going to be Caleb Juel on this occasion, so he's obviously had sufficient rest. As he comes out and passes the fielding pads to his Antipodean neighbour. And there go the trousers. Excellent. He's not afraid of that, Caleb. He's often seen trouserless on the field.
There's a phrase.
And we are going to see David Lloyd for the first time in this Kent first innings. So all 7 bowlers will have been used by the end of the day. Lloyd has picked up 2 or 3 wickets this season. I don't want to say how many because I can't remember. 7, in fact. A best of 2 for 18.
Yeah, but I was talking about him earlier, saying
Bit of a golden arm.
perhaps footmarks outside the left-hander's off stump.
He also confirmed that it's not a hybrid, which is good news. Which means there might be some footmarks. There were no footmarks at all after 4 days at Old Trafford, but it wasn't a hybrid. I mean, it's just made of concrete. I think. Playing in the school playground.
So, Caleb Juel won't go under the lid for Ben Compton. He goes to a deepish leg slip, short fine leg. There is a slip in when Madson, as Lloyd bowls, and when it's got a pitch to turn, obviously, there's a full toss outside the off stump. Not being overly critical, but
I think that's a fair
about
point.
to say, I wonder what this one will do. Well, not very much. It's pushed to Pat Brown at cover. This one does pitch, and it's a little bit short. There's, well, all sorts of consternation, hands on heads there, but to me that didn't look like the most threatening delivery. No. Compton's just seen it off middle stump, effectively, but no criticism. Here's Lloyd. Again, good length delivery, but he's not getting any turn there. So you're going to have to give it some air, maybe outside the off stump. Try and have
Oh, get the short leg
scuffing
in.
around. There we go.
Or is it the leg slip? Short leg.
Yeah, short leg it'll be. Ben Compton will be very happy to see 3 off here and stay at that end. He defends that one, and there's no run. Derbyshire will be hoping to, I guess, to work on that he's not going to play any aggressive shots and keep him pinned down. 2 to come of this penultimate over. Lloyd bowls to Compton, forward defensive. So 1 to come. I'd imagine Compton, as I said, will be very happy to this to be a dot ball as well. When David Lloyd do. Turns just a smidgen, I would say. Quicker delivery. All a bit procedural for Ben Compton, who sees that off on 105. And Matt Parkinson will face at least the first delivery of the final over of the day.
A bit dereliction of duty if he didn't face all 6.
Yeah.
And he's going to be Jack Morley to bowl the final over of the day. Just to let you know, if you haven't already seen, because I know you've all got devices and things like that, but the Leicestershire first innings made 457 by the close of play at Grace Road. They have a 251-run lead over Lancashire, and that feels substantial. Gloucestershire 156 for 4, trailing Northamptonshire by 313, and Middlesex in a bit of trouble against Glamorgan, 147 for 8, trailing by 236. So Glamorgan have turned the season around in startling fashion, really. For Jack Morley, there's a short leg, there's a leg slip and a slip. There's a man in extra cover, that's Pat Brown. There is also a catching mid-wicket, but he has got people out either side of the pitch. And then he's going to come around the wicket to the right-handed Parkinson, who's on 4. The first delivery is defended to Martin Anderson at mid-wicket. I don't expect too many fireworks here, and of course if a wicket falls, etc., etc. Morley bowls, Parkinson defends, Anderson fields. Oh, and then his throw is hopeless. It slipped out of his hand and basically dribbled along the floor to Morley, who bends down to pick it up. Grips the ball now, the arms go out. He's around the wicket, bowls to Parkinson, who pushes this one into the offside this time. 210 for 3, trailing by 377. Just a little bit of work to do. As he's in again, that was a fuller delivery down the leg side. It's well taken by Brooke Guest, who did drop a tricky one. Compton on 49 down the leg side. He definitely got bat on it. He's still there on 105, so that's a relatively expensive miss. He's in again. That one's dropped a little short by Morley and defended by Parkinson. 2-1 to go. Final ball of the day then. England beat Zimbabwe by an innings and 45 in the end at Trent Bridge in 3 days. And Morley comes in and bowls to Parkinson, who defends that ball as well. So the last 2 overs, both maidens, and at the close of play, Kent are oh dear. That's the hover mower. I'll just turn that off momentarily. 210 for 3 with Compton on 105 and Parkinson, the night watchman, on 4. It means that they still trail by 377 runs, Kent, but the loss of just 3 wickets. Derbyshire, with those 3 wickets, have picked up a 5th bonus point, their first bowling bonus point. I think the ground staff are very keen, as you might expect, to get the hover cover out there, really, basically to protect the pitch, because rain is forecast, and it's forecast to arrive reasonably soon, I think it's fair to say. We'll be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, and so will Ben Compton, unbeaten on 105, so will Matt Parkinson on 4, and I'm delighted to say that the forecast that I have suggests that tomorrow, while not quite as warm as today, it's going to get up to 16 degrees, the rain is due to stop by the early hours of the morning at 1 o'clock-ish, that kind of time. So we should get another full day's play, and we will see what tomorrow brings. Thanks very much for your company today. Thanks to Blair Tickner as well, and to Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent. We'll see you on the BBC Sport website tomorrow morning at around about 5 to 11.